the care home deaths. I said the other day when they were saying, they get very excited, didn't they? The government was saying, oh, we're down to 400 and something. I thought, yeah, but you haven't included the care homes. 290 people a day in care homes. There's a lady in one of the papers today. I mean, you can only have an awful lot of sympathy. She's 96. She's terrified. Absolutely terrified. Which I can understand. Also, heads up on the return of a TV classic, which I'll tell you about a little bit later on. And bad news for all those people who are animal lovers, because the poachers in certain countries have carried on slaughtering animals because there's no tourists out there. So therefore there's no rangers, there's no wardens or anything like that. So the poachers are still killing the elephants and they're still killing the rhinos and just about anything they can get their hands on. Mind you, talking about murdering, I was talking to my driver this morning and he was saying that there was a murder down the road from him the other day, and it makes all the papers. It's in a little village and it's an 88-year-old man. He was murdered by people who broke into his house to either steal from him or do something. He put up a fight, apparently, but he lost his life. And I said, I couldn't think of anything worse. An 88-year-old has got to that stage in his life where he's come through everything. He's come through wars, he's come through feast, famine, drought, you name it, he's had it. And then some toe rags. And I mean it in the worst possible way. I mean, you wish you could bring back hanging, because how on earth anybody in their right mind could ever do that to an elderly person of 88? Actually, any elderly person or any person. An 88-year-old. God knows what was going through that poor man's mind. The police are on it. They will find them. They will find them, and I can't wait to see them, and then we can we'll watch with great interest, because I'm sick to death of these things happening. Somebody can actually break into somebody's house, and the only reason that the man's son knew about it is because one of the neighbours said his back door's been open the last day and night. And that's the only reason he went in there and found his father. Dreadful, 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 dreadful. Apart from that, 12,000 people have applied to go on Love Island. God, honestly. 12,000 complete, utter idiots in this country. Well, I think I want to go on Love Island, yeah. What do you want to go on Love Island for? I want to be, like, famous. I want to be, like, people take my picture. Oh, right, does that make you class? No, I don't really, no. But I'm famous. And I can save up for things like, like a car and things like that. Oh, do you be getting a mortgage? Don't think so, no. I won't earn that much. But at least people have seen my boobs, which is good news, isn't it? I still remember that girl on Love Island who actually had sex on the television. Her mother was delighted. Thought it was a career move. It was. Straight down the toilet. Straight down the toilet. Also, the garden centres poised to emerge from lockdown. Oh, please God, soon. I got ripped off yesterday. I don't know how I managed it. I must have had a complete breakdown, and I didn't discover it till later on in the day. So I thought to myself, I'll go to Amazon and I'll buy some earth. I need some more bags of earth. And so I ordered this earth. I can't remember which one it is. Anyway, it comes with a handle on it, 10 litres, and I bought three bags. Each bag is £10.99. Because every year, before you sort of jump on the bandwagon, I always empty the pots out, because all the plants I put in there have used up all the nutrients, so I like to clear them all out. The roots have taken up all the earth, most of them, and I empty the pots out, put in all brand new earth, so the plants that are going in get a really good start in life. So I ordered 3 bags at £10.99. It was only later in the day that I went on to our local garden centre, and they're also delivering, but it's got to be within 7 miles, which is okay. I could do the 7 miles. And it's got to be over 50 quid. That's okay. I'm sure I could bump it up to 50 quid, which is a bit mean, actually. But, otherwise somebody would be going, you send me a plant pot and have that delivered. It's not worth it. And they were selling exactly the same earth, exactly the same manufacturer, exactly the same weight. It was 10 litre, exactly the same. It was the exact same piece of earth. And how much were they selling it for? I paid £10.99 a bag. My local garden centre was selling it at £3.99. Unfortunately, by that time, it was too late to cancel. So £3.99. So I've paid 30-odd quid. Whereas, I hope I shall name the company when it arrives. I'll tell you who it is, just so you're aware that you can get it much, much cheaper locally. £10.99. I couldn't believe it. I was just surprised to find it anyway in the first place. And so I learnt my lesson on that one. I very rarely get ripped off, but that was what I call ripping off. Definitely. Also, what have we got? Oh, we've got a great poem for you this morning. Great poem for you, which you're going to like. You'll need to listen very carefully to it, but it's very good indeed. Also, sackfuls of praise going on to the posties who keep delivering. And I did throw a name at the producer before we started the programme. I said, do you know who that is? And in which song does the name appear? And the name is, because it's her birthday today, Zizi Jeanmaire. Now, you might not know, if you're a certain age, who Zizi Jeanmaire is, but Zizi Jeanmaire features in a very famous song. And first one to tell me this morning gets huge praise, huge round of applause, and undying love and affection. The Royal Mail has scrapped Saturday letter deliveries until further notice. Okay. They're still going to do 6 days a week, so I'm assuming they're going to be doing on Sunday. And believe it or not, a 30-foot shape has been recorded in Loch Ness, thought to be the monster. Here we go, more lies from the people up there, more bewildered people. Small wonder they drink. Small wonder they drink. I mean, it's, you know, I saw the, I mean, even the producer, the old producer, I call him the old producer because he is fairly ancient by now, even he swore blind that he saw it, which of course is, you know, it's just a fib. There's no way. Is he shouting? Yes, well, of course he is, because he's, a couple of little sherbets, things like that. But, I mean, you know, there is no such thing as a Loch Ness Monster. This, I mean, put it this way, they go, oh, here it is, a shape. How do you think it's breathing? What do you think it's got, an aqua lung? And they go, oh, no, there are caves underneath Loch Ness. No, there's not. Don't be so stupid. I'll tell you what, drain Loch Ness, what will you find? A lot of mud. You won't find anything. There'll be no monster, but, of course, the believers will be going, oh, Steve, you don't know anything about the Loch Ness Monster. We've seen a picture of it. No, we've seen a picture of what looked like a log. But even in this day and age of the best quality cameras, I mean, I've got a camera in my phone. I don't know how many pixels it is, but it's definitely high quality. High quality. And they still can't get a picture of the Loch Ness Monster. It's a very fuzzy-looking picture. Why? Because it's fake. You're going to love the Daily Star today. You're going to absolutely love the Daily Star. The front page headline is proof that UFOs exist. And here it is, secret video footage filmed by US Navy pilots who quite clearly didn't have a camera, they just had a painting by numbers set, because that's what the picture looks like, has finally been declassified by the American government to reveal that UFOs really do exist. I mean, I don't know why people think, obviously the terminal is stupid, that UFO stands for spacecraft with ET phone home, ET phone home. No. It stands for unidentified flying object. It could be a tin can thrown up in the air. There's been more fakes over the years than ever before. But this one here is by US Navy pilots. Well, I wouldn't hold out much hope for them. Thank you very much indeed. One of them, these 3 grainy clips. This is from 2004 and 2015, reportedly from above the Pacific. And their cameras on board these aircraft is so bad that you couldn't identify this as anything apart from a splurge. Pilot Chad, one of them who spotted them, said it wasn't behaving within the normal laws of physics. So he's obviously got a problem, hasn't he? Quite clearly he has a major problem. One alien fan said, blimey, doesn't get much more obvious than this, that we're not alone. Go away, go and stick your head in a bucket of sand. Stupid people, honestly. It's like, let's bring out Yvette Fielding, shall we? You know, Yvette Fielding, every time she walks onto the television. What was that? It was one of your crew dropping something on the floor to fool you, you hooded old bat. Dickens, I've never... Did you see what she wears on the show? She's got this full-length leather coat now. All she was a very average Blue Peter presenter. Now she's presenting hooky programmes, you know, for the terminally bewildered and stupid to believe in the fact that, you know, there are ghosts in this room. And then she talks to them. She talks to them, the stupid one. She goes, is there anybody there? I thought, yes, there's you and the film crew. Who else do you think's there, dear? You know, there are no such things as UFOs. There are no. This is. You could not look at this picture. I'd defy anybody. If you took away all the little markings and things like that which they put round it, and you go, what's that? And you go, oh, I don't know. Somebody's thrown a rock in the air and taken a picture of it. No such thing as UFOs. Why do people want to believe in UFOs? Oh, because the galaxy is so big out there. You know, we all saw Star Trek and Star Wars and things like that, and they're going. The US Navy pilots are the dumbest under the sun. Of course they are. They're going out there and they're going... I mean, it's always... Normally, it used to be 2 old biddies in Arkansas who'd stand there, you know, in the shack in the middle of nothing and then go, I saw this spacecraft, it came down and it took Minnie on board and she never come back for about 2 years. When she come back, she said they'd experimented on her. And that's what now you have to put it, because they... You know what they work on? They work on the assumption that somebody like Chad, because he... Look at it. Look! I mean, well, sorry, I'm shouting in the radio at you. It's not your fault. You don't know. What is that? What is that? It could be a fly, couldn't it? I mean, such bad quality pictures. I mean, if you were somebody from another planet, okay? Here we go. Another planet, and you go, let's go and visit. Oh, look. Where's that? They've got oceans and roads and everything else. We're just on monorails. Let's go and talk to them. No, let's just buzz, you know, a fighter plane and then go back home where we came from. What would be the point of that? I've often invited UFOs listening. That'll mean something once they've had that translated. Come and land in Trafalgar Square. I'll turn over the entire programme to you and give you £10 million, OK? But, of course, money they're not interested in. If they can build a spacecraft, they can get here from the planet Zog. There's got to be good news for everybody. But they never land here. Come and land outside the front door. Come on, dare you. Come on, that'd freak people out, wouldn't it? But they don't do it. Apparently... the US Navy previously acknowledged that these videos circulating in the public domain were indeed Navy videos. The aerial phenomena observed in the videos remains unidentified. Yeah, in other words, it's fake again. Why is it people want to... it's like the Loch Ness Monster. Just going back briefly to that one. Only sort of seen by people who've had a few sherbets. There's one little old Japanese man who lives in a caravan by the side of Loch Ness. He's seen nothing. He's been there for like 25 years. He's obviously mad as a barrel load of crickets. And he sits there waiting for this thing to come out of the sea and go, come for a swim with me. Of course it's not going to. There's nothing in there. And also, how old is this thing? Hundreds and hundreds of years old. I mean, I've got a producer like that. But he can't swim underwater. But this thing swims underwater, hides in caves. What does it eat? There's no fish in Loch Ness. So it's obviously vegetarian. And there's obviously nobody else in there, otherwise it would have procreated. You've got a huge bathtub the size of Loch Ness to swim in, and if you find another creature that looks like you won't be having it away, aren't you? You're going to be going for it in big time. Nope. So there's only the one. So it's very old. I mean, you think by now it would have slowed down a bit and sort of come out and just popped itself next to the poor little Japanese man's caravan. I just can't believe that people buy into this stuff. Perhaps it's because people are missing something in their life. Alcohol. That's why people want to believe it. Did you go to Loch Ness? We did. And what did you do? Well, we all stood there looking at the water, and then we bought a souvenir. Oh, right. And the souvenir was what? It was a stuffed toy made in China, and it says Loch Ness Monster on it. Oh, right. So you're just feeding, basically, a tourist industry. That's all you're feeding. It's like I live down the road from Hampton Court. For some reason, the place is full of ghosts. They wander in and out of walls, without a worry in the world about bricks or anything else like that. They just wander through and people go, I saw somebody in here. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You'd had another one of those evenings on the old booze. And then you've gone, oh, what's that? You know what? Listen, even on the police programmes, they can't spot. There was one bloke the other day, they threw him out of a hotel. Why? Because he was a noisy little drunk. And so the police turned up in full uniform and they said, come on, out of bed. They went, who are you? And he went, I'm a policeman. No, you're not. And you think, that's what you're dealing with. That's the mentality. That's the mentality. So there is no such thing as ghosts, no such thing as sort of little, hobgoblins or demons or fairies at the bottom of your garden. Not all the time. And none of this exists. UFOs do not exist. There is no such thing as people coming in for other planets. The fantasy of E.T. and the fantasy of it came from outer space. A Quinn Martin production, and then, we all remember that great film where there's a spacecraft and there's a man in a white suit standing outside it, and they're evil. To be honest with you, they must be easy to blow up, mustn't they? They can't be that difficult, but they don't seem to understand us. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm so bored with people going on about the Loch Ness Monster. It's what I call a page-turner. It's a page-turner. But the idea, because the bewildered listening this morning, of which there would be quite a few at this time of the morning, this is the time they all start coming awake, isn't it? Ooh, let's listen to Steve Allen. He must be talking about UFOs and ghosties and ghoulies. And now the US Navy pilots have confirmed that they've actually seen it. Well, that's it, isn't it? That's the seal of approval. Do you remember what was that programme on the where they reckon there's a place in America which they've just opened up again? It's apparently the most haunted. Another load of old baloney, isn't it? It's just an excuse to get poor, feeble, weak-minded Americans, who, let's face it, they voted him in. They go there and they go, oh, it's Rothwell. Oh, right, what does that mean? Secret establishment. Really? Why? Apparently, they've actually got a space person out of a spacecraft. No. Haven't they? No, but we were told they have. Yes, I know. It's stupid people. Do you seriously think that you could keep something like that hidden? Why would they want to hide it? Well, I think there's going to be a complete, rush of all the Americans going, I can't believe it, we're going to be invaded. Which they're not. So Rothwell, another load of old hokum, isn't it? But people like to believe it, don't they? And the answer being that the universe is so big that there's got to be something else out there. There is. Your brains. Nothing else going on. See, look, you wound me up now. I was doing quite well for a Wednesday. I was feeling in a fairly good mood. I've had 2 cups of tea and a little cheese biscuit, and that's it. And well done to everybody who said the song where Zizi Jeanmaire features, is Where Do You Go To, My Lovely? So congratulations. I knew you'd all... He had not a clue. He never even heard of Peter Sarstedt. He also had, I'll buy you one more frozen orange juice on this fantastic day. Do you not remember him? I remember the back streets of Naples, two children playing in rags, both touched with the burning amber. You don't remember that one either? God, I know. It's funny. Go through the songbook of Rodgers and Hammerstein, and he's up there with the best of them. I'm a show person, you know. Oh, the Deadwood stage. Calm down a bit now. Okay, I'm back in the real world. Shh, back in the room. Back in the room again. So Ian in Solihull knew the song, as did Andy, as did Alan, and Wayne, the trolley dolly. He says, I've been awake since 2, so I'm very glad to hear you on the airwaves. Feeling devastated about the mess we're in as an industry in aviation. Keep your fingers crossed. Now, who do you work for, Wayne? Are you BA? Are you BA? Because a friend of mine is BA, upper class, and he's been with them for a long, long time, and he's, at the moment, been furloughed. So he's keeping himself busy because he does gardening and things like that. He's got a lovely garden. He opens it to the public, actually. And when we spoke the other day, we didn't know that they were going to be laying off 12,000 people. Not just laying them off, axing 12,000 people, making 12,000 people redundant. And what I want to know is, from somebody who works for BA, is, have you heard any of this news, or is the first you've heard of it in the newspapers today or on the radio yesterday? When our aviation correspondent told us, Alec Macheras was saying, he said that the last thing he finished by saying, he said, this is going to get a lot worse and blow me down within a matter of hours. They were talking about making redundant 12,000 people because nobody's flying planes. They can't afford to keep them going. I think they're down something like £1 billion already in a short space of time. I didn't realise that most of these businesses that we all think are big and cash rich don't have anything. They've got nothing at all. So BA, if they are going to make 12,000 people redundant, that's people who won't come back. They're going to have to work out redundancy terms. And I spoke to a friend of mine who'd been there for some time, and he said, it's not a huge amount of money, especially when there wouldn't be anywhere else to go. If you're a pilot, my driver this morning said he knows of somebody who was a pilot. He'd paid to train as a pilot and then got himself a job with BA, and now he's unemployed. Well, where else is he going to go? There aren't any other jobs. They're all laying people off. Not just BA, but I want to know what you hear as somebody who works. Do they just write to you and go, actually, from next week you're going to be furloughed, and then, we'll wait and see. And the next letter comes and it goes, oh, by the way, we're going to make you redundant. Because how they're going to work, it's got to be a lottery, hasn't it? Whatever it is, I understand exactly where you're coming from, Wayne, because we were talking about this in the car coming in this morning and saying, you imagine you've trained to be, somebody who wants to fly the airwaves. It doesn't matter whether you're a pilot or whether you're crew or ground staff, because, if the planes aren't flying, you don't need the ground staff either. The people on the check-in desks, you don't need. You need nothing. Nothing at all. People can check in automatically now. What do you do? Hypothetically, you've just taken a job and you've taken out a mortgage. On the strength of it, you've gone to the bank or the building society, you've gone, look, I've got a contract. I'm going to be flying with British Airways. This is how much I'm going to be earning. Then the next minute, along comes this coronavirus, and immediately, whoosh, nothing. Where is the money supposed to come from to pay your mortgage, to pay your bills? Yesterday I was feeling quite ebullient about things. And then last night when I woke up, I wasn't feeling at all ebullient. I was feeling a bit sort of fed up with the whole thing. Thinking that, it'd be nice if they open the garden centres, if we get haircuts. Simple things. I quite like to get the car washed. That'd be quite nice. Little things that you took for granted before that I never even thought of. Never even crossed my mind that you get to the stage where, all right, we had the stupid things at the beginning with the people stockpiling toilet rolls. Now you can't move for toilet rolls and kitchen roll in the supermarkets. I've got loads of toilet roll, but only because I would buy it anyway. And we didn't have any problems around our way. Now they've got so much. Nobody's buying it. I haven't seen anybody buying toilet roll because they've got loads. All the food is there in the shops. Everything is back in again. But there are people losing their jobs. And that's why I got so angry yesterday and the day before and last week about the Beckhams. Sorry to keep going on about it, but either they are completely devoid of any spark of humanity at all, rubbing people's faces in it. She's in the paper again today. I can't tell you what it is because it's a court case. Although it's not one of those sort of court cases, but it's certainly something that affects the company. But it's a worry. You don't start spending 19 million when there's people losing their jobs. If she thinks people are going to go back to buying clothes after all this is over, she better blooming well think again, as far as I'm concerned. Steve, I'm long hard crew from Heathrow, says Vicky. You see, I mean, I think that's terrible. And there's one here, Pete says, I've been at BA as cabin crew for 28 years. We got an email today just before it was on the news. And Steve, I've worked for BA for over 23 years. What sad stories. I know nothing apart from what I've heard on the news. I mean, I don't know whether or not they're then going to send you an email going, by the way, we are considering, no, I mean, what they'll be doing is looking for voluntary redundancies, and if they don't get enough voluntary redundancies, they'll be telling you. That's how it works. If they can do it with voluntary redundancy. I mean, I suppose, in a way, it could be quite good news if you're an elderly couple who've worked for BA and one person is still working doing something else and one worked for BA, then you could probably survive on one salary if you've been good. But so many people are young. So many people are young. You know, if somebody's been working as cabin crew for 28 years, and then, just before it appears on the news, you get an email saying, oh, by the way, this is the situation. You're going to be reading about redundancies. Does that make you feel better? Of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. Terrible. Steve, Homebase in Richmond have soil for sale. Drive up to the door, compost and soil all at the front door in the car park. Select your product, pay by card, and you're gone. I'm going there this morning, says Brian. Yet my Lynn told me about that earlier on. She said she went the other day. She went at lunchtime, she said, and it was empty. So you order, and then you turn up, and then you just pick up the soil and then come back again. Can you believe 33 quid for 3 bags? It's got to cost me like £12. Oh, I feel so cross. So cross. Steve says, Tara, where'd you go to, my lovely? This is not a personal question. Dave knew the answer. And Carolina, listening in Porto, in Portugal. Listening to you, Steve, for over 10 years. Love the show, and thank you. Well, I think you're probably in the best place, actually. I feel so awful today for people. That's why I'm so angry when you read about people who are sort of spending money like it's going out of fashion, you know. I mean, it's not like, you know, me going out and spending 20 quid, or I spent £35 on plants yesterday, because I'm doing all the same colour. I'm not doing anything else. I've ordered these begonias. They're little orange. They look really lovely, actually, with a dark green foliage. And I bought them from Daily Express. They've obviously got like a Daily Express club or something like that. And so I bought those. They're going to be delivered. They'll come in as little plants. By that time, I'll have the earth in the pots, and then just do and that'll be it. And then we just wait for the thing to go and explode, because it's the only thing that's cheering me up at the moment. I'm not getting a lot of cheering up things, apart from your texts and emails, and people sort of writing in, going, you know, thank God you're there at 4 o'clock in the morning. Because that's the thing. We got a good poem for you, actually, this morning, which is very nice. It's strange enough, the producer said, do we want a happy poem or a sad poem? And I think we've actually got a poem of hope, but it's not mawkish. Don't worry, it isn't really. Steve, if you don't believe in the supernatural or the spirit world, why are you frightened of the dark? Says Bill. I'm not frightened of the dark. What? Because I sleep with all the lights on? Oh, that goes back to childhood. And also, I mean, ain't no spirits coming near me unless it's got the word Prosecco written round it. It's as simple as that. Producer got very worried this morning. He said, because there was a piece in one of the papers about them pouring away wine. Years ago, we had a butter mountain, and then they were pouring away milk. Now it's wine. Billions of bottles of wine being poured away. Well, he went quite pale. And he said, I could have that. And I said, well, you can't. Because yesterday, I left some strawberries, and I put them in the bin. It was like watching a man possessed. He said, what have you done with the I said, I've thrown away in the bin. He was in the bin straight away. It was like Stig of the Dump. And then he realised that the packet had been opened, so he decided not to. Steve, a BA cabin crew lady of 30 years service phoned Ian Dale last night. The first she'd heard of the redundancies was on LBC. She told Ian she hadn't heard anything yet from BA. Well, that's the scary thing, isn't it? Yeah, nice to be company. Steve, Homebase Richmond, great, but no plants, says Dave. Well, plants I don't need. I just need the soil. Just need the soil. Did you see the other day in the paper there was a rather stupid bit about poor old Gemma Collins, another one who's not not blessed with any talent, and she thinks she's like Marilyn Monroe. She was put on earth to entertain people. The difference was Marilyn Monroe sang, danced, looked sexy. Gemma Collins does none of those things at all, I'm afraid. She can't sing, she certainly can't dance, and she's certainly not entertaining. She thinks she's entertaining. People need me, like she says, to sort of put a smile on their face. Well, if you mean because we think you're speaking like a 3-year-old, yeah, you're probably right on that one. Steve, training to be a pilot for BA costs around £120,000, and a lot of people have a loan secured against their parents' house. Are BA going to pay the remainder of the pilot training costs? I shouldn't think so, Reece. I shouldn't think so at all. You know. And, Steve, I work for the airlines industry out of Phoenix for a major US carrier. Most of the airlines are unionised. So we get furloughed, usually based on your seniority. Hearts go out to BA colleagues, as we're also in the same mess, maybe worse. 14 years seniority for me, and I'm terrified, says Jose. I mean, it is absolutely appalling. It really is, because they don't... The worst thing is, they don't care. They don't care. All they're thinking about... They don't think about the people whose lives could be ruined by this. People who are probably sitting there at this precise moment going, what do we do? Where is the help? Their answer is, there isn't any at the moment. They don't know. How many were they going to make redundant from Airbus? Was it like 3,500? Well, it's like a walk in the park compared to the BA thing. And then we haven't even started on Virgin and all the other airlines. They're all going to be making people redundant because the planes are not flying. And also, you can't sell them. So what they would normally do, if you've got an old plane, BA would sell it off, and then they would buy, you know, with the money that they got in, they'd put that towards another plane. But presumably, most of it linked to bank accounts, linked to loans that you've had from people. I mean, some of them, I think, EasyJet have had 600 million, 200 million pounds, something like that from the government. But if the planes are not flying anywhere, how long does that last? Doesn't last anywhere, does it? And so I really understand. Believe you me, I understand. I was made redundant years and years and years ago, and it's just your world just goes and implodes. But let's hope, let's pray, shall we, that we can get ourselves out of this. That would be the prayer of the day. If ever we were going to have a prayer of the day, that would be the one that we'd be praying for. Because it would be that this go... I mean, you really want it to be like Bobby Ewing, don't you? You want it to be like, we go in the shower, we come out, and it's a dream. It was all a dream. There never was a coronavirus. There never was redundancies. There never were people losing their jobs and getting no money at all. You know, the high street looking decimated. Round London, I could walk round here now, and there'll be buildings that are boarded up. I had to show one to the producer the other day. He'd not even noticed it. It's boarded up. I said, that's to stop people looting, believe it or not. Duncan from Bilbao and Doncaster, I know, he's twinned. He says, I got very excited to get an outside tap fitted on Monday so I could wash the car and water the plants and lawn. And then it's rained here in Yorkshire. I got all my plants from Lidl, all reduced because they don't look after them once they're delivered, but I brought them back to life. That's it. That's the good thing. Even at Squires, our local garden centre, they've actually got discounts. You know, plants worth £175, you can get them for £100. Because there's obviously plants that, you know, you're going to need to start planting. I mean, now is the time that we start planting out, isn't it? Now is the time that we go to the garden centres in the weekends and in the daytime. I could quite happily go. The Squires I go to, because I can get a cooked breakfast for £6.99, including a piece of fried bread. Actually, I tell a lie, 2 pieces of fried bread. You get 6 items. So you can have 2 portions of beans, 2 portions of fried bread, and a couple of sausages. And that suits me. Then I can go and get, you know, my plants and my earth and everything else. But I'm going to go to Homebase later and see if I can do that. Lynn was telling me about it the other day, so she's going to phone me. But I'm not bothered about the plants because I've got the plants arriving. I just got to put new earth in, clear a couple of plants out, and then it's all ready. And it's all done. I might have to buy one climbing thing, like a clematis or something like that. Just something to make you look pretty outside. And you know, normally my planting is actually quite exemplary. I mean, it's quite fantastic. You know, you won't find anybody with greener fingers. I must try and get something to scrub it off, and I can get out there and do things. Steve, British Airways only care about salvaging the shareholders' cash. It is amazing, isn't it, that the amount of people that we've heard from this morning, of which, you know, it is quite big numbers, saying that the first they heard about it was on the news on LBC. And that's it. Caller earlier on LBC said it's karma for BA staff after going on strike last year and thought, oh, was that stupid woman? Somebody was complaining to me saying, did you hear this woman? Everybody hated her. She was going on, thousands of people missed their holiday, including her. She was having 6 holidays a year. And apparently because they went on strike, she missed a holiday. Good. Good. Karma, honestly. I'll show you what karma is. have no idea. No idea. I think sometimes people do come on to radio stations and TV set and just say stupid things, just have some sort of an effect. It's generally because they're not the brightest. 120,000 to train. You know. There's light at the end of the tunnel, Steve. Gemma Collins says she's the new Marilyn Monroe. Just keeps me going through these grim times. She's certainly grim. Certainly grim. And also, Channel 5 are showing Golden Girls each day from the beginning. Still funny as it was back in the day. Apart from Betty White, the other ladies are alive. No, they're all dead. They're all dead. Yes. Colette. Not so good, is it? But no, she's still going, actually. Betty White, I think, is about 96. Mind you, strangely enough, Julie Andrews is in the papers today saying that she can't watch herself on the television. I don't know why. I mean, it's like listening to yourself on the radio. I mean, I know loads of people who work on the radio, but they wouldn't dream of listening back to themselves. I can't think of anything. They're like purgatory for me. Can you imagine? Saying there and say, we're going to play you back all of your programmes of the last week. What? Heavens above. Definitely not. Thank you very much indeed. Because you do it as the moment. Do it as the moment. So, I'm sure there might be people listening. We used to have a producer years ago, and he did a few little voiceovers, and he every time it was on the radio, he'd turn the radio volume up. I couldn't think of anything worse. Not so good, not so good. Steve, coronavirus, says Elaine in Ware, was manufactured by aliens. Their plot is to fatten us up before eating us. Oh, thank God for that. There's me think it was something to worry about. I wouldn't mind that, actually. That wouldn't bother me in the slightest. Also, Steve, to aliens, Earth is the local garden centre. They'll not come down until the lockdown is extended. Thank you, Trevor. And James says it's Roswell, and it's all true. No, it's not. Only barking mad people like you. But don't be so silly. Honestly, how can people be that stupid? The Loch Ness mystery exists. Have you seen Family Ness? They used to come on BBC Broom Cupboard with Andy Peters. Andy Peters. Do you know he doesn't age? He doesn't age at all. I saw him a short while ago. He really doesn't age. Quite worrying. Quite worrying. Everybody else is sort of aging. In fact, especially Sarah Ferguson. I mean, she's aging worse than most people. Definitely not so good. So lockdown, April is nice. Oh, did you know a 4-inch shrew? Have you ever seen a shrew? Little tiddly tiny things they are. Do you know that could drink an elephant under the table? You know, elephants don't handle drink very well. They really don't. They sort of, you give an elephant, you know, a pint, yep, over, straight away. The shrew keeps drinking. Because they're only little. They are quite sweet. I've never actually held one. I don't think I'd want to, actually. I'm a bit frightened about things like that. All these sort of things. Steve, is there one thing positive to say about 2020? No. Well, there was Australia burning, all the floods, now this virus, you can't hug your loved ones, and people are losing their jobs. I know. What have we done wrong? Have we upset somebody upstairs? You know, in the upstairs department. Steve, do you think you've ever met yourself? Would you get on? I think so. Yes. Yes. You have to, in this business, you have to like yourself. Otherwise, you'd be very thin-skinned, wouldn't you? Somebody'd write to you going, oh, I don't like your programme. No, you don't really care, actually. You just worry about the state of their mind. Never worry about the state of my mind. So you become very thick-skinned and quite impervious to things. So would I ever get on with myself? Yeah, I certainly would. I mean, I've got my faults. You know, can't get earth for a start at the moment. I can't wash the car, but at least it's raining, so the car looks clean. It doesn't when you see it dry, because it goes all... it looks horrible. But once I could do a double-headed but I'd never get a word in edgewise with my matching person. That's the only problem with double-headed programmes. You've got to try and... Hello, can I speak? Could I speak now? Is that okay? Thank you. You know, you've hogged the programme since the beginning. You know, why not let me have a chance of saying, wait a minute, let me speak. I've heard that on television programmes, mainly Prime Minister's Question Time. That's always that sort of watching... you know, adults just arguing. You want to go on there and bang their heads together. Some of them are very annoying. Very annoying. Steve, BA are probably using this current situation to put their staff on new contracts. Well, I should imagine there probably might be new contracts, but I don't think they're using the situation for that. I think it's a case of if there's going to be 12,000 redundancies, how are they going to pick them? How are they going to pick these people? 12,000 people? Do they pick 1,000 from this area, 1,000, and do they just go through and go and just tick them off? I don't know. People who've been there the longest, they're going to be getting rid of them first? I don't know. I don't know how it operates. I really don't know. He says, the good thing is the planet's healing itself. You think so? Wow. Do you tune in on Saturday mornings to listen to the best of Steve Allen? No. I've heard it. I've done the programme. No, I don't podcast. It's my show. How could I podcast myself? That would be ludicrous. Listen back to me. No. That's for other delightful people to do. I couldn't listen back. Never listen back to myself. I've never listened to a programme. Never in my entire life. No. I know what I sound like because I'm doing it at the moment, but I wouldn't want to listen back to the programme. No, definitely not. I mean, I'm not the sort of person who drives down the road, down the Strand, before lockdown, with the windows wound down. It's me on the radio. Look, listen to this. Very funny. Never done it. Never. I couldn't do it. Even when I first started, I couldn't do it. I was so horrified because I thought, you see, when I first started at LBC, that I'd be Butch. I thought, deep, chocolatey brown voice, hello, and, and trying to make it, sound very sick. And then I suddenly realised it didn't sound like that at all. In fact, nothing could be further from the truth. I was sort of midway between Alan Carr and Joe Pasquale. I couldn't quite get to grips with it. So, no, everybody's got an idea. It's like if you're a model. You ask models, must be nice being perfect. And they go, I'm not perfect. Look, got a crook in my nose, I've got this, I've got that. And so nobody thinks they're perfect. I mean, I do know of presenters who listen back to themselves and relive the programme. And I wouldn't like to mention any names because I couldn't possibly comment on where these people are or whether their career was curtailed some time ago. But I do know people that have, in the past, actually done a programme and then sort of, when they're back in the office, relived it again. And everybody's going, oh, shut up. I couldn't possibly say who it was at all. I would never say anything like that. That would be betraying a trust. And if you'll notice, the one thing Steve Allen is never known for is being a gossip. The very idea that I could sit down here and produce tittle-tattle makes me laugh, though, because the people who really love the tittle-tattle listen every day. Morning, nice to be company. It's Wednesday morning. Racing through, isn't it? Racing through. It's going to be wet today, it's going to be wet tomorrow, and it's going to be wet at the weekend, which is quite nice, actually. Peter says, my boss used to have a sign outside his door which said, I may have my faults, but being wrong isn't one of them. I like that. That would be outside on my door. Steve, I'm convinced somebody in the future invented time travel and messed up. It's the only explanation. After 4 months to have had Trump almost starting World War III, storm after storm, flood after flood, global pandemic. I mean, is the leader of North Korea dead or alive? And the coming recession. I don't know about Joe's about the coming recession. I think we're in it. That's the problem nowadays, isn't it? You don't know. In your opinion, says Steve, where does space end? Is it beyond your belief that there could possibly be other life on other planets? No, not at all, actually. Space is infinite. It just goes on forever and a day. But that's why there's nothing out there. And it's no good coming up with that sort of naff argument of, oh, it's so big, how do you know what's out there? I'm just telling you. They've been to a lot of places. Admittedly, they've just recently found a Sainsbury's on Mars, but I mean, that's neither here nor there. They've only been in it for ages and ages. It's all sort of, cobwebs everywhere. But no, that's the old argument, isn't it? So where does space end? It doesn't. It just goes on and on and on and on and on and on. I know this because I've spoken to all the experts. So I'm well advanced. And when they say life, are you talking about something that waddles along and goes, hello, how are you? No. It'll be like a little microcosm in a little piece of water or something like that. It depends whether you subscribe to the fact that the good Lord made heaven and earth in 7 days or 6 days, then he rested, or whether you believe that it was an almighty explosion some years ago. But what was there? Is there a bigger person looking down on the whole universe? Is it like that, do you think? We don't know. But no, there is definitely nothing on other planets. Definitely nothing. We'd have heard from them. They'd have sent a letter. They don't sort of worry about things like that. Of course, it's very nice for people to believe in it, but it's like people who follow Star Trek, isn't it? Or Star Wars, or any of those other things, It's 5-year mission to explore, but, it's old rubbish, isn't it? You're never going to find spaceships like that, even in the future. Never in our lifetime will you ever see anything that looks like the Starship Enterprise. That's just created in Gene Roddenberry's mind. Steven Spielberg and E.T. and all those sort of things. It's very sweet, isn't it? Down comes spacecraft, E.T. phone home, he comes outside, and then the spacecraft flies away, and left lying in the jungle, Kitty finds him, walks into the fridge, has a couple of sherbets, and then eventually they all the army turn up because they've heard about this thing, and then he's here, and then they put him in a little compression chamber, and then the plant dies, and little boy crying again, and then all of a sudden plant stands up erect again. Little boy goes, yeah, he's alive, and then they have to do a thing, and then they take off on their bicycles, and the rest of them say, I'm quite glad to see the back of him. To be honest with you, he'd been a right pain in the rear end, hadn't he? I'm sorry. This is my friend. What's his name? E.T. What was that phone? Edward Teddy Bear or something? No, extraterrestrial. Extraterrestrial. And he could move things with the power of his mind. I know police officers like that. They're very good. They can do things like that. But no, it's nice. It's something to believe in, isn't it? I prefer to have tangible evidence that there is something there. You know, I want to see the evidence. You know, if all of a sudden all our screens cloud over here, go whoosh, and all of a sudden a strange thing appears, like when they do on Star Trek, and somebody flying, you know, another Millennium Falcon or something like that, hose into them, and you go, oh my God, they're really frightening. And then there's loads of them, and then I look on the tape and I think, no, it's not true. It's not true. Steve, it's a bit ironic that in the Lloyds Bank ad they say that they're by our side. More than ever because of social distancing. Well, it's a right load of old rubbish in our area, because in Twickenham they've closed Lloyds Bank. It's got a big sign in. All the lights are still on, because they've obviously got loads of money, yours, and they've left all the lights on, and yet it says this bank is now closed for the foreseeable future. Doesn't bother me, I'm not with Lloyds, I don't care. Is space bigger than the void inside Trump's head, says Dave? Ooh, I don't know. Joe says, how do you travel to and from the station every day now with social distancing? Well, you're a bit late, aren't you, to the party? We've been social distancing for the past 4 weeks. How do I travel to and from the station? I get in a car, okay, and then I come here, and then I open the door, door opens, and I get out, and I walk into the building, and that's it. Have you heard of cars? I always have a slight worry about people like that for social distancing. I'm doing more social distancing than you are. I'm 6 feet away from the producer, an assistant producer at the moment. We don't sort of socialise. And if we do socialise, you know, hold hands and skip, you know, we're wearing masks. And that's how... Well, you mustn't worry about me. You know, you sound as if you're a bit of a nosy Parker, that you're sort of worrying, because we've explained this day after day after day. So you're obviously worrying about it, aren't you? Well, you mustn't worry. You mustn't worry. I am the healthiest person you'll ever meet. And I'm... top dog, top category, you know, for people. But as a diabetic, I'm very healthy. People always ask me. I don't know why. Believe you me, you'd know about it. How do you think I would fill a programme? Steve, this Sainsbury's on Mars. Is there a queue? No, and there's a ship leaving very shortly. Quick, get up there. I bet they've got some out-of-date bread, though. That'd be the kind of thing they haven't got, isn't it, really? Steve, a slowdown for sure in patient movement from Kingston and Croydon hospitals last night. Looking good. The pandemic's slowly coming to an end. I wouldn't guarantee it. I really wouldn't guarantee it. I think they're massaging figures. In fact, I'm pretty certain they're massaging figures, because they were saying the other day, oh, it's coming to an end. There's only like 300, 400 and something deaths in hospital. They hadn't included the 290 people added on who die in care homes every day. Every single day, 290 people are dying in care homes. Add that on, and we're losing 600-700 people a day. All right, you could argue, could you not, that in fact people would be dying at this rate anyway through just natural causes. But if they added all the list of the people who died in hospital, that's what I'd like to see. That's what I want to see. I want to see the figures for the hospitals. I want to see exactly how many people are dying every day, not necessarily from coronavirus, because I think there are other illnesses that people die for. So I think actually I don't think it's a slowdown in patient movement. I really don't. Steve, imagine an alien race turning up on Earth only to be wiped out by COVID-19. Keith says God sent us a book, the Bible. Well, he didn't, did he? That was the trouble. It was changed. The Bible was translated over the years, and lots of things in it as different people's interpretation came about. It would feature in the book. So by the time you'd seen the translation from a long time ago, you'd be looking at something completely different. Joe says, if space is infinite, which is hard to comprehend, it necessarily follows that anything is possible. It surely then follows that everything that is possible would happen. By logic, there another you out there doing this show. Right. He says, by logic, maybe I didn't send this text, and now you're saying something totally different. Maybe you did get the cheap Earth in the end. You'll never know, do you? Because this show's pre-recorded. You can't tell, can you? I recorded this on Thursday last week. This show is Thursday. I have the foresight to guess what's going to be on the front page of all the papers. And you know, I've never been wrong. Never, ever wrong. I can predict the front page of all the papers, considering this programme was recorded some time ago. Why? So that people don't worry about how I get backwards and forwards to the studio, because I'm in a phone box. And I stand in the phone box, and then the door opens, and I'm dressed as Superman. And then I get sort of, and then I just sort of, I click my fingers and I'm back at home again. I was doing the UFO. Look at it. I mean, how can you ever see that that's a UFO? It could be anything, couldn't it? Could be absolutely anything. Producer's so desperate to believe in it. He's so desperate to go to a place that accepts him. It's as simple as that. And he reckons on the assumption that if he goes there, they won't think he's odd because he's got long hair, like a girl, And so that's what he wants. He wants to go to a place where you wake up in the morning and it's all lollipops and pink ice cream, and we can have cheese on toast, and we can skip and dance and pick flowers and swim in crystal clear waters and talk to little green, horribly deformed men called E.T., who should look after us. It was almost as bad as Planet of the Apes. I'm surprised nobody's ever picked up on that one. A whole planet full of apes who are controlling the humans. Now that I'd like to see. That I'd like to see. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, no queue at Sainsbury's on Mars because all the chavs are at Lidl on Neptune. See, you're buying into it already. You're buying into it already. I mean, it doesn't take much, does it? If I push you in the right direction, you're definitely going to go there. When I was a kid, I read a comic, Steve, called The Eagle. And do you know, they talk to each other on personal communication devices and travel to a space station. It'll never happen. Well, have you been to a space station, Graham? Don't lie to me. I don't like people telling lies. It's awful. And personal communications, where do you get that idea from? Pfft, ridiculous, honestly. Never heard such rubbish. Steve, if an alien did land, we'd have to show them an episode of Gemma Collins' Diva in Lockdown. They'd soon go back. Oh, I don't think they'd come down here. Listen, if they're that clever and they managed to fly here, do you not think they've seen all this stuff? Do you not think they've seen it? Watch Flight of the Navigator. Watch that Disney film, Flight of the Navigator. Compliance. You watch it. It's very good. Where they want to take everything out of this young boy's head and they plug him in, and literally they then he's able to give star charts and all these other things. Because I'm sure, mind you, not all of you listening at the moment, but there might be a few of you that we could probably get something decent out. We plug you into a machine, and then all of a sudden you can read people's thoughts. I mean, that'd be brilliant. I was watching a Mind Reader on what was it? Oh, this morning, and he's very good. I mean, I thought he was very, very good. Almost too good. But I like the idea that people... Ron says, do you think people were kinder 20 years ago? 20 years ago? What was that? So what are we into now, Jay? 20... not really, no. No. And if you go back to the 17 and 1800s, we were barbaric. We were absolutely barbaric. We had public executions in this country. You think that was being kinder? We're going to hang you. Okay, take him away. And then people used to sort of hang outside the pubs and give people on their way to the gallows up at Hyde Park Corner. There was the hanging tree. The thing was in the middle of the road. They've just got a little plaque. I mean, don't go and look for it. You'd be run over. And that's where it was. And they would hang people. They'd put you in on the cart and people would jeer and boo, and somebody selling popcorn and somebody selling whirly gigs, and, pick up your sweets here and, get your last picture taken with the bloke who's going to be hanged, And, was I kinder? I've always been kind. That's my failing. That's my failing. I'm too nice. I'm too nice to people. I can't help it. Somebody said to me, what makes a decent radio presenter? I said, what are you asking me for? And I think that's me being kind. There's no hard and fast rules. All I have to do is sort of look at the audience figures, and that's my CV. The CV is my audience figures, and I think I've always been kind to people. As I say, I'm a little bit like Dame Edna Everage. I like to sort of help the poor struggling people, and to make sure that they believe they're struggling, and to help them out. Come to any of my shows, and you will find hundreds and hundreds of people who think exactly the same as me. And that's why it works. I mean, sometimes I think I'm a little bit too good. I'm a little bit too nice to people. I mean, sometimes I think to myself, why did you say that about somebody? And I go, well, because I wanted to, and because I can. I never tell fibs, though. I only ever tell the truth. Can't tell fibs in this business. You can only ever tell... People think, oh, you just say what you want to do. No. It's far more sophisticated than that. Good heavens above. Steve, if you don't believe in fairies, what about Bigfoot and Nessie? There is no such thing as Bigfoot, Sasquatch, or whatever it is. No. The abominable snowman, grow up. And Nessie, I mean, dear God, the sooner they get that out and turn it into kebabs, the better we'll all be. That's me being caring again. I can't help it, you see. I'm thinking that if Nessie's got family, hasn't, I wonder really... somebody says, trying to select which mask to wear for today. Frankenstein's monster, the mummy, or Mickey Mouse. Early breakfast on LBC. It's Wednesday, the 29th of April. Tomorrow, last day So, and then the day after we do this pinching and punching, but to be honest with you, as we are social distancing, it ain't going to be happening, okay? We'll just have to say the White Rabbits thing and stuff like that. Steve, says Alex, the communicators in 1960s Star Trek were the inspiration for mobile phones. I saw it on a documentary. Oh, well, it must be true. I read it in a newspaper. That's a good thing, isn't it, really? We've got a poem coming up in a moment. Somebody says, I can't believe there's still a person called Trevor in existence. Yeah, isn't it funny? Even in biblical times, there was nobody called Trevor. I wonder what year Trevor came into existence. I quite like some of the old biblical names. They're much better. And somebody says, Dear Steve Allen, producer, may I say you are the unsung hero in Steve Allen's show. It's you who decides the content. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, sit down. Okay, face the other way. Don't look at me. I'm the artiste. Anyway, the poem today was selected because I remember it from a long, long time ago, and it's not a short poem, but I think it's very nice, and I think the words are very meaningful. Okay, it was written in 1927, and you've probably heard it before because it's been set to music, and it kind of sums up everything. It's called Desiderata. And immediately many of you going, we know Desiderata. Go placidly amid the noise and the haste, and remember what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible, without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth quietly and clearly, and listen to others. Even to the dull and the ignorant, they too have their story. Avoid loud and aggressive persons. They are vexatious to the spirit. If you compare yourself with others, you may become vain or bitter, for always there will be greater and lesser persons than yourself. Enjoy your achievements as well as your plans. Keep interested in your own career, however humble. It's a real possession in the changing fortunes of time. Exercise caution in your business affairs, for the world is full of trickery. But let this not blind you to what virtue there is. Many persons strive for high ideals, and everywhere life is full of heroism. Be yourself. Especially do not feign affection, neither be cynical about love, for in the face of all aridity and disenchantment, it is as perennial as the grass. Take kindly the counsel of the years, gratefully surrendering the things of youth. Nurture strength of spirit to shield you in sudden misfortune, but do not distress yourself with dark imaginings. Many fears are born of fatigue and loneliness. Beyond a wholesome discipline, be gentle with yourself. You are a child of the universe. No less than the trees and the stars, you have a right to be here. And whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Therefore be at peace with God, whatever you conceive him to be. And whatever your labels and aspirations in the noisy confusion of life, keep peace in your soul. With all its slam, sham, drudgery and broken dreams, it is still a beautiful world. Be cheerful. Strive to be happy. That nice. Desiderata from 1927. You'll find it on, there's all sorts of versions on YouTube, which is quite lovely, actually. Somebody says there's a town in Wales, Steve, called Trevor. Paul says, if Einstein is right, all time stops at the speed of light, they're already here. Yep. I love that. I love that. Oh, the poet, actually, was Max Ehrmann. Okay, thank you. Another one here, which says, could you predict the Euro numbers for Friday? Certainly not. We never predict things like that. That would be blasphemy, being able to predict winning numbers. What, so that people would win money? Good heavens above, no. Absolutely not. Even though balmy old Mystic Meg, long since retired, I used to see her at the BBC walking the corridors. I see a green door, she'd say, wearing this little acrylic wig. Somebody opened her dressing room door once and saw the wig sitting on a stand, which was funny. And then all of a sudden she started writing for one of the newspapers. She worked for a newspaper as a secretary, and they needed somebody after, I think, one of the other ones decided to retire, because people like reading their star signs. And they picked her, so I believe you could recycle them every 10 years. You don't need to, because if you read them, they apply to most people, don't they? Are you watching Beat the Chase on ITV? So great, says Dan. Take care, thank you. And I'm in hospital at the moment, and I'm being told to be quiet. Oh, it's not very good. I'm assuming you're a doctor. And it says, because people are obviously trying to sleep. Another one here, which says, have you always been modest? Oh, good Lord above, honestly. I think I coined the word modest. You know, people would say to me, how important are you in the scheme of things? I said, well, you know, Don't want to boast about it. So I have seen Beat the Chase, but I didn't quite understand it, actually. Because how on earth you can actually cope with 5 of these people? They seem to know the answers to most things. Although, actually, the big fat one, the big bloke, he got quite a few wrong the other day when I was watching. But I had seen it. I quite like the audience. I quite like the set. And we like Bradley as well, don't we? Which is very good. Do you modify your Lego house during lockdown? Lego house. Do you know, I don't even possess any Lego. I wish I did. I'm looking forward to them bringing out the Lego pop stars. They've got Drake and people like that. I'm looking forward to the Beatles ones. That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? That would definitely be fantastic. Beatles in Lego. That would be something to collect. Do you mean to say that Bigfoot and the Hendersons and the cartoon The Family Nest were not documentaries, says James? I know, I wish. Steve, was Baz Luhrmann's Sunscreen based on this morning's poem? So, I don't know. I've had loads of people say how much they enjoyed Desiderata. It was read by somebody. It came out with music, and I can't remember who actually did it, but I think it got into the charts. Must have taken forever to sing it on Top of the Pops, wasn't it, really? But I like that idea. Right, so the newspapers for today: care home deaths set to overtake hospitals, which is what we knew anyway. And there's somebody, one of the Chelsea pensioners here. This is Dewey Treharne, 85, has himself recovered from COVID-19 outside the Chelsea and Westminster Hospital, where he was part of the 1 minute silence the other day, which was lovely. Also, The Guardian, should you cut your own hair? I don't have any choice. Can't wait for them to open those blooming things, because that's the one beef at the moment. But I can live without that. You know, if worst comes to the worst, I'll just have to sort of, I don't know, think of something. So, over 65s and workers to get the test, but only if you have symptoms. Well, if you have symptoms, what do you need a test for? You must know, mustn't you? There's one man inside here, he works inside the NHS, and he said he got hot. He'd been hot for a few days. And I don't think it's where you sort of stick a thermometer in your mouth or under your arms or in your ear. And he said then he got the pains. He got an awful lot of pain. And so that was the kind of thing that worried him. But I mean, now you're only eligible for this coronavirus test. So this is over 65s and people who must leave home for work. And but only if you've got symptoms. So if you don't have symptoms, they're not going to bother testing you. Otherwise, I mean, I don't know how much it is. I really don't know how. France's lockdown, they say, has saved 62,000 lives. But over in Germany, they relaxed it, and now because they saw a surge in cases, they've gone back into lockdown again. New figures reveal a third of all COVID deaths in England and Wales are now in care homes. 586 die in hospital. Labour leader Keir Starmer will speak with the Prime Minister today to discuss the crisis. I don't think they know what to do. I really don't think they know what to do. And are they having the fly pass now for Colonel Tom, Captain Tom? Somebody was saying, I'm sure I read in a paper today that they're going to go for the fly pass, but I thought they'd already said no because of social distancing. I mean, you know, it does. I mean, I'd like to see them have a fly pass for him. We'd also quite like to see that he's going to get, you know, some sort of reward. The Queen is going to obviously send him because it's his birthday tomorrow. And so they say he will get the fly past. Oh. So Grant Shapps wrote on Twitter, the RAF aerial salute was meant to be a surprise. You can't have any secrets in this day and age, can you? We're going to have a bit of a surprise for you, Tom. But now, you know, they said it urged people to follow Captain Tom's disciplined example and not gather to watch the fly past, but continuing to follow guidelines on social distancing. Bless his heart. Mind you, he's 100, isn't he? He's going to be 100. Originally, the fly path was blocked. It was deemed non-essential. But I think it's going on now. Where it goes over, I've got no idea. But, I mean, that'll be brilliant, won't it? We like that. Steve, at the end of clubbing nights, it used to be great to pull a partner with the slow songs. How will that now be possible with social distancing? Well, how about going to the cinema? How about going to theatres? What are they going to do? You imagine you're sitting in the theatre and the curtain goes up and the person next to you starts a coughing fit. What are you going to do? Get up and go, are you mad? What are you doing here? Terrible, really. So you have to sort of worry about that. That's right, Les Crane, thank you. I knew somebody was. Got to number 7 in the UK charts in 1972. The government's heading for infamy. Oh, what a carry on, Steve. There was a traction engine called Trevor on the Thomas the Tank Engine show. Do you know, I only ever watched Thomas the Tank Engine on a few occasions. It was a little bit out of my depth, I think. Steve, heard you mention the Bible. Who gets the royalties? Do you know there's no royalties on the Bible at all? Must be a hell of a rich person. Be worth putting in a claim, says Robert. I don't know. Can you imagine? Because there's so many people responsible for doing it. It was put out to tender, wasn't it? And lots of people wrote different bits of it, but their interpretations were not exactly all in the same department. In The Chase, the team of 4 lose a lot of their answering time waiting for Bradley to call their name before they answer. In Beat the Chasers answer without their names being called, giving them an even greater advantage, says Jonathan. I did watch it. I thought it was completely stacked against this poor bloke. So he could have had all of them, and he could have won 75,000, but he was only 18 years old. He didn't seem to know anything at all. In fact, how he even passed muster to get on the show was totally beyond me. Also, and then Clement Knight, there's that one there. And these past 4 weeks, Steve, I've been watching a lot of old television, which you couldn't or be allowed to make today with the woke and nanny states. Just watched Extras again. So funny. Ricky Gervais. Love him, says Tudor. He's very good, isn't he? What was that last thing he did? He's just done something else, hasn't he? Afterlife. Apparently supposed to be brilliant. So I've got to get that or watch it again. Somebody says, how much does a fly pass cost? Don't even ask. I wouldn't like to imagine how much it costs to fuel up. Here's a picture of the Queen Mother and Princess Elizabeth, Winston Churchill and George VI, who perfected the art of waving, which was sort of like circular hand motions. I mean, waving stuff like that. But he did it, peasants, lowly people, and all that kind of stuff. It was all very peculiar, very peculiar. But Tony Robinson admits he fluffed his lines whilst being knighted. He said, when I was getting my knighthood in 2013, an equerry told me when to kneel and what to say, but I forgot it all. He said even Prince William, I forgot his name. You can get... We've all had days like that, haven't we? Where you get to that sort of stage. Mind you, I have days. It's called Beat the Chaser. I shall have to watch it. I shall have to sort of pick up on it. I didn't sort of get the whole of it the other day. Somebody says, what's your favourite emoji? Well, the thumbs up or the glasses of champagne are the ones that I seem to use most often. Jeremy in Manchester, used to be in Pinner back in 71, 72, wants to know if he can start a claim to fame thread. He says, I used to deliver papers to Ronnie Barker in Pinner back in 71, 72. Did he ever tip you at Christmas, though? That would be the thing, isn't it? No royalties with the Bible, as it's the most sold book, Steve, but the least read. Yes, I mean, lots of people have got copies. I've got a copy of the Bible, which my parents bought me years ago, and the wood is taken from the Garden of Gethsemane, from a tree there. And so it's wooden, and all the pages, beautiful, actually. It's gold bits on it, which is lovely, very nice. Mr. Facino still doing the cleaning, says Donna. Yes, absolutely. Yes, I mean, I see trucks going up and down the road every day. People, decorating, roofing, guttering, all sorts of things. People are still going out there doing it. So there was on the Chase a woman who took on all 5 and won £50,000. She wanted to take her little boy skiing, says Sue-Ann. How blimey, that means you've got to be really good, isn't it, to get through and get £50,000. They try and make it as difficult as possible. Steve roughly added, what Captain Tom and the Big Night In have made is everybody in Britain gave £1 to the NHS, says Paul in Birmingham. Yes, I mean, it's an awful lot of money that's come in, isn't it? An awful lot of money. And it's good. Somebody wants to know if all these people are sort of not opening businesses, how are prostitutes and the sex industry work? If you're doing social distancing, how does that work? And I just thought about that myself, actually. Somebody raised it as a question, pun intended, and you think to yourself, well, how do they work? I mean, well, I know how they work, but I just begin to wonder whether or not the police are out there, because I don't see that many police out there at the moment. I'm sure they're all there. The reason that the postmen are stopping on the Saturday deliveries is the fact that they've lost a lot of postmen who are isolating at home. So that's the reason. What have we got here? Oh, there's a Victoria Beckham story. She apparently has gone into meltdown, so we're told, but as I say, I don't believe half the stuff that is written about her. And it's because, people are picking on her, saying she's got all this money, but they're apparently really tight. They don't mind spending 19 million on a flat. The children must be getting the worst possible start in life, thinking, because they must be reading the papers. We know that Jordan reads the papers every day. Well, she goes online. She reads stuff online. Also, I'll tell you what mums want, what they really, really want. That's Baby Spice nappies. Apparently Emma Bunton has come up with baby must-haves, courtesy of everybody's favourite baby. But if you think these nappies are like every other brand, they're not. It's called Emma's Kit and Kin range, available in Boots. Cloth nappies are made from reclaimed fishing nets. Dear. I mean, to be honest with you, I shouldn't expect the catch of the day to be quite as appetising. Ooh, horrid, horrid, horrid. Joey Essex, apparently, at the age of 29, playing age 12, 13, I should imagine, is sort of cutting his teeth on serious survival and endurance skills. This is the one who wears a watch, but he can't tell the time. A little bit embarrassing. And now his girlfriend, still dragging out her 5 seconds of fame, Lorena Medina, says there were many things he didn't know. He didn't know how to brush his teeth. He was shaking his head side to side instead of moving his hand. I was like, babe. So that's, now you know what she's like then. What, babe? Used to be somebody called Nicola McLean on the television. It was donkeys years ago. She talked like that, babe. But anyway, apparently, Katie Price quit on Monday. Thank God for that. And actually took with her Anthea Turner. So there is a God, if ever you thought that there weren't. Steve, why were Adam and Eve the happiest couple ever? They had no in-laws. Yeah. Do we believe that the serpent and the apple? I quite like it. It's a good story. Steve, I got 5 bags of compost from Poundland last week. I was amazed to see that they were open and so capitalised on the fact. Yeah, they're open because you know why? They sell food. If you sell food, there's so many anomalies you can get round these things. I mean, to be honest with you, if I was a hairdresser, I'd start selling food. And that way you could open, I suppose. Sue Ann says lots of couples are not social distancing. Well, they're not. Lots of celebrities are not social distancing either, which is not so good. And how did we win the war? 75 years on, VE Day. How we won the war, part 3 in the papers today. There's also a book out and everything else. And also Richard Osman reckons that Deal or No Deal would definitely make a comeback. It was very good. It was based on people's greed of a box. It was with Noel Edmonds. And I used to watch it, I used to think, you know, and they're talking to the banker, and, you know, I think it was very funny, actually. Very, very funny. Also, CBBC are rushing out new shows to help with lockdown boredom. I mean, they don't need to rush things out. Why don't parents just go out and sort of order on Amazon cartoons? You get loads of cartoon DVDs. Kids will sit there and watch anything. But they've also got Dr. Chris and Dr. X, My Celebrity Supply Teacher, Boogie Beebies with Oti Babusi, and Mimi Misfits, Life on Lockdown. Don't worry about kids' favourite Mr. Tumble. He's also getting more work as he'll be back with Stay In with Mr. Tumble and Mr. Tumble's radio show. I love it. I'm so envious of poor children's presenters. It's a thankless job where you have to sort of take yourself back to your own childhood. Hello. It's a bit like that, isn't it? Hello, how are we today? Let's look through the round window. No, we don't want to look through the round window. As I say, just look no further for badly behaved children than Peter Andres. I mean, he's got about much use as parenting skills as a chocolate bloomin' fire guard. Because there he was the other day, they messed the kitchen up, so as opposed to Pete saying, you're very naughty, you've thrown this food all over the place, he took a photograph of it and put it up on Twitter. I mean, seriously. It's very embarrassing, isn't it, as Peter heads towards 50. How about Clever Trevor? Ian Dury and the Blockheads. And Trevor is the first name of TVR Car, says Ray. Cool show again, yes. Steve, they already did a Beatles Lego. The figures came with a yellow submarine, says Posty Mark. Did they? Well, perhaps this is an old one they're doing. Is it all in one long box? I quite like that, actually. That sort of, it appeals to me. Very much indeed. I don't know what I'd do with it. I'll probably just leave it in the box, I suppose. It would just sort of probably gather dust. The Sun this morning, 5 weeks of... Oh, there they are. Look, the Beatles Yellow Submarine. Oh, wow. Quite like that. Wow, how much is it? How much is it? Wait a minute, we're trying to find a price for you. It's £129.99. Wow. Good Lord above. It's good, though, isn't it? I quite like that. That's not bad, actually. So you get George, Ringo, Paul and John. Ideal for display or role-play fun. Yeah. What sort of role-playing you'd be going with it? But they look good, don't they? That's very nice. There you go. It's going on my Christmas list this year. What happens as my car MOT expires in May, says Jack? I think you can get MOTs done. I'm pretty certain you can get MOTs done. Because otherwise it would be illegal. Because if you have to go past a police car... thinking you can get away with it, and it flashes up on the police camera recognition thing, the number plate recognition. It'll tell them if you don't have an MOT, you get nicked. Because you're going to have cars driving around with no MOT. That would be highly dangerous. So I think, and this is according to I think if it expired before the 29th of March 2020, you must book an MOT. But also, you or someone you live with has... Oh, no. So, in other words, if the vehicle's MOT, so if it expired before, it'll be updated if anything changes. Right, so I'm none the wiser on that. So, book it as usual, unless... Unless you live with somebody who's got coronavirus, you're extremely vulnerable from coronavirus. But you must stay at home, self-isolate if either of the situations apply. Do not take your vehicle for its MOT, but you can. So you can, the MOT places are open, so you can take your vehicle for MOT because it is illegal not to have an MOT on your vehicle. So it's one of those sort of, but if you've got the coronavirus or somebody in your family's got it, don't take it. You'll just have to sit at home and wait till the necessary passes. That's the only way that you're going to get round to it. There's a queue of people here. Where are these ones? Trying to get into Costco in Thurrock. Well, obviously their idea down in Thurrock of being 6 foot in front of the person in front has gone completely out the window because they've got no idea. They're almost all huddled together. Also not paying, mind to the 2-metre gap. This is people sitting on trains. An angry nurse posted a photograph of her busy London Underground train carriage yesterday. Everybody's sitting next to each other. More fool them. More fool them. Don't really know what else to say, do you, really? So I'm not surprised the nurse took a picture and then sort of said, you know, look at these stupid people. I mean, but what is it that people don't understand about it? It really drives you mad, doesn't it? McDonald's have begun tests in preparation for opening. They're looking at protective equipment and social distancing for staff. They'll get those visors that you bring down. And also you can put up plastic screens in all the places. That's not difficult, is it? And the Queen will lead the VE Day celebrations with an address to the nation next Friday after public events were cancelled. There'll also be a UK-wide sing-along to Vera Lynn's We'll Meet Again, and families being urged to put up bunting and listen to Winston Churchill's victory speech. And then, we shall fight them on the beaches. We shall never give up. I mean, that inspired a lot of people, actually. The Culture Secretary, Oliver Dowden, says we owe an enormous debt of gratitude, the like of which you will not know. Peter Seabrook, everybody's favourite gardener. There's quite a few favourite gardeners, actually. And he says 568,700 UK jobs supported by horticulture and landscaping. Boris is facing mounting pressure today to reopen garden centres in time for the bank holiday. Bosses insist they've got measures to keep customers safe. They warn millions of pounds worth of plants will die if they rent. Well, I'll tell you what, if you think they're going to die, put them outside the gates of the garden centre and we'll just come along and collect them. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? But the Garden Centre Association CEO Ian Wiley says we're ready to go as soon as we have permission. Go on, open them. God in heaven, give us something to smile about, please. That would be very nice, wouldn't it? More of your texts and emails in a moment. Steve, I used to love Deal or No Deal. Used to watch it religiously every afternoon. Noel was great at the helm. I miss seeing him on television. I hope they bring it back. Well, the chances are that they might, Billy, but of course they might not want Noel to do it. They might want somebody else. And I think he's good. I wish they'd bring back, I mean, his other programmes. I mean, especially Noel's Christmas Presents. My favourite programme. Of all favourite programmes. My friend Ray can always get me copies of these things, and I love them. I wish they'd bring out a box set of Noel's Christmas Presents. That would suit me absolutely down to the ground. I could be quite happy just sitting there sobbing through the afternoon, which is great. I think nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 27 minutes to 6. Walsh says, I've just tuned in after watching The Godfather 3. I can't remember, actually, which Godfather 1, Godfather 2 was good, but hadn't it petered out by 3? Hadn't it petered out a little bit? I mean, it was certainly something that was very interesting. I don't think we'd ever seen anything like it. You know the house in it, where the horse's head was found in the bed, actually came up for sale a short while ago. I say a short while ago, about a couple of years back, and it was a huge amount of money. But you had to prove that you had the money to buy it before they would show you round it. Because I'm watching these programmes on the television in the morning, which I find fascinating. You know, A Place Abroad or A Place by the Sea, and some of these places in America, in Florida, these flats are just amazing. They're just, I mean, it's seriously, the balconies frighten me. They've only got little ledges before you plunge 300 feet to your death. You know, if you're going to dive into the pool, this would be the kind of thing to go to. But some of the staircases, them, it's like a Hollywood set. And there was one that they said, oh, this is this. And I looked, I went, wow. And it came fully furnished. Everything that you saw was everything for you. including a piano, including the bar, including these fabulous kitchens, marble bathrooms, staircases, and I think it was about, what were they asking for it? About 20 million. But they said they'll do a deal. Imagine actually that's what I like about the Americans. I mean, I don't know if they do it here or not, but I love the idea that you can go there and you see a place and they go, it's for sale with everything. I think if you go to the Bahamas, or if you go to anywhere like that, I think everything is there. Everything is there. Everything that you see in the house. You know, it's just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing that you can buy everything. But this £20 million house is just like, your jaw drops. It's it's quite something. And you think, what sort of people buy them? I know that the estate that Dale was on in Sarasota, most of the people didn't live there. It was their holiday home. And I remember thinking, because you'd think he'd be seeing next door neighbours. Hardly any. But so I said, who are your neighbours? I don't know. He only saw one, I think. He only saw one person. But amazing. Steve, Deal or No Deal was amazing in the early days, and everybody had to have a sob story they had to drone on about. I thought it was very good. I thought it was a very good programme. But there again, I thought everything that Noel did was good. House Party was just stunningly brilliant. It got dropped because I think the audience started tailing off a little bit. But it was fantastic. You got, people from The Bill would go on there. I mean, it was just brilliant. It was good fun, and he seemed to have boundless energy. He was Tony Blackburn all the time, because they had a big falling out, and then they sort of, went back and rekindled their friendship, and then he was Tony all the time. And Tony was absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. So I liked it. So I hope they bring it back, or at least give him back his Christmas presents on the BBC. Let's get some decent festive stuff in. But at the moment, I don't know what they're running with, what they're not running with. So we'll have to wait and see. Got in touch yesterday, Steve, about my terrible toothache. Phoned the dentist, and the receptionist told me I literally had to have a face like a football to get an appointment. I'm amazed that your dentist is there. I don't think they've been open since March, have they, dentists? I don't think they are, actually. Steve, I love Noel Edmonds too. And we never hear about him these days. Deal or Deal wouldn't be the same without him. No, I don't think they should ever remake programmes that are for some particular person. I think it's them and their show alone, because they made it. I don't want to watch anybody else sort of standing in and doing it. Who was it? Alan Carr, who did loads of different game shows. But there was a documentary on the television. It was a case of, what was it? Oh, that's right. They were looking at Bob Monkhouse. And he was, what a force to be reckoned with. He really was. They put him with Des O'Connor, so it was an absolute gift. An absolute gift. And they worked extremely well together. And some of the stories he was telling, he told me when I interviewed him years and years ago. He was fab. He was sort of like the game show presenter. Although a lot of people say it was a toss-up between him or Bruce Forsyth, because Bruce was a very good game show presenter. He just seemed to fall into it. And I think that with Bob Monkhouse, he'd been an actor, and then he, it's a case of all of these sort of things go full circle, and he started doing the what do they call it? The Northern Club Circuit, and apparently the Northern Club Circuit is quite tough. Oh, by the way, just going back to those MOTs that we were talking about, the advice we gave was for MOTs due up to the 29th of March. As we said, MOTs due from the 30th of March are different. According to gov.uk, your car, van or motorcycle's MOT expiry date will be extended by 6 months if it's due on or after 30th of March, but you've got to keep your vehicle safe to drive. So you get the extension. So that was for cars and the MOT due up to the 29th of March. Some people don't even know when their MOT expires. So go to gov.uk, you can put your car number in, it'll tell you when the MOT runs out and things like that. You can find all the bits and pieces. But your car, van or motorcycle's MOT will be extended by 6 months if it's due on or after the 30th of March 2020. So MOT is due from the 30th of March. This was only up to the 29th. But from the 30th of March are different, but you must keep your vehicle safe to drive. Steve, this one here, totally agree with you about Noel Edmonds, and the Christmas presents was brilliant, says Rachel. I thought it was fantastic. I think it was the only thing that could actually make people become quite sort of teary. Quite teary. Steve, I do miss a little cheeky Pizza Hut delivery. Well, they're still delivering round our way. Are they not delivering round your way? God, you can't move round our way for little tiny motorbikes, little scooters whizzing about all over the place. That's how it works. In fact, that's why they've opened some of the Burger King, some of the KFC. It's so that people can get a home delivery. There's not the full menu. I think KFC have said it's a limited menu. Limited menu. I don't remember all the sob stories. Steve, please don't think I'm judging for 1 second, says Joanne, but I was queuing to get into Tesco on Saturday and I must have seen 3 different families with little kids, like a family outing. Why wouldn't one member of the family go in to reduce any risk? Well, I agree with you. I thought they were stopping that. Marks and Spencer's, I think, was stopping couples going in. I was in there when somebody came and said, excuse me, you're not supposed to be in here as a couple. I mean, to be honest with you, I've also seen families with little kids. Mind you, there's a woman in the paper today, or perhaps she was online, and she's pregnant, okay? She's a single mother, 3 children, and she phoned up her local store, one of those supermarket places, and she says here that she phoned them up to say, does she get preferential treatment going to the front of the queue? And the woman on the phone said, no, you'll have to queue like everybody else. You know, because otherwise there's a limit to what you... Anyway, so she started moaning about it. Moaning about the fact that she's got this other problem where she can't stand around for too long. And apparently she doesn't know anybody at all in the entire wide world who can do her shopping. But she's managed to find enough time to have sex and have 3 children. And now she's got another one on the way. And I'm thinking to myself, maybe contraception would have been better. Or find some... She must have friends who can go and get shopping for her. Blimey, if you can find shopping, you know, and she appeared to have nothing. She was just obviously being particularly difficult about it. But you could do it. You could actually do it. And so the shop said no. And so she apparently burst into tears. And I'm thinking, but why not sort of get some friends down there? Also, you know, what are you going to... You're not taking the kids down as well, are you? It's not a day out. Not a day out. So, please. And you would definitely, says Jim, talking about Nick Abbott. Absolutely not. I never talk about Nick Abbott. Never talk about Nick. He talks about me constantly, but I never talk about Nick Abbott. You were certainly up the wrong end of the stick on that one. Completely different. Completely different. No one in Morecambe likes Noel Edmonds. Oh, actually, didn't they have Blobbyland over there? Didn't they? He sort of was going to have a theme park. I worked with Mr. Blobby, a guy called Barry Killaby, who was fantastic. He really was fantastic, and bumped into him at the New Year's Day parade one year. Very good. Steve, Tony Blackburn's still on the radio. Oh, he's not. Don't be so ridiculous. He can't be. He must be about 97 by now. No, I like that. And somebody else talking about why are families going down to the supermarket? I don't know. Perhaps they should have a system. Do you not think in the supermarkets where you all go round one way? A bit like going to the Chelsea Flower Show. You follow, you know, down here, up there, down here. And so you don't double back. But then sometimes you go round and you go, oh, I've forgotten something. So you turn around and go back again. Steve, I've just got plants and compost here delivering around London, says Caroline in Denham, distributing from garden centres. Plantsavers.co.uk. I would hate to think that some of these garden centres are saying we're actually going to get rid of plants. Why don't they just water them? They're going to grow anyway, and they all grow quite happily in their trays. So if Boris makes a decision today, that'll be purely down to you pushing and saying, come on, open the garden centres. Because there's a lot of people ripping people off online, and I don't like that. Here's Prince Harry. This was filmed back in January, before he and Meghan moved to Canada or wherever else he went to. Something to do with Thomas the Tank Engine. Yeah, well, based on that, your career is absolutely safe. Steve, the Generation Game was brilliant when Brucey presented it. It wasn't the same with Larry Grayson or Jim Davidson. It was definitely Brucey's show. Well, Larry Grayson, Isla Sinclair, he was a very nervous presenter, but there was something charming about Larry Grayson. When you watch him, he would come up and he'd look like that sideways. It absolutely had people in hysterics. It was brilliant. Steve, do you remember Noel's HQ on Sky back in 2008? Such a good programme, and he lasted one series. I don't remember it. Steve, I would crack up at Larry Grayson, called my boxer Everard after his fictional nephew. He had big shoes to fill with the Generation Game, and for me, owned it. Isla Sinclair was a perfect foil, says Steph. She was, wasn't she? Absolutely. Mind you, Brucey had Anthea Redfern, didn't he? And I went to see it once. My God, it went on forever. It went on forever. It was like a 1 hour show on the television, like 3 hours in the studio. You know why? Every time they set for a little playlet, they had to stop filming, bring in all the set decorators and everything else. And so that took time. You could spend literally half an hour, 45 minutes on that, doing the little playlet. And then the other thing that took the time was the conveyor belt. So they'd have to take away the set, bring in the conveyor belt, and you'd have a man standing at one end, hidden behind that, and he'd be putting items on the conveyor belt. And then they would film it with the person, say, you're going to see lots of items coming in front of you, blah, blah, blah. A toaster, a fondue set. And all these items would go through. And then once they'd done that, and the person would then have to remember, they would then have to scrap the conveyor belt and put in a huge, like a display cabinet, and pick all the items that they had picked correctly. And they had to get them right to have the items put on there. And then they would film that bit. I mean, it took for ages. At the end of it, your bottom had practically gone to sleep. But I know exactly how it worked. They filmed it at the Shepherd's Bush Theatre. And it was quite something to watch. I mean, TV programmes in those days, people used to love watching them. They used to go, it's like people joining jury service. They would actually go there, and they quite enjoyed it. Other people thought it was the most boring thing under the sun. Reese says, I personally think Bradley Walsh is fantastic on The Chase. Yes. Well, he does acting, he does everything, doesn't he, really? And Anastasia says, you made me laugh. Oh, that's good. Is that the first one this morning? And Steve, we've had no problem about getting shopping. We go to the local small shops. Never any queues, and they have what we want. Yes, I mean, lots of little corner shops are open, aren't they? Lots of little corner shops. And I've always said, support the high street. Support the high street. And John says, I'm a key worker trying to book a coronavirus test as I'm eligible from today. Just look at the number of available slots at this one here. Interesting, isn't it? But, I mean, they didn't have enough the other day, did they? They managed to get through something like 29,000. I remember thinking, and they're thinking that we're going to do 100,000 in a day. I mean, all right, they've actually come up with it's got to be over 65, but you've got to have symptoms before they'll test you. So I don't qualify. Morning, everybody. Wednesday, 29th of April. Steve, our Tesco in is it Yedding have a one-way system? They've got arrows on the floors. I don't think people follow them, do they? I'm pretty certain, actually, that they don't. Steve, they're going to ease restrictions here in Australia next month. Can't wait, says Shane. All I'm hoping is that we're going to get garden centres open again. So a lot of people relying on the work. They don't employ a huge amount of people, but all the growers are sort of, you know, and to be honest with you, I was going to go online the other day. I've seen this compost I need, and I want to fill up the pots before all the plants arrive. So that's okay, but then you have to fill in a form online, and I think normally you just go in, you don't have to give all your information, do you? I don't want to start handing out information to sort of say, I don't know how they're going to use it. Ian the Skip says, I've just driven over Kew Bridge, and the Thames looks like a mill pond. Does it? I love Kew Bridge. Do you know what you see on Kew Bridge? And we learnt this from James O'Brien's programme. If you go over the bridge from this side, which doesn't really help, I'm talking about today, if you're coming from Chiswick Roundabout, you go over Kew Bridge, and when you get nearly to the other side, look on the left-hand side, there's all these holes. They're from the war. All the bombs that exploded and the bullets and everything else. So the whole bridge is pitted there, and that's all bombs and things like that. That's today's information, so you can impart. I just thought I'd tell it, you know. I mean, it doesn't make it, it's not going to change your life or anything like that. You're not going to stop on the bridge for a picnic, cheese and pickle sandwich and a cup of tea, are you? You're not going to bother about that. But now you'll look at it and you go, James O'Brien might have done it first, but Steve Allen enforced it. You know, and I think that makes a difference. Can you hear these noises behind me today? I think I've got very noisy air conditioning. I mean, it doesn't... Can you hear it? So I can hear it in the studio, but there again, I've got selective hearing. I can hear the oddest things. I respond to dog whistles. Like that. But somebody said that they could hear this sort of noise behind me. And can you hear it? You must better hear it. I can hear it in the studio. I mean, it's not hugely loud. Go on, Connor, go on. Put the headphones on properly. Pretend you're a broadcaster. Go on. Standing there holding them like that. Oh, sorry, you're being good, aren't you? You're doing social distancing from headphones. Oh, right. You're not. Oh, when are you officially at work? What time does officially... Oh, blimey, I've never heard of anybody waving the blooming rule book at me at this time of the morning. I'm not officially at work now. Yes, definitely. You have a nice day yesterday? Have a good day? You go out and do anything exciting, or are you still self-isolating? Excuse me. Are you just watching films or something, or reading? Oh, do you not watch films? Oh, right. Do you not have a television at home or something? You just you sit there and sort of, do you read or something? Do you? You sit inside. Oh, that's so nice. Very reflective, isn't it? You know, I mean, to me, you remind me of a Buddhist monk I interviewed once, and he just sat there staring at walls for most of the time. But he seemed very at peace with himself. Whereas you look in absolute turmoil. Must be driving you mad sitting there looking at walls. Have you got pictures on your walls? Do you have lots of pictures on your walls? No, just plain walls. Would that be indulgent? See, on mine, I've got not an inch of space. Not an inch of space. My walls are absolutely covered. You'd never believe it, I know, because I'm a showbiz lovey. And so my entire walls are covered with theatrical posters. Lots of theatrical. I mean, I've got so many posters. They're not all up on the wall. I get them all framed. Some of them are huge. I've got big posters. My prize poster. Oh, I've got original posters for Les Miserables, for Cats, for Sunset Boulevard, numbered posters. I've got a huge poster of Les Miserables, Chinese edition, where in fact it's like it's about 8 or 9 feet long by about 4 feet tall, and that's I've got it framed, but you have to it's hanging up on the wall by grim death and glue, I think, at the moment. But I've got posters from the Palladium going back to the 40s, which I had framed up ages ago. So I've got all my walls are just covered with theatrical posters, which is. I do have a cutout of myself, actually, surprisingly, which is in the kitchen, which was a picture taken when they stop it. No, it's not vanity. Can't be. And it's, I should take a picture of it, but anyway, it's too embarrassing. And we had people coming in, and they took photographs of all the presenters, and then it's quite big. It's about, what's that, 3 feet by about sort of that, or something like that. And it's me in the studio with my headphones on, looking like that. Which actually, of course, if you're listening in stereo, I'm looking like that. And then they were all up in the lobby of LBC, so when people came in, they could see what we looked like, and when it disbanded from one building, I took my photograph, and so I've still got it. Have they turned the cutout? Well, it was scaring people, wasn't it? Not that we knew who it was. Did you know who it was in the end? No, I didn't know who it was either. I thought, to be honest, it was Johnny Vaughan, and then suddenly realised that, as far as I know, he isn't cross-dressing at the moment, but he has just become a father again. Look at that! What a tenuous link. I knew I was trying to weave it in somewhere. I couldn't work it out, but yeah, he's just become a father again at the age of 58. I think that's how old the kid is. I'm not too sure, actually, but he has 2 others as well. So congratulations to him, which is good news. Steve, I'm going to send some chocolate bunny rabbits to my doctor and receptionist, says Sue-Ann. They were discounting those in Marks and Spencer's the other day. 50p for chocolate bunnies. And I nearly bought some in. And, I bought some in over the weekend, and the producer got through an entire pack of them. Never known anybody who managed to eat a whole pack of chocolate bunnies. But really lovely. No, so Connor's got his coat on today, which means the temperature has dropped outside a little bit, which is not so good. Steve, best thing of all, Hancock will hit his target of 100,000 easily. He's holding back his full complement of resources and will turn them loose in time to hit the target, says Ken in Kidderminster. Well, they've got to do it, haven't they? They really have. Steve, they should open pubs and allow people to go in alphabetical order. They're going to open pubs, I think, not just yet, but they're going to limit you to 3 pints. See, 3 pints. I mean, how many people? I mean, like I say, it's fine for me because I can do 3 pints of Prosecco quite easily. But the idea of just doing 3 pints, what? So 3 pints are going to go? Okay, you've got to go now. That would be ridiculous. I can't see how that's going to go. Steve, you can log on to Finchley Garden Centre in Mill Hill, and they do plants and compost. Oh, I do think actually that we should be allowed to go to garden centres. Please let us go. Please, that'd be nice. I auditioned, says Anastasia, for The Chase. Not easy. I was a contestant on 15 to 1, fronted by the late William G. Stewart. He wrote to me once, because it was his. He was good, isn't it? Not only the producer of the programme, but the presenter of the programme. Lovely man. Liked him. Killer mackerel are threatening salmon supplies. They eat the young, called smolts, and gobble up food such as plankton. Do you know Scottish salmon, the industry is worth £1 billion every year? Unbelievable. And also a plan to protect William Shakespeare's birthplace has been blocked by conservationists. Tourist chiefs said railings put up outside the house, 450 years old, in 1862 were being bent by the number of visitors taking selfies. Some were even reaching over to steal tiles from the porch roof. So the Shakespeare Birthday Trust asked to move the railings forward a metre into the street, but the council ruled it would spoil the appearance of the house, visited by 600,000 tourists a year. It also says other options could be tried. I mean, in 2017, thieves tore lead pipes from nearby Shakespeare's property, Halls Croft. People are disgusting, aren't they? They really are disgusting. You know what sort of peasants these people are. Speaking of filming, Steve, I went to a recording of Question Time many years ago. The audience were given copious amounts of free tea and coffee before being ushered into the theatre where the show was being shot. It was then that the producer announced, we're filming as live, so nobody can leave until we finish the show. Yet filming as live. Can almost hear the gulps, the audience sweating on Question Time. They were praying for the end of filming, says Kevin the Milkman. Yes, I've done that before. In fact, I told you I had a disaster a few years ago. I was going through a very incontinent stage, and I learnt to my cost that if I drink water goes through me very, very fast. And we're sitting at Sadler's Wells, and we're right in the middle. They were so pleased, all my little group. They go, oh, it's fantastic. And it was sort of, you know, right in the middle of the what do they call it, in the seats there, and I needed to go to the toilet halfway through. That was a bit of a disaster. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Pacific Liz says, I've just come back from Safeway, where they have a one-way system in place. The amount of people not observing it made it pointless. And speaking of Deal or No Deal, many years ago, my lovely sister was a contestant. She had a wonderful time filming and won £35,000. Liz, that is amazing. That is very, very good. Very good. Also, did you see that thing a minute ago? Can't remember if you did you see it? This one here? Yeah. Have you? Oh, okay. Oh, right. Do you know what it is? Oh, right. Okay. Oh, right. Très amusément. So, what have we got here? Apparently a short spell in cold weather can kill off flab. Well, that's ridiculous. I've lived through God knows how many winters. I've been out there in the cold, but I managed to fight off the flab just yet, which is it's a shame. And busy parents juggling work, childcare and other chores do not get a chance to relax each day until 8:39. Well, that's probably useless, isn't it, for me? Absolutely useless. I go to bed at 5:30. Mind you, some days I go to bed a bit earlier. Steve, staff are telling people off for going the wrong way. I was told to turn around, had to go all the way round one aisle to enter the aisle the correct way. Even the manager's going round, says Avatar from Southall, telling people off. So it's well, I've never been told off for doing anything. Apart from in the bank the other day, and I told you, I put my card into the machine to get some money out, on the machine on the desk, not the machine in the wall, the diddly-dip machine. And the woman said, can you step back? And I said yesterday on the programme, I think she should have had a mask on. But she didn't have a mask on because they've now got people standing there, only letting 2 people out, I think, into the bank, which is great because you don't go into the bank for much else than taking money out. And if you can't get it out on the outside machine, you go to the inside machine, or the lady sitting on the counter, or the gentleman, and you get it. You get it there. You can also get all your statements inside and everything else, which is quite nice. I love the idea of filming as live, Kevin. We're doing it as live. That means, I've heard of radio programmes being done, filming, recording as live, which means you start on the hour so you can almost take ad breaks and everything else. It's quite a clever trick. I did a tweet yesterday saying, basically, come and join me, join the rest of the world, the biggest spike it is, the better, blah, 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 blah. And as I was doing it, I did something because all of a sudden one of the words came up in blue as opposed to in black. And I never thought anything about it. It's never crossed my mind. I've had it occurring a few times. But unfortunately, because it was the word bigger and then the word it as well, and it came up in blue. And apparently, now, it's again, totally unbeknownst to me, it's only because somebody's just told me about it, they said that the tweet that you posted yesterday, that's a link. That thing in blue is a link, so of course people are clicking onto it. No, I don't. Seriously, I'm as naive as the next person. And it took you to a site where you could increase the size of your bosom. Now, to be honest with you, I've never actually thought about increasing the size of my bosom or other parts of my anatomy, thank you very much indeed. So we've deleted it now. We've actually taken it because I had no idea that that's what it is. So does it only work with those 2 words or loads of other words? Never put a dot in between words. A comma's all right, is it? Comma's all right, but don't put a dot. Unless you're going to leave it right. If you're going to do it, you might want to know this one as well. If you're going to do a dot, leave a space. Okay, otherwise you too can go to sites. I mean, to be honest with you, the producer thought it was quite funny. I was quite horrified, actually. But thank you for telling us about it. But as I say, I'm living and learning. I have no idea how these things operate at all, but anyway. And then the producer says, oh, you can just delete it. Oh, no, I don't know how to delete it. So he has to show me how to delete it. So he's actually done it. Niall says, did you drink your mega bottle of Prosecco? I didn't get one. But I wished because I was trying to work out. I mean, I find it difficult to lift up a litre bottle, let alone a 6-litre bottle of Prosecco. We'd have to have it in a special harness. This is the one that's sold in, is it Aldi, for about 80 quid? And it's the equivalent of, I think, 48 glasses, which is lovely. Steve, I've got 3 bags of compost I picked up in the week, which is 3 for 12 quid. I work in Teddington. I can drop some off, says Sam. No, you're fine, thank you. I've got some arriving, and then I'm going to go to somewhere else and go and pick that up as well. So I'm all right. The plants are arriving, I think, in about a week's time. So once the earth's in there, then it'll be all... And then, then we just pray that it's all going to grow. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, oh, sorry, what was that? Something moved on my screen. Oh, it's come back again. Good Lord, place is alive. Also, have you ever heard of a singer called Jimmy Hamilton? No. He was in the Realistics. He used to drive a taxi in Chorley when he was driving. He sang to his passenger. Good Lord. He used to be a bodyguard for Martin Luther King. Good heavens above. Never heard of him. But we should now, shouldn't we? We should definitely now. A lot of people are telling me about... Anne says, I've got photos, posters, paintings, plates, barometers on my walls. We are so alike. There's not an inch of space on my walls, not an inch of space, including I've got pictures that my parents had on their walls, because it must be me, because my parents didn't seem to have many pictures on walls. And whereas every inch is covered all the way down the halls, in the kitchen, everything. I've saved a lot of stuff. I'm a bit of a hoarder. Well, in fact, actually, that's a fib. I'm a terrible hoarder. I can't help it. But I do my best. Steve, the UK government are wrong on testing, wrong on borders, wrong on masks, wrong on allowing large or small objects, wrong on care homes, wrong on PPE supplies. Yes. Ian the Skip says, I've now gone back over Kew Bridge and saw the bullet holes. So, mate, you'll point that out to people. I promise you, every time you head down there, Ian, you'll be saying, somebody say, what's that? And you go, because you won't, if you're just driving over Kew Bridge, you're not going to notice it. And then you look at them, you go, I wonder what that is. That's what it is. It was done during the war. Amazing, isn't it, really? There are all sorts of things like that, which I absolutely love. I love little bits of history, things that you can point out to people. If you come into central London, and you haven't been to central London before, I'll take you to places you've never seen. Take you to places you've never seen before, and you can really get a good sense of London. Mind you, I've always said a riverboat trip, but at the moment you can't do riverboat trips because there's going to be a load of people on there. So there's just loads we keep forgetting about all the places that aren't open anymore, and that's why I feel so awful about it. And the news from British Airways, thousands of people could lose their jobs. I mean, I panic over these things. So we'll find out with our correspondent Rachel Venables at about 6:30, just after 6:30, on the staff that could be allowed to... I mean, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Let's look at it logically. You work for British Airways. You've been there for a number of years. The planes are going nowhere. I mean, Heathrow Airport is like a car park for aeroplanes. They're flying nowhere. So what do you do if you're going to lose your job, if you're going to be made redundant? I mean, the idea is if you get made redundant, if you've been there for a certain amount of time and you get some money, well, then that's fine. But then the idea is you've got to find another job so you can keep the money that they gave you, and then you can hopefully survive through. Also, face masks. Keep making the news. Are we supposed to have them, or are we not supposed to have them? Are they doing any good at that? I like to feel it's doing some good, but there again, I don't know. We'll have to ask the experts. We'll find out from Rachel just after the news at 6:30. Lee, thank you very much indeed. Also, Steve, they sell compost here. Our local council does once a year free compost, says Jackie in Watford. Do you know what our local council does? And it's by the rugby stadium, the Stoop. And they do salt. Free sand and salt to put on your drive and outside your place now, which is free. So that's good. Also, somebody else asked me about the mega bottle of Prosecco. I haven't got round to it yet, but rest assured, come Christmas, that could fill up the boot of the car quite nicely, couldn't it? Take that down to the godchildren, which I'm hoping we'll be allowed to do by that time. In the Mail today, praise for the airlift from the NHS boss and the Health Secretary. And Britain stopped yesterday at 11 o'clock. The garden centres poised to emerge from the lockdown. Come on, Prime Minister. Make it, we don't want plants to be thrown away. Let's give people something to smile at. And plants growing is something to smile at. It really is. Also, billions of bottles of wine. This is the one that got the producer very depressed this morning. Could go to waste as the coronavirus hits vineyards across Europe while Britons are drinking more during lockdown. I know, they filled a bin round our place with all the empties for the recycling. Waiting weeks for online delivery to restock depleted wine racks. Growers say a double whammy of restaurant and bar closures and a fall in export demands mean the cellars are full with unsold bottles. Well, they do cling around, don't they? I mean, you don't have to... I mean, most wines you could probably keep for the best part of 3 months, I would think. I know a lot of wine... People say, I bought this bottle of wine for $1.99. I'm keeping it as an investment. I say, no, believe you me, it'll be an investment as vinegar. The idea is you have to drink... You have to drink these things. They're meant to be drunk on a regular basis. Little twerps. And that's obviously said by somebody who knows about these things. This is Sarah Bathurst. She's a countess. And from the grounds of her stately home, somebody has nicked 20 historic cannonballs. Who are these peasants? Who are these peasants going out nicking things? So she wrote on social media, some little twerps nicked our 20 cannonballs from our private garden. I find it deeply distressing, violating and unsettling. It's the sort of thing that makes us want to lock the gates to the entire estate and never see anyone ever again. Cirencester Park is open to the public. Last year, Lady Bathurst, Sarah, caught a burglar hiding behind the curtains of the mansion. The Countess, a former High Sheriff of Gloucestershire, grabbed Thomas Trickey by the collar, marched him to the kitchen and called the police. He got 20 months in youth custody. A buffoon, ladies and gentlemen, a silly little buffoon. Not so good. Dean the Skip says Ian the Skip was probably there when it happened. And Martin says, how are you going to chill the big bottle of Prosecco? Who cares? Who cares? There's a machine that chills bottles of wine. Did you know that? They had one in Marks and Spencer's in Richmond. And you put your bottle of wine in, pushed a button, and it chilled it. How that works, I've got no idea. But as I say, to be honest with you, people say it's like vodka. It's supposed to be drunk chilled because it goes a bit thicker, so you can stick it in the freezer. And I've never done that. Never done it at all. But sort of often thought about it. And then you think, no, it's not going to be around long enough, is it, just sort of to worry about. Steve, I'm worried how zoos will survive the cost of looking after the animals. Well, the other day, was there not a zoo in Dorset, somewhere like that, where they were looking for, I think it was something like £50,000 £50,000 a month. Somebody says London Edward the Seventh Bridge, not Kew Bridge. No, it's Kew Bridge. I go over it every day. It's Kew Bridge. Go away. Might be other bridges, I'm sure, that got bombed, but this is Kew Bridge. Okay, thank you. Also, the boat from Richmond Bridge, says Dave in Putney, not going well. Well, they need customers. But of course, it's very difficult, isn't it, to sort of socially distance yourself. Somebody said, seeing as you're the expert on geraniums, which type is the toughest? All of them. All of them. They're very, very hardy. Very hardy. It's like winter pansies. You put them in, I've told you before, you put the winter pansies in after all the summer stuff is finished, and every time a flower appears, pick it off. It's very harsh, and you have to steel yourself for it. And you just keep pinching them off because the flower puts all the goodness into the flower. And so if you take away the flower, it makes the plant bigger. So a trough, you can put just 3 winter flowering pansies in, and you just keep taking off the flowers. Every bud that you find hiding under a leaf, pinch it off every morning. It used to be a regular thing for me. And then eventually you leave them, and then you go, right, now you can grow. And all of a sudden they grow and they look fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And they'll keep going. You'll come out on a freezing cold winter morning, and they'll be all limp. And then all of a sudden, by the time the sun comes out, whoosh, there they are erect again. Absolutely amazing. But no, geraniums, hardy as anything. Hardy as anything. There's no particular type. You can do trailing geraniums. You can do the variegated leaf geraniums. I use all of them. And I've got begonias from last year. They're coming out, though, because I'm doing different begonias this year. I swore blind I wouldn't do begonias again, but I was taken by these ones. And I like the idea of dark green foliage and sort of a peachy kind of flower. This was on the Daily Express, on their sort of website. Since the lockdown, says little Julie, my sleep pattern has really gone all over the place. I've been taking your podcasts on my daily exercise walks. and you were treated the other day to a walk through a bluebell wood on Sunday. Absolutely good. How lovely. I love a bluebell wood. I don't like to walk through them, though. I think it's unnecessary. But I think they're absolutely wonderful. And somebody says, Steve, surely you can't reseal a bottle of fizzy wine. You'd be drunk as a skunk after sinking a 6-litre bottle. That's what you think, Dallas. No, you don't reseal it. I don't. If I open a bottle of Prosecco, a rare occurrence, I have to tell you, and I have a couple of glasses out of it, I don't reseal the bottle because it's got a cork in it. I can't put the cork back in, and I don't have a temporary cork to it. So I just, and it seems to be fine the next day. I don't know how long it stays fizzy for. Doesn't say long on the floor in front of the television, but do please drink responsibly. I have to say that actually just to sort of cover me, which is sort of better. But no, I've never resealed a bottle. I know that they do it if you go to a pub. They sort of put the cork back in, but my cork's a cork, and you can't get it back in the bottle again. It's enough trouble to get a blooming thing out sometimes. I know you could. I don't have a thing. No, of course I don't. No, or a little thing that you put on the top of the bottle. No. What, like a resealer? What's that? No, how boring. Well, no, listen, it's never going to stay there long enough. What's the point of buying a resealer? How much do they cost? That'll be another arm and a leg. Probably comes with a free bag of compost or something. So, no, I don't have I do know what they are. I've seen one. You put it in, you pull the little things down at the side. But, I mean, I've never had Prosecco go flat. And I've sometimes left it a couple of days. That's a rare occurrence. But, no, I've never had it go flat. Whether or not wine can go a bit vinegary, I don't know. But I never worry about it. You can now produce pictures of things to sort of reseal your wine and your Prosecco, aren't you? They're going to be a fortune. Here we go. Look at this one. Champagne bottle resealer, £1.98. I'm not spending £1.98. Honestly. Glitter Prosecco. What's that? £19.99. I like the idea of that. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Look at that. Glittery bottle. Oh, you can get all different colours. Glitter Prosecco. Well, is it the bottle that's, I mean, is there actually stuff in it? I suppose there must be, actually. And so, you can also get, oh, it looks lovely, doesn't it? Everything glittery. Mind you, I mean, once you've actually drunk the blooming Prosecco, what do you then do with the bottle? But £1.98 for anything to reseal it. You must think I'm made of money or something. You've got a very low opinion of me. Can't afford that. Steve, with zoos I read, it costs around £8,000 a year just to feed one tiger. Well more than that, I would have thought. Well more than that. I would think you could spend £1,000 a month on meat. Easy. Easy for a tiger. Easy. What do you think they're eating? They're not eating just sort of little tiny portions. Definitely not. Steve, my recycling bin for glass and tins has had a poster glued to it advertising AA meetings in the area. Says Alec. Presumptuous or what? I think that's quite a good idea. Did you see that? There used to be a gambling place, Bookmakers, in the Strand near Waterloo Bridge. And that had a sign, gamble responsibly. See, I've only ever been in a gambling shop, in a bookies, on a few occasions just to put money on the National. I don't do it any other time. Don't do it. Stick a spoon in the neck. Yeah, you wind your neck in. I know what you mean. I've seen that before, actually. Put a fork or a spoon in the top of the bottle. Keeps Prosecco fizzy. I've never had Prosecco go flat on me. I seriously haven't. Richard says, will London ever go back to work again? I mean, who wants to be packed like sardines on the tube? I know, especially if they go, oh, you can all go back to work, and there'll be somebody on the tube who's got the coronavirus. Before you know where you are, the entire carriage has got it. I mean, who are those stupid people the other day, pictured by a nurse on the tube, all sitting in seats next to each other? They've got to be the thickest people in the world. Oh, dear, honestly. Another one says here, I put some blue campanula and ivy in. Already had 3 tubs, said Jackie in Watford. They're all perennials. Well, try coming round here, Jackie, and explaining to the boys and girls what a tub is. They've got no idea. No idea. Ridiculous. And somebody else saying, do you really not seal them? No, I've never had a problem. Never had a problem with anything like that. I mean, the very idea that Prosecco could ever go flat. No. Somebody says put a teaspoon in. It does work, says Debs. Thank you. But I just don't, it's, putting a teaspoon at the top. You think I'm going to waste a teaspoon? And also, why would that do that? Why would that preserve the fizz? Because, as I say, I've not had any problems with it. Not any problems at all, so panic not. Don't forget, Nick Ferrari this morning is going to be talking about the airline bending the rules somewhat. People trying to get their money back. Well, I'm telling you, if British Airways is true that they're going to get rid of, not just furlong people, this is getting rid of 12,000 people. And as we were hearing the other day, Airbus manufacturers were saying there's 135,000 people. So far, 3,200. They go to furlong. And we were talking yesterday to our airline and aviation correspondent. That was Alex Macheras. And he was saying the worst is yet to come. I don't think it was going to get any worse than it was last night. You almost dread going to bed because you sort of think, by the time I get up in the morning, what are they going to be talking about? I'm hating this story concerning the death of Dennis Kelland. This is the widower. He lived in a bungalow in a little village, 88. He'd been living alone since his wife died of cancer, age 77. Dennis's neighbour, and he was, for an 88-year-old man, he was very sprightly, very sprightly. In the morning, they saw that his back door was open, and it was in the same position, so nobody had obviously been out at all. He used to sweep the leaves up. Mrs. Pocock, one of the neighbours, said he was a very helpful man. Dennis and Sylvia loved their garden. And Mr. Kelland, that is his name, Dennis Kelland, who worked as a perfume company before his retirement, was a keen player of bowls. And they used to run the Godstone Bowls Club. They said he was a very nice man. He was healthy, very elderly. I hope he didn't suffer. They had burglaries, and they'd had a number. It happened over Easter. 2 of them wearing white PPE overalls and white masks. They will find them. They will find them. I hope they find them quickly. The police have said they've launched a murder investigation, but no arrests have been made. They will find them. Well, they know what they were wearing, so they're going to be looking out for them. And they killed him. What they took from the house, I've got no idea. One of the neighbours said they didn't steal anything from us, but they've taken items from others like bikes, lawnmowers and power tools. Well, as you can well imagine, words fail me when you describe something like that, and put yourself in the position that could have been your father, your grandfather, your uncle. So I hope they catch them very quickly, and hope there's some short, sharp shock treatment coming their way. Steve, do you have, for those of you who don't drink alcohol, do you have any ideas of really tasty soft drinks? Yeah, I mean, I used to drink lots of soft drinks. St Clement's was always popular, wasn't it, in pubs years ago? But you also were such a fool asking for a soft drink. But when I didn't drink up till the age of about 18, and I was always looking for sort of new drinks. I mean, you get a bit bored with lemon juice, and water, which was fairly popular in restaurants. I could quite easily thrive on that very well indeed. But if you go to, to actually go and look at these drinks in pubs, you look at on the shelf, they go tomato juice, orange juice, grapefruit juice. I mean, a grapefruit juice was considered a bit of an interesting drink, wasn't it? You'd have that if you were going out for a Burney Inn or something like that. And then occasionally you'd find a pineapple juice. But I mean, to be honest with you, another one, which says, hello to the Facebook Ultimate Spikers group. Thank you very much indeed. And so, I mean, if you go onto the internet and type in non-alcoholic drinks, there's tons of them. I mean, you could sit there till Christmas. Till Christmas. Another one here, which says, give a shout out to Thomas, my son, as we're on the sofas looking after our new puppies. Oh, how lovely. I'm very in favour. Aren't puppies great? And little kittens. Oh, look. Every time you see them, your heart just melts, doesn't it, really? They are lovely. Also, new deliveries from supermarket Chaos, deluged with 100 examples of how the most needy families still can't get online deliveries. So Moneymail sets out the plan to ease the crisis. They're going to clear up confusion, restrictions on order, such as alcohol, to ensure delivery vans can carry more essentials. I would have thought, actually, melons are fairly heavy, aren't they, if you're sort of, price per pound. Also, thank you for brightening my day. And Steve, the name of the lady who does animated greeting cards online, Jackie Lawson. You should do them because they're actually, for what they cost, it's nothing. And because you can't go and buy cards, oh, yes, you can. Of course you can. You go to supermarkets and buy birthday cards. But, a birthday card on average about £1.50, £2.50, £3.50. With her, all of hers are animated. You can click on them and watch them before you decide to send it to one of your favourite people or, boyfriend, girlfriend, mum, dad, birthday, celebration. She's got them for everything. She's British. It's a British company. And she's got a dog as well. And you click on bits. I'd never seen them until a few years back. So I joined immediately. I think it was probably about 15 quid for the year. But you can send as many cards and it will retain all your information. So on that particular person's birthday, it will remind you, and then you pick another card out for them. She's always adding cards. So, Jackie Lawson. There you go, something completely different. Also gives something, people to look at on the internet. LBC News Time. Morning. Strangely enough, somebody says, remember the media mocking Michael Jackson for wearing a face mask? Called him crazy. Do you remember? I remember those pictures vividly, and you probably do as well, of Michael Jackson wearing his face mask, and people were going, oh, no, is that right? So we're still none the wiser, actually. Still none the wiser. And we'll wait and see. Front pages of the papers. The Express, the Queen's poignant VE Day salute, just like her father's. I think you're going to get that next Friday. Next Friday there's going to be a special message. The BA story runs all over the place. To cut 12,000 jobs. This is 12,000 redundancies. I don't know how big the workforce is, but I'm assuming it's a lot more than that. Also, the over 65s and the workers showing symptoms. There's a lot of people who are saying, oh, right, can I go and get tested now? Only if you show symptoms. You're eligible for these swab checks, and then it will take them, how long were they saying? It was either 24 hours or 48 hours. The Prime Minister leading the minute silence. He said the nation will not forget you. Absolutely not. So we seem to be doing so many silences for different people nowadays, don't we? Also, the UK breaks the record for coal-free electricity and the breast cancer drug that could delay the progress of a prostate tumour, which has got to be good news. But in the care homes every day, 290 deaths. And a lot of people in care homes, a lot of elderly people, are frightened. They're very, very frightened because they just don't know exactly what's happening. And that's the worrying thing. The Daily Mail today, talking about the £1 million airlift for the NHS heroes. They bought 150,000 protective coveralls and masks from China, then flown them in last night for frontline hospital staff. It's a bit much, isn't it, when it takes a newspaper to actually sort all these things out. It should be the government. I know they've got other things on their plate, but, this should be the most important thing going. The Sun are running with the testing. 25 million Brits can be swabbed, testing all workers who leave home, testing the over 65s and care home boost, but only if you've got the symptoms. Only if you've got if you don't have the symptoms, they're not going to be testing you. So that's the way it is. But other people have been contacting us now saying, can I get tested? I don't have symptoms, but I want to find out if I have. The answer is no. Not under this scheme. Not under this scheme. The Mirror have done exactly the same. Exactly the same. And they're talking about, apart from the over 65s and the workers, to get tested, which is good news. Well, I'm hoping it sounds like good news. How long it's going to take them to get there, I've got no idea. But they'll be doing an awful lot of testing on people, provided they've actually got all the kits. Corrie's Beverly Callard has signed up for the jungle. Doesn't happen till November, does it? And already she's been signed up because she finished Coronation Street. She did 30 years, and she's going out to the jungle. I hope she's going to survive it out there. It's a very difficult, very, very difficult thing to go into. There's a lot of stress, an awful lot of stress, which she will discover when she goes out there. Also, oh, by the way, it's arrived. I'm just telling the producer, it's arrived. I'm just telling you that now, which is not good, is it, really? Steve, will BA cancelled our trip to America in November, waiting for the cash refund. I think you'll be waiting a long while. We've got a cruise booked to Japan in November, waiting for that to be cancelled. Wouldn't go anyway. Yeah, and somebody else, Rob, says, I'm 78. I've cancelled my December cruise as social distancing is impossible on a ship, so I await a vaccine before I travel again. The problem is ships tend to, the vaccines, the actual viruses seem to spread amazingly quickly. Have you noticed that? Absolutely amazing. So I think cruises, there's a programme on the television where they sort of offer different cruises and they tell you about the different cruises that are on offer, but they seem to be booking for 21. They don't seem to be booking for this year, because I shouldn't imagine anybody's going to be taking them up on the offer. So, again, there's another load of staff and entertainers and all the other people around. Is life ever going to get back to normal? Not looking very promising at the moment, is it? Front page of the Guardian, should you cut your own hair? Absolutely not. I'm living proof. You should definitely not cut your own hair. Plus, COVID-19 virus could lead to 18,000 more cancer deaths. That's what the experts have warned. The BA story again, and the picture of the staff at Salford Royal Hospital gathering their thoughts as the UK shared a national minute's silence to remember the NHS and social care workers killed by the coronavirus pandemic. And they've got pictures in all the papers of that today. So somebody says here, she's a bus driver, I think, called Tracy. When something happens to a bus driver, you feel quite attached to them. I think that's the way that a lot of people are feeling. But the picture on the front of the Telegraph is of a Chelsea pensioner called Dewey Treharne, who has himself recovered from COVID-19 outside the Chelsea and Westminster Hospital, where he took part in the 1-minute silence to remember health workers who've died in the pandemic. The Queen will address the nation on the 75th anniversary of VE Day, with the public invited to join a countrywide sing-along of We'll Meet Again outside their front doors. I hope they know the words. Plans for the commemorations on Friday will be modified to suit the nation in lockdown. The Queen once again delivering a special television message to mark the historic moment. The Prince of Wales will read an extract from the diary of George VI, written in 1945, marking the declaration of victory in Europe. And it was on that day, which was May the 8th, that the young Princess Elizabeth slipped out of the palace to join the crowds dancing in the streets of London. And nobody knew it was her. Loads of sort of pictures taken and everything else. And some 75 years on, the Queen will speak of the significance of the VE Day from Windsor Castle at 9 p.m. That's the moment her father, George VI, gave his own radio address in 1945. My friend Chris and Steve over in Spain say that Spain last night announced a plan to get Spain to a new normal. There are 4 phases, which they say will take 6 to 8 weeks. I think they'd actually agreed, hadn't they? I think, Chris, that they were going to allow children out. So children can come out. So there's 4 phases in this one, 4 to 6 weeks to complete. It's a long time, isn't it? But that's what they were predicting some time ago. I think people think this is going to finish, and all of a sudden we're all going to go bouncing out into the streets and packing onto the tube trains. I hope to God we're not. I really hope not. Banks block billions in lost holiday repayments, despite having a right to a refund. In fact, you can talk about this morning. Nick Ferrari is going to be talking to the man who knows all the answers from which. That should be excellent. Travellers are owed an estimated £7 billion. That's for unused holidays and flights amid anger at the lack of government action to resolve the problem. Daily Star front page, the proof that UFOs exist. It's they managed to find a US Navy pilot, and the US Navy pilot has apparently claimed that he's got footage of a UFO. Well, how anybody can ever... We've looked at it. I've looked at it carefully, with glasses, without glasses. I've really, you know, look very carefully at it. It doesn't look at all like a UFO. It could be literally, you know, somebody shining a torch. It's nothing at all. Producer wants to believe it because I think he likes those kind of things. Also, B says, Steve, we can help with material for medical visors. Do you know they're everywhere, these visors? They've got them in all the supermarkets and things like that. And I saw somebody walking down the street. Isn't it funny? At one time, a few months ago, we'd be walking out on the street. You see somebody with a mask on, like the Michael Jackson mask, we'd be going, oh, ha, ha, ha. Now, that's all you see walking down the street, people with masks on. So, but, you know, do they actually change? I don't know. The Daily Star have destroyed your thoughts of going back to the pub anytime soon. I said it was 3 pints. Now they're saying 2 pints. 2 pints ration. So in other words, you'll go... I mean, how are they going to know? You just get somebody else to get the drink for you, wouldn't you? Or are they going to give you a ticket? You go in and they give you your 2 tickets, and then you go and sort of change it. Seriously. You couldn't make it up, could you? I feel so sorry for all these businesses that are going, when can we open? When can we get... I mean, the coffee shop should have been open just for takeaways. You don't have to go and sit down. We had that before. Then they decided to close. Greggs have started to open a load of their branches, but they're unfortunately not in London. For some reason, they're up north. And they've decided they're more deserving of Greggs, even though we've got a Greggs factory in Twickenham, hidden behind the green. Like a secret underground bunker. They make all sorts of things there. Why can't we have it open? And somebody said, well, how are you going to cope? You're not eating the food in there. You can buy it and take it away. And as, you know, the idea being that you're not going to be sitting next to anybody, like the people on the tube, which I was looking at the picture, all sitting next to each other. You feel like saying, I'm sorry, do you have a death wish? What is it? How do you know the person sitting next to you, you know, does not have the virus? Goodness sake. Anyway, we shall worry about it tomorrow, I think, and you'll worry about the rations and the ET, and worry about 12,000 jobs which could be going if British Airways decides to get rid of people, which I sincerely hope they don't. Today, my free little bit extra podcast includes the following: Cher Lloyd, who does promotional interviews in her dressing gown, quite disgraceful. I mean, I famously present every show in a dinner jacket. Gemma Collins throws her weight behind Brian McFadden. I hope he's wearing proper body armour. And I show off my quite remarkable French skills. Mange tout, Mange tout. Also, spare a thought for Britain's pagans and witches. Ooh, because tonight is Beltane. I think. I have no idea what it means. I think it means dancing naked around a campfire. Could be a bushfire, I don't know. But I mean, 9 out of 10 times we're right on it. Air passengers could face a 4-hour wait to board a plane. And anger at the flimsy mask rip-off. I'll tell you the company that's ripping people off. Okay? It's one of these companies within companies within companies. And the thing that you see on the internet is not the thing that you get through the post. Plus, how would you like the ultimate birthday present? The ultimate, well, apart from, to get through this in one piece would be rather nice. But no, your very own piece of moon rock. Moon rock's quite a bit. It fell off. They think a passing comet or something. I mean, how it never hit anybody as it hurtled through space and landed, I think, in the middle of the Sahara Desert. But it's up for sale for about £2 million. I mean, to be honest, how do you know it's genuine? If you cut it in half, so you've got moon rock, all the way through it. How would you know? Isn't it supposed to be pink? I don't know. Also, the Snatch director Guy Ritchie's had work done on his thatch. They all do it, don't they? They all do it. And then they deny it. Ooh, couldn't admit to that. And the rapper Drake, I've often discovered with rappers, they might be terribly good and terribly rich, but when it comes to any sense of the occasion, bloody useless. He has got a mattress. Now, I don't know how much you paid for your mattress. This one is a very expensive mattress. Okay, it's made of horsehair. A lot of horses gave of their hair for this mattress. It takes 600 hours to make it, which matches the price tag of £314,000. £314,000. I mean, I tell you, a rapper and his money are soon parted. It doesn't take much. Give us the money. Make it so much easier. Uri Geller, bend, fraudulent. No, there was none of that. You cannot bend metal with the power of your mind. I don't care what baloney people spin out to you. I'm telling you, you do not bend metal with the power of your mind. Otherwise, I could be sitting here and the entire computer system could just collapse. But anyway, Uri Geller regrets, he says now, using his mind powers to let England beat Scotland in Euro 96. Why does he always tell you after the event? Because it's a load of old cock and bull. That's what it is. It's a load of old cock and bull. You can't help it. If you remember when Big Ben stopped, after it stopped, he then said, I made that stop. And you think, no, I made it stop, actually. You didn't have anything to do with it. People tell fibs. And because you can't prove either way, he can't prove that he bends metal with the power of his mind. He has to hold the metal to make it bend. So, in fact, he's using his fingers to bend the metal. He's not using the power of his mind. Because otherwise you would just... I bet you anything. I'll bet you £1 million that I could take a spoon, put it in one of those domed glass things, and get Uri Geller to sit at a table and bend it with the power of his mind without touching it. Betting you now, won't bend 1 centimetre. Nothing at all. He's been tested in laboratories, and his excuse? The vibes are wrong. There's a disbeliever here. It's always a load of old claptrap. It really is absolute rubbish. He cannot bend metal with the power of his mind. Because otherwise, look at it logically. You have the gift of bending metal with the power of your mind. And so what do? You bend spoons. What possible use is that to anybody in the world? Oh, look, here's another bent spoon. And when they actually secretly filmed children doing it, they were all cheating. Now, I can show you magicians, which of course is what Uri Geller was, who used to bend metal. In fact, he sort of started a bit of a craze for spoon bending. I can spoon bend if I put my mind to it. Do you remember they had a thing? Where did they do it? They did it in, I think it was a stately home some years ago. And so they said, right, we've got all this cutlery here. And, we will pick out a spoon, give it to you, and then you see if you can bend it. And what he does is, he goes, bend. And then all of a sudden the bowl will sort of drop off, okay? He'll then give it to you and go, look, see, cold, no heat, cold. And I always go, cheat, no heat. And then they examined the spoon under an electron microscope. And what they found was the fact that the spoon had been bent beforehand. And you can try this yourself at home. You can take a spoon, not one of your mother's best, and bend it just by the bowl where it fuses onto the handle. Bend it backwards and forwards a few times until you feel that it's going to snap off, and then you stop. And you can hold the spoon quite normally. But when you rub it between your fingers and thumbs, because it's practically going to break anyway, There it is. It's broken. That's what he did. And they actually found evidence that the spoon had been tampered with. So there you go. Somebody here says, ask me a question about, working. No, I'm not, actually. No, absolutely not. You're miles out. Miles out. Good Lord, honestly, why would you think that? God, I could tell you about 10, 15 people. Had to have my tea this morning. Even though tea's bad for you, Jackie Mason told me. Also, can we all take a moment, Steve, to appreciate how stupid Donald Trump is? Listen, not our president. Not our one. Nothing to do with us. He can do what he likes. Mad as a fruitcake. Mad as a fruitcake. Also, Steve, good to catch your show, heading back to the Hospital Burns unit for more treatment. Any chance of a shout-out for the wonderful staff at Chelsea and Westminster Hospital? I know it well. I know it well. Very well. They're so good there. They kept me in overnight. I was in overnight. And, actually, I might have been in a bit more than one night. Oh, dear. Steve, I was reduced to tears when Katie Price was the first to give up on herself in Celebrity SAS that aired last night. With laughter, says Tara. I know. God, you knew. Listen, she's never achieved anything. Her feeble excuse is, from the talentless one, is, I can go back on it next year and I shall win it. Why would they? They've already put her on there once. You don't want her on again. She's an idiot. It's like booking Kerry Katona for anything, or Gemma Collins. You know that you're booking an idiot. And we've already seen idiots. We've seen the Joey Essex of this world, the Kerry Katonas, the Daniela Westbrook. We've seen them all. Thank you very much indeed. I think we should start applauding some people with sort of talent nowadays. Will Guy says, I'm bending our spoons. I'm going to be in a lot of trouble in the morning. But you can do that. Take the spoon and bend it backwards and forwards until you feel that it's practically going to break, and then you just put it down, and you could put it at a dinner table, put it on somebody else's place setting, because people don't pick up the place setting and then go, give me a spoon, give me a spoon, I'll take your spoon or fork. You can do it with anything. The only thing you can't do it with is the knife, because the metal is flattened out, it doesn't work, and you pick it up and just rub it gently, and I promise you, within less than a minute, the bowl will drop, and people go, how do you do that? And you go, it's a gift. I can bend things with the power of my mind. So I'm doing spoons. But you could do that. You could prepare quite a few of them, actually, if you thought about it. always good things. Brenda says, I'm very sad that Jill Gascoigne has died. Yep, I also was sad. I didn't even know she was still alive. I never even thought about it. She was 83. She'd had Alzheimer's for about 10 years, and her family, her son, tweeted and said it's a blessing that she's not in any distress now or anything like that. But she always looked glam. Always look glamorous. Always look glamorous, which I think is lovely. Tam is in Iowa. Says, since we're all staying home and with your love of Christmas lights, have you watched the US show The Great Christmas Light Fight? It's aired on the ABC network for the last 7 years during the holiday season, but now on YouTube and streaming. Usually involves around 2 to 3 families each episode that decorate their property to the hilt along with their personal story. They use that music from Trans-Siberian Express. Dun, 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 that one there. And you get a lot of the lights in America because the Americans do it better than us. I'm sorry to tell you, but that's one thing that they do better than us. They do. You get whole towns that decorate with Christmas lights everywhere. But they use this Trans-Siberian, I think it's Trans-Siberian trains or something. Anyway, whatever it is. They use that music for doing all the lights too. So they synchronise the music to the lights, or the lights to the music. But you're right. I mean, I love stuff like that. I love it. We don't do pea lights as well as the Americans do pea lights. Used to be a village down near my brother, where he lived, down in Hampshire. And the whole village used to put lights, but it had to be a certain sort of light. You can't have people just sticking up lights anywhere. It was little pea lights, which went over bushes, and it was beautiful. But the trouble is, it got so successful, there were cars parked everywhere who could walk around the close where all the lights were, and a lot of the people who lived there sold mulled wine and hot sausage rolls and things like that. And it was really beautiful. But then the council went, can't have that. That's causing traffic problems, isn't it? Get your cars out or we'll throw them to the wolves. And so it had to finish. It's such a shame. Miserable old councils, aren't they? You can imagine what Christmas must be like in somebody who works for the council's house. Oh, dear. Doom, gloom and despondency, like the original Scrooge. Fernando says, does bending a Runcible spoon work too? I would think you probably could bend a Runcible spoon. Shane says, we've got wet in Sydney. 13 degrees, a bit cool. I had to put my jeans on to get out of my shorts. Good God, I don't think I've worn shorts once this year. Well, I might have done, actually, a little bit. But we have rain here this morning, which is lovely. I don't mind a bit of rain. I can cope with a bit of rain. I'm good with rain. It's always nice to have it. I'm going to try and I've got a couple of things I want to do at home today, and I keep putting it off. If it's raining, I don't want to do it. But I might get round to doing it. I want to tidy up the patio and get all the earth out of the few pots that have still got a bit of earth in. One of my neighbours, Lindy, she's taken a lot of the earth out, and then we're going to have some earth to live, and I'm going to go and get some more earth today. And then when all the begonias arrive, whew, same colour throughout the whole thing. Should look sensational. Should look... I mean, I'm never really wrong. I mean, if you've commented on my planting before... And, of course, I mean, I'm good. I water, I tomorite, I do all sorts of things. Anything to make a transformation where all of a sudden these pots go like... Pfft. It's a bit like using Miracle Grow, I suppose, but just tomorite is a lot cheaper. Nicholas said, why is tea bad for you? Tannin. Tannin, bad for you. Coffee's bad for you. Cream's bad for you. Alcohol's bad for you. Fried stuff's bad for you. Kentucky Fried Chicken. You know, I mean, the chicken's okay. It's the coating. Burgers, really not so good. My driver this morning, very excited about having a burger. He wants a Big Mac. He's craving a Big Mac. And I said, yeah, but the trouble is with a Big You eat it. And then you feel a bit guilty that you've eaten it. Because it's never the same in the aftermath of it. You sort of, you go, oh, I think I'll have a quarter pounder with cheese. And you go, oh, I don't want the fries, thank you very much indeed. Because they're already, erect when you buy the fries in the box. And by the time you get up the escalator, they've gone all limp and pathetic. I know how they feel at this time of the morning. But it is nice to have your company. I trust you are well. So while Will Guyett gets into trouble bending spoons, you can only imagine, can't you? He will be bending spoons all over the place. And then Zora Suleiman, because I brought in some strawberries for them this morning. But then, because the last time the producer moaned, oh, isn't there any cream? And so this time I thought, right, I'll teach you. So I brought in some cream today. Well, that went down very, very well indeed. Very, very well. But he's discovered a Velcro hair tidy. And we think it's his girlfriend that's given it to him because his hair has got particularly long. And so he's delighted that he can now see through it. Before this, he was looking a little bit like a shaggy dog. And so it's this bit of Velcro. So he pulls his hair back and then he sticks this Velcro thing on there. And it keeps his hair tidy on top of it. It looks ridiculous. He keeps his hair tidy on the top of the head. So I said, you're going to wear it for the whole programme. He said, well, only if, you don't have any particular objections. Far be it from me to sort of worry about the way. He said, look, you can see my forehead and everything. I went, riveting. I said, I've never actually put that on my wish list, but he's wearing it, and I bet you every day this week he'll be bending this. Sorry, bending. He'll be obsessed with the spoons. He'll be wearing this thing on top of his head. I bet you. Seriously. He's had strawberries, so he's all sort of fired up inside at the moment. Ooh, and then, the classic one, so there was some cream left in the pot. He said, can I heat that up in the microwave to put in my coffee? Seriously. He's been through the education system. Seriously, can I heat cream up in the microwave? I think you'd find it curdles, doesn't it? If you do something like that, I don't know. Never thought about it. Although no, it can't do because I put it into food that I've heated up. I tell you what, a tin of baked beans in a saucepan with a swirl of double cream. Woo, woo, woo. That's something to send you completely round the bend. All right, we'll take a short break, shall we? And then we'll come back, more of your texts and emails. We've got the papers, we've got everything today, and including that fantastic village, which has got a castle, 2 pubs, its own harbour, and the price you will be amazed at. The only problem is, if it's seen as a problem, it's in Bridlington. Actually, the funny thing is, Uri Geller says that children write to him. How they know who he is, I've got no idea, because most people, under the age of 35 won't have the faintest idea who he is. Ask him how to bend spoons. Just told you. I've just given you all the ammunition. And Dev says, Steve has a long-term misconception that most of us are gullible to his idiosyncrasies, which have been his trademark for at least 4 decades. What, mine or Uri Geller's? Probably Uri Geller's. Yeah, but he was a magician. He's an Israeli magician. That's the way it goes. Mary says, thank you for putting a smile on my face at such an awful time. It is an awful time, isn't it? We need to, listen, you need to put a smile on everybody's face. Really, I mean, it's the only way to get through it. And I know, especially at this time of the morning, people wake up, and what do? They turn on the radio. And they turn on the radio, and then you just wait and see what develops. Because I was checking my Twitter after we had that bit of a disaster the other day, which I'm not going to repeat again, but they all thought it was quite funny. I was the only one who never thought it was funny. I was the only one who was sort of quite horrified. But it doesn't matter. And so I'm having a quick check because I got something. Oh, my friend Paul Easton's still tweeting, which is always good news, actually. And they've got the Radio and Audio Awards for the under-18s. I didn't know they did something for the under-18s. Never did it in my day. Always the way, isn't it, really? Typical. Just when you get to sort of an age where they don't do them. Also, it's not Steve Hewlett's birthday today, is it? I don't think so. But he's a very good ventriloquist. But, I love Paul Zerdin, because I knew Paul Zerdin from when he was 14, because both his mum and dad were in broadcasting. Very clever boy. And, of course, always does the pantomime. Do you think they're going to be doing pantomimes this Christmas? I would like to think so, but I'm slightly dubious about the whole thing. Don't you sort of get a little bit panicky going, I mean, what are you going to do about all these people sitting together? That's going to be a huge problem. Also, now I've lost the blooming thing. Why can't I find this? I keep finding loads of things from Tom Swarbrick. He was doing a thing last night, actually, because it's always when I'm in the bathroom that I hear Tom Swarbrick, and that was quite nice. And my friend Callum is saying happy birthday to somebody. So now, who is celebrating whose? But I wish people would write things properly. It doesn't drive me mad when they just put happy birthday to my guy, and I think, who's that? Because I get all sorts of people who sort of write to me saying, can you do so-and-so's birthday and can you do this? Which makes us sound like two-way family favourites, which of course it isn't actually. Steve Campen and Chris Lowry over there in Spain. Things are changing there. Things are changing. They've got to go through a phase, and they think they might be doing the sort of stepping down from everything. But now, Colonel Tom Moore, everybody talking about him. Even my friend Rich sent a lovely text. So, happy birthday, Captain Tom. Happy birthday, Colonel Tom. Captain Tom, Colonel. He's an honorary colonel now, which is fantastic, isn't it? I mean, honestly, bless him. Somebody says, do you know, Steve, I've just woken up. I think I might actually put the tree up for Christmas. What a brilliant idea. What a brilliant idea. Putting the Christmas tree up. Why not? I have lights around mirrors. Not all the mirrors, but quite a few of them. Battery lights. And it was lovely. It was absolutely lovely. And so I still put them on now. I've got battery lights, I've got electric lights, and I've got, what do they call those ones that come with a little charger thing, like solar lights. I've got loads of solar lights. Anything to make it look interesting. And we have a fountain with a light in as well, which is very, very good. We like things like that. And my friend Simon Beale has retweeted, bless him. Honestly, I want to go upstairs and say hello to him, but I can't. I'm not allowed to. We're all sort of staying sort of well away. But I like the idea that Zora Suleiman was sort of tweeting a picture of the strawberries. She said, it may be 3 a.m, but thanks to the fabulous Steve Allen show, it's also time for strawberries and cream. And Francis Barber says, can anybody sleep at normal times? I can't. I live for the Steve Allen show. Thank you, Francis. She says, you always have the kettle on in the middle of the night, my darling friend. How nice. How nice. Thank you very much indeed. So we lost Jill Gascoigne, which is very sad, but as her son said, it's a blessing. It's a blessing. So she's not suffering. He said, just raise a glass to her. So we raised quite a few glasses. And now, who was it who told me yesterday? Did I do it on the programme or something? A friend of mine said that they bought the 6-litre bottle of Prosecco from Aldi. And I said, really? Sounding a bit like Scooby-Doo. Really? And I thought, wow. So if I mean, I don't know whether at my age I could afford to lift the thing up, or perhaps you have it. Somebody came in once. We used to do restaurants on my programme many years ago, when the programme was at a different time on a Friday night. And it was called Friday Night In. And so we would have a restaurant come in, a top restaurant from London, from, some of the biggest hotels, sent in their kitchen staff to cook food for myself and my celebrity guests at the time. And it was a great way of doing it. It was a bit like Four in a Bed kind of thing, only with sort of real people. And people came in, and the chefs from the different restaurant would come in. I can remember there was a brief sent to them by Chris Lowry. He would send off and say, right, this is what you need. You need to provide enough food for 6 people. It's all got to be done within the hour. And I was amazed at how all these restaurants in London and super big hotels rallied to the cause. They would come in. We had everything from sushi to salmon steaks. Oh, the most beautiful. Seriously, the most beautiful food. Most beautiful food. One hotel even brought in ovens, their own ovens, which were cold to the touch, but when you put the pan on, the pan heated up. And then you could take the pan off, put your hand on, stone cold. That's what they told me. I didn't quite risk it, but I did appreciate the fact that it was very good. And it was a great programme. It was sort of good to actually do food on the programme. And we used to get all sorts of people who would sort of say, "Can I be a guest? I've heard you do food on the programme." So we had loads of people in. And I almost sort of miss it, because I don't think there was a top restaurant in London that didn't actually come into the studio. And they would come in and cook and do everything. And one of them, it was a Japanese restaurant. And the guy who owned the company used to, in New York, sell ice cream from a barrow. And he then started this chain of Japanese restaurants. And so he came in, little man, and I'd already said to the guests, listen, they're bringing in sushi. But he brought in one of the waitresses who is dressed as a geisha. And she came in, and I thought, wow, this is a bit... I mean, it's such a shame that we didn't have what we've got now, which is, cameras all over the place. And she came in, and she bowed to all of us. She bowed to all of us, and she brought the food in. She had the makeup, the outfit, she had her kimono. I mean, it's the most sensational thing I've ever seen. And we didn't think about taking pictures. I never thought about but they had to bring in booze as well, which was always the best bit. Many a celebrity we had to pour out of the studio, I tell you. In fact, I can't tell you which celebrity it was, but his wife got so drunk, we had to call for people to lift her out. She couldn't cope with any of it. It was fantastic. But one of them, they used to leave what booze they didn't use up. They would leave and say, leave that for the team, which they devoured. And one of them was a big bottle. I might have got the name right, Metaxas or something like that. I don't know what it was. I thought it was like a Greek brandy or something. Is it Metaxas? I don't know. I don't know why I thought of Metaxas, because I might be completely wrong. That might be some illness that you pick up from chickens. There you go, Metaxa. Thank you. It's a Greek amber spirit created by Spirus Metaxa in 1888. It's Muscat wine. Well, we had the biggest bottle of that you've ever seen in your life. And it came on its own stand with a tap inserted into the bottle. Well, the team went home very happy that night. Very happy. Be like Heston Blumenthal coming in now and saying, I'm going to cook breakfast for all of you. And you'd be going, really? Again, sounding like Scooby-Doo. Stevie, Uri Geller says Graham was on TV regularly in the 70s, starting watches and clocks and bending spoons. We actually tried it as well in the studio. Get a Rolls-Royce covered in bent spoons glued on. He was just a showman, which is all magicians are supposed to be. They're supposed to convince you. Somebody wrote to me, actually, which I thought was rather peculiar. And I don't mind people writing to me. But this one says, wait a minute, you don't believe in UFOs, ghosts or things supernatural, and yet you believe in magic. Of course I do. I'm a member of the Inner Magic Circle. I believe in... It depends what you call magic. I talked to a magician once. He believed in real magic. So in other words, if he showed you something... This works better with other magicians. I can't do it to you now because I'd be sort of betraying a confidence. And so if he showed you a trick, he then had to tell you how it was done. And the same with Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali went on British television in this country, showed a trick, and then, because of his religion, he had to tell the people who were interviewing him how he did it. Magicians all over the place were going, oh, Mark Gold, don't invite him on any programmes. He'll show you something and go, it's like this. Which always ruins it. Luckily, it was only one of many, many versions of doing this. Shane says, we love Captain Tom in Sydney. Colonel Tom now. He's an honorary Colonel. Also very sad to hear, Steve, that Irfan Khan, the Bollywood actor, passed away. Very good. He was only taken into hospital a few days ago. He was only taken into hospital a few days ago. But in fact, you'll know him from Slumdog Millionaire. You'll know him from quite a number of films. Only young, 50s, early 50s. Way too young. Which reminds me, actually, I talked to a very big Bollywood star some years ago, Amitabh Bachchan, and he came in and we had a fantastic studio audience, and it was like meeting, because I think all the Indian stars are treated with such reverence, and Amitabh Bachchan was huge. So I grew up with films like Kabhi Kabhi and Lata Mangeshkar and everybody else, all the singers, because nobody sings in the Indian films, they all mime. They're all sung with the same people. I'm not even sure if Lata Mangeshkar's still alive. She might be. If she is, she's well into her 90s. Well into her 90s. Steve, do you think Colonel Tom Moore will now get a rise in his pension? He better do. He better. Steve Allen's early breakfast. Steve, that car registration takes me back 20 years. Used to be on a Lamborghini that belonged to a car designer who lived near us in Sussex. I'm always fascinated. Do you know what I tried to... Oh, I tell you what you can do. You can do me a favour. Go to the... is it the... Oh, I can't remember. It's the DVLA. You know when you put in your car registration number and it tells you whether you've got up-to-date things? I want you to put in a car number plate. It's only because I saw it on the television the other day. Now, I thought to myself, I wonder where that is now. Have you got the thing? You're putting in PT... Of course I can. It was on the Saints car, on the Saints, the television programme from 45 years ago. God. Well, why would I put my own car number plate in there? I know my car number plate. I want to know who owns it now. PT1. That's it. That's why it's such an unusual number plate, because it was... ST1. Sorry, ST1. Simon Templar 1. ST1, that's it. Now, it's on a Mercedes. But, of course, in those days... It was, you can click on correct. You can click on correct. Let's go through and see what sort of car it is. It's just a car number plate. Just put it in there, honestly. Goodness sake. You put it on there, I'll type it up myself on the screen. It's not private info. Sorry, it's on a public website. How is it private info? I'm going to tell you it's owned by a Mrs. Zonke, and Mrs. Zonke lives at 32 Winnebago House. There you go. There you go. It's not even on the road. Can't be. Because it was first registered, this car, but not the car that Simon Templar had, and it's not had an MOT since 2010, which makes me think that it's off the road. So 2002, I don't know, I thought they were very good, actually, these things. The revenue weight of the car is not known, but it's got a few other little bits and pieces, but it's a Mercedes. So there you go. Because you can do that. If a car passes you on the motorway, like a flash Mercedes, it doesn't tell you the name of the person who owns it, it just tells you whether it's got tax and insurance and an MOT, and it's on a Mercedes. So I wonder what was paid for that, because the Saints series was about 35 years ago, and it's so because sometimes they used to make numbers up on the car registration plate, but obviously not a blue Mercedes. So unless they had the car, because his was yellow, I think it was a yellow car, and I don't think it was a Mercedes. But somebody will know better than I. Trevor says the Queen sends her best to baby Boris. Last time she did that, the recipients fled to Canada. I know. Her Majesty says, congratulations. Get the plane ticket. Get the plane tickets now. We're going to Canada. Oh, no, wait a minute. We don't like Canada. Oh, let's go to America. Let's try and forge a new existence. Chuff, 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 said Thomas. Not working, is it, really? Not working. Steve, the Dulwich Garden Centre is open. Really? Well, they're open probably for orders, pre-orders. You can pre-order stuff from garden centres, provided you're spending a thing. Steve, is it true that Tommy Cooper was an accomplished magician and got the tricks wrong on purpose? But he never did get the tricks wrong. That was the whole joke. What Tommy was a very nervous performer, and he discovered that when he did things, bottle glass, glass bottle, bottle glass, bottle glass, and he then discovered that people liked that. People liked that, and so he then developed it into the act. I mean, he was as good a magician as many other people, but he never got things wrong. He made you think that he'd got something wrong, but he never did. It was always, you go, ha ha, and like that, and also we go, oh, goodness me. In fact, if you're a member of the Magic Circle, you can see quite a lot of Tommy Cooper's tricks. We've got them in glass cabinets. Talk about creme brulee, which we heard the other day. You inspired me to order such, and the bonus of a scoop of vanilla ice cream. Wow, that sounds quite nice, says Ben in Hong Kong. Recovering from a tendon transfer of my foot. Best health, thank you for keeping everybody sane during the lockdown. I wouldn't guarantee it. The producer's gone quite mad around this morning, completely round the blooming bend. Ever since he's stuck his hair back, he's gone completely peculiar. He thought I was going to give you my car number plate. I'll tell you, my car number plate is the... There you go. That was my number plate. You're like Samson. No, you're really not like Samson. You're really not. Samson was butch. And, Steve, the Saints' car in the olden days was a Volvo. Oh, right. A P1800S. Wow. I was only watching some the other day, actually, because they seem to be showing all these old programmes, which are on the television, which is brilliant as far as I'm concerned, because then they were saying, oh, we're going to bring back Loose Women. I go, no, don't bring back Loose Women. Give us more of The Saint. Give us more of, My Wife Next Door. Give us more of, Never the Twain and all that. I don't want Loose Women back. Looks ridiculous without an audience on there. Why can't you just rest them? You don't need them. How are they going to work in the control room, sitting right next to each other? Ridiculous. Steve, our washing machine packed up. Such good timing. New one delivered yesterday, so we put the old one on drive. It was taken within an hour. The guy didn't ask, he just took it. I know. You'd be amazed how much... When I was moving house years and years and years ago, we had some dustbins. And when you start, you go, right... I'm moving to a new place. I'm going to clear. I'm going to go, ta-da, wave my magic wand, and out all this stuff goes. And I was going down the stairs, put the stuff out in bin liners, putting it by the rubbish, going back upstairs, filling another bin liner, coming down. And every time I did it, the first bin liner had vanished. As fast as I was taking it down the stairs and putting it by the rubbish bins, it was going. And so I hid. And I peered through an upstairs window, and there was a couple in a car sitting opposite our bins. And every time I put a bin there, she would nip out the car, pick up the bin bag, and put it in the back of their car. They were effectively sort of redistributing my rubbish. But there again, they always say that, don't they? Used to be a couple in Twickenham. They didn't live in Twickenham, they lived in Hounslow. I know they lived in Hounslow. How do I know that? Followed them. And, very sneaky. Because what they were doing... They would drive past the charity shops, of which we have 1 million in Twickenham, and they would steal from outside. On a Sunday morning, people would put loads of stuff outside the charity shops for them, even though there's big signs saying, please don't leave, the stuff outside, because people nick it. And this couple were nicking it. What were they doing? They were nicking it in the early hours of the morning. They would drive round. She would get out the car, look around, early hours of the morning. He would then park the car up. She would pick up a bag, nod. I could watch this on a regular basis. He would drive the car round, she'd open the back door, throw the rubbish in, and then they'd go off again and come back. And they were thieving to go and sell the stuff at car boot sales. But unfortunately, the law is, if it's on the street, it doesn't belong to anybody. So the charity shops, really did themselves a bit of a disservice, but that's what this couple were doing. They were nicking. Steve, Lata Mangeshkar is still alive. Just checked, says Waj. She must be over 90. Well in excess of 90. Don't attempt to type Lata Mangeshkar in, you won't be able to do it. OK, thank you. Steve, would you like to go down in the robot submarine to see the Titanic? Well, before it disappears, yes. Yeah. Did you watch Thunderbirds as a child? I did. I interviewed the actor who played Parker. Yes, my lady. And I interviewed Lady Penelope. In fact, I interviewed quite a lot of people from Thunderbirds as well. My favourite Thunderbird aircraft? Thunderbird 4. Because... Sorry? What? No, Thunderbird 4. Was it Thunderbird 4 or 3? The one with the pod in the middle. Is it 5? I don't know, here we go, we don't know. We're having an argument now over... It's got very tense this morning. That's the trouble. Give him strawberries and double cream, and it's a fatal combination. Shan't be bringing that in ever again. It'd be a lot easier if we put him on magic mushrooms. And, so what is it? Here we go. No, Thunderbird 4 is a submarine. I don't remember that one. That looks naff. So, Thunderbird... I know what Thunderbird 1 is. I know what Thunderbird... Show me Thunderbird 2. Thunderbird 2. There you go. Oh, Thunderbird 2. Because they do an electronic version where it rises up on the stilts and the pod stays in the base. I saw one at a toy fair once. It was terribly expensive. But I was quite tempted to buy it, and I thought, no, don't buy it, Steve. What would you do with it? But I thought it was great. I love Thunderbirds. And they've now done a new series, haven't they? A new version of it, which is... It's almost like animation... But it's very, because in the early days it was puppets. Sorry to ruin it. I know Tracy Island never existed. It was just sort of there. I used to like when the palm trees fell apart. The swimming pool slid apart, and then out one came in. 5, 4, and it took off into space. Amazing. Nobody ever found that island. It was all a complete mystery. People used to go and stay on it, and nobody knew that underneath their feet were all the Thunderbirds. They didn't even know that they were the Thunderbird people who could save, which is great. Steve, new listener to LBC, says Sean in Newcastle. It's my birthday. Wish it was better circumstances. Well, listen, if you're 31 and you're up at this time of the morning, there's no hope, is there, for the remainder of the day? Absolutely not at all. I mean, it's going to be a complete washout, a disaster. You'll be wishing this birthday away completely and going, I can't wait to be 32. Because loads of people, you know, go, how do we celebrate our birthday? You can't really do it on the internet. Well, you can. I did a FaceTime with a friend of mine, Jordan, who's working, probably driving home even as I speak. And he said, I think he said he finished at 3 and then drove home. So he might still, I don't know, he might be one of those very slow drivers. And we did a FaceTime, which we do every so often, just so you could check in with people. And I said, the one thing I can't wait for is when Joe Allen's is up and running and Little Italy. So selfish. I want people to go out and start enjoying themselves, I hope. Steve, I once watched my mum bend quite a sturdy fork, and it was the most extraordinary sight I've ever beheld, says Hester. She did the same thing with her door key, which again went U-shaped. Often wondered why it happened. She, unlike Yuri, is no magician. Nor, I'm happy to say, is she terminally irritating. She sounds disastrous to me. God, can you imagine somebody starts putting the key in the lock and all of a sudden it bends? That would be ridiculous. Keys are very difficult to bend. And Dev says the naming and shaming of the retailer who got the better of you on the inflated price of your compost purchase needs to be exposed. Yes, I shall wait till it arrives. And then I shall have all the details in front of me. Another one, which somebody else. Oh, somebody else saying, would you want to go down to the Titanic? Oh, I do. It's that the price has gone up. The price has actually gone up now, but I mean, I'd still like to go down just to see it, because you've heard about it. You've seen the film and everything else. See, Jordan's awake. Actually, I'm liking the picture that Zora Suleiman took of the strawberries swimming around in the double cream. Thought that was quite nice. That was a very nice thing to have. And my friend Jordan has just finished now. So he sent it twice. You know, so good they did it twice. But he's being careful, which is good. It's the only thing you can do, actually. But, I mean, it must be so boring when you go home and you go... I mean, I was trying to think the other day. I was out... Where was I? I was putting the rubbish out. And I remember thinking, what did we do before this? Did we go out all the time? Did we go out and do shopping? Did we just wander in and out of shops? Yes. That's exactly what we did. We just wandered in and out of shops. Garden centres, please, God. Please, God, open them up soon. Also, another one thing here. How do old school members' magic tricks feel above the new wave of magicians? It's not unsimilar. It's not unsimilar, because a lot of magic is based on around 6 things. You know, you're either going to produce something, make something disappear, make something change, find it in a different place. You know, I mean, if I look through old magic catalogues from, you know, old established companies like Davenport's or International Magic, I can see a whole load of tricks that would be the popular thing at the time. I mean, years ago, you would buy a dove pan or a die box or loads of other things. And then gradually over the years, stuff becomes a bit more sophisticated, very much more sophisticated. And I can watch, as you can watch Shin Lim on YouTube, and you look at what he can do with a pack of cards, and you suddenly think, I'm having trouble forcing a card. But it is just an effect. It's designed to fool you. That's the whole idea. Sometimes people say, how do you do that? And you go, why would I tell you? I spent 3 years perfecting it. Steve, when watching Thunderbirds, I used to like it when they did a close-up of a real hand doing something intricate. Yes. Somebody said if your house walls are covered in film posters, it must be hard to decorate. Well, I can't see the walls. Can't see them. But also, I don't have film posters. I only have theatrical posters. So all my posters are original theatre posters. And my walls are not plain colours. They're ragged. You know, I've done paint effects on all my walls. I've done stenciling down the hallway. I've got Greek urns. Way, what's a Greek urn? Probably about 2 drachmas a day, I think. And so there really isn't enough sort of space to do anything at all. But it's brilliant. Steve, I once bought 30 packets of Frosties from a supermarket in the 80s to collect the vouchers for a Thunderbirds model offer. The kids loved them. Frosties, that was. To have your company, Luke. That Luke. He says, how did David Copperfield make the Statue of Liberty disappear? I'll never understand it. No. Well, that was a good thing about David Copperfield. In fact, David Copperfield was actually fantastic for us, because me and my friend Darren, both being magic nuts, the moment the show came out in America, there'd be a copy speeding its way to us, and we would sit down and devour it. That's what magicians do. They sit down and devour magic shows on television. That's why magic is so big in Vegas, because people wanted to see things. They wanted to see things like Siegfried and Roy. They wanted to see people like Melissa, the Enchantress. They wanted to see all of these sort of things because there it was in front of you. So when I do my shows at the Magic Circle, we invite in a load of magicians, and people are sitting literally 2 or 3 feet away from somebody doing no camera tricks. They're actually doing the stuff there. You know, they say, you know, all right, I'm going to put a, I don't know, pound coin under this hand, and you watch it, and they take the hand off, and it's gone. And you see it that close. That's why people love it. So we used to watch the David Copperfield's show, and we go, oh, that's so good. How do we think he did it? And you'd sit down and start trying to analyse it, because magicians are a bit like that. They never just accept it. Whereas nowadays, the public are very good at accepting things. You know, magicians always go, what do you think he's doing? Have we missed that? So then you go back. I can work out most things. Yeah, work out most things. Yeah. Why? Because I'm clever. It's like sort of people who repair cars, isn't it? For a living. You know, can they always repair the car? Of course they can. That's what they do. They're mechanics. You know, everybody's got a particular talent. I can't tell you, can I? How could I ever tell you how things happen? That would be ruining somebody's career or something like that. See, people don't. Occasionally somebody's got into trouble and been thrown out of the Magic Circle for revealing stuff. You know, and so, I mean, Prince Charles is a member of the Magic Circle, because he did cups and balls, which is a very, 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 very old trick. Very old trick. But I love watching it. I'm fascinated. Even as a child, fascinated by boxes and glitter and things like that. And, you know, I bought a Dove pan, and it cost me, what did it cost me? £3, 3 shillings. And it was from Davenport's, and it's a chromium-plated pan, round with a lid on it. And the idea is that you take the lid off, put it to one side, and then you pour some petrol in. It's highly dangerous. And then you set fire to it. Then you put the lid on, take the lid off, and there's a dove. And so I was able to do that, except I didn't have a dove. So I used to do flowers. So you take the lid off and the thing would be overflowing with flowers and stuff like that. People, I mean, I watch acts on the television, sometimes with silks. I used to collect silks a long time ago because I just thought they looked wonderful. And I remember seeing somebody doing an act with silk. The whole act was silks. And I remember thinking, it's going to take you ages to reset that act. It's like somebody with a pack of cards. It doesn't really take them too much to actually reset on the pack of cards. But anybody doing doves or, you know, things like that, you've got to do it. And David Copperfield was way ahead of the field. He was doing it big time, you know, and then he got carried away. He did Walking Through the Great Wall of China. He vanished a Learjet with a load of people standing around the outside, and it was there and it wasn't. And with the Statue of Liberty, he vanished the Statue of Liberty. But it's all an effect. It's all something to make you go, blimey. I mean, I went to see him when he was over here, live. We spent all the time watching the big screens. It was the only way you could watch him, when he played with a pack of cards in front of 20,000 people. Steve, there used to be a good magic shop in Camden. I used to visit as a youngster, dreaming of owning everything, but all the good tricks were mega expensive. The one I wanted to buy was the set of rings, because I used to love it. Linking rings, yep. Oh, they do some lovely linking rings. Really, really lovely. You watch somebody who does linking rings. Paul Daniels used to do good linking rings, but he also did chop cup as well, which was just a 1 cup trick with a ball and inside, and he put the ball on the top and he said, where's the ball? And you go, it's on the top of the cup. And you go, no, the cup's upside down, so it's on the bottom of the cup. And so he would go through, you could almost do it word for word, and then at the end the ball would change into either oranges or apples or grapes or something like that. But I did see somebody once at the Magic Circle, and they produced chicks. There were chicks, little tiny chicks, you know, from eggs. Chicks. And they produced them at the end under the cups, which I thought was really clever. Because it was because you're waiting for the orange to sort of come out, but we didn't get the orange, we just got the chicks. But they do it as well. I mean, some very, very clever people. You watch some people, and it's just mind-blowing. Even for magicians, it's mind-blowing. But you can always guarantee, you go to the Magic Circle, the moment somebody starts doing a trick, the entire place piles in. Go, what's he doing? Oh, my God, what's that? What's that? I love it. I love it. I love it when things happen to people. Did anybody in the Magic Circle who knew the masked magician was? Of course we did, yes. He was, in fact, a magician himself. He was a rather nasty little piece of work. And he went on television and he exposed magic. He would show you a trick, and then he'd say he was masked so that nobody knew who he was. But the masked magician was exposed on numerous occasions, and he was then confronted, should we come and see your act, and then shout out how it's all done. It was a horrible piece of work. Horrible piece of work. I can't remember that for this precise moment in time what his name was, but I'm sure we will find it. Valentino, I think. Valentino. I'm not even sure if he's still alive. But he went on with a mask and then said, actually, at this point, the magician does this, and this. What you don't see is this. And it was just basically, Val Valentino, the masked magician. Horrible piece of work, really. And so he was on television, and he had this program, and they would show you tricks which you'd seen other magicians. I mean, most of them were very old tricks. He wasn't doing anything that was particularly up to date because he was a bit naff, and he was then confronted about it. I don't know why he did it, actually. Perhaps he was a bit stupid. But there you go. Steve, your home sounds very interesting. Oh, it's certainly interesting. Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. Have you, or would, if ever asked, go on a TV show through the keyhole? Good God, no. What on earth for? The only people who've gone through the keyhole are people who are trying to sell their properties. That's what they go on there for, because it's cheaper than going to the estate agent. You can go, if you want to see what the house looks like, it's just been on through the keyhole. And I wouldn't watch it anyway, because it's got that ghastly Keith Lemon on it. How can you watch that? Keith Lemon, that's not his real name. This is a name he goes under, because apparently he's an actor. Must be the worst one in the world. He seems to play the same part all the time. Steve, I managed to get some plants off the TV shopping channels, but so miss going to Squires. Oh, join the club. Join the club. Steve, I've seen Penn and Teller on TV. They're showing they had an empty fish tank and it was full of goldfish. They do it on their live show as well, at the show, and it's a big tank, and they shine lights through it, and then they literally take a cloth, go, psh, and the entire thing is full of hundreds and hundreds of goldfish. It's quite beautiful. Quite beautiful. Steve, David Copperfield with the buzzsaw. Still amazing. He says, come on, it's early. Nobody's paying attention. Oh, I could tell you the buzzsaw. It was such a good one. It was such a good one because he lay on a table and they just put a little covering over him, and then they bring in this huge saw which is over the and you go, and it was the noise and the sparks and everything else that came out, and then all of a sudden it went all the way through his body. And then it stopped and everybody went, oh. And then they reversed it and it came out again, and then they removed the covering and there was David Copperfield whole. But the best one was a magician who he'd found. I can't tell you actually. I can't tell you because it was. I think it's sort of still a current act, but whatever it was very clever, and it was using somebody who. I can't tell you. No, I definitely can't tell you. No, I'll be thrown out the brownies. I'll never make it ever again. But no, the buzzsaw with David Copperfield was very innovative. But still the best one, the one that fooled everybody, was Robert Harbin's trick, which was the Zigzag Girl. And in fact, on the night that he first showed it, on a London Palladium show, he was still painting it. And this is where you have a box, and you open up the 3 doors at the front, and a young lady stands in there. They close the doors. She puts her foot through the bottom, her hand through the middle, and then they pull the middle of the box away. And you can walk all the way round it. You can walk all the way round it and have a good look. And a friend of mine used to do the zigzag, and there were various versions of it, but Robert was the one who patented it. And we've got the original zigzag in the Magic Circle, which, if we do our show this Christmas, you can come and see it, and you'll go, I know what that's called. That's called the Zigzag Illusion by Robert Harbin. Also, how did Penn and Teller get away with sharing magic secrets? Well, because they're a double act. They're a double act. Obviously, they're both into... Actually, the funny thing is, one is more into it than the other one. The little one is the one who's really into magic, and the other one, it's just... I told you, we went to Vegas, where there's loads of magic shops. We went to one in the Venetian, and there was nobody around. So what we did, we sort of walked in. The moment we walked in, the 2 guys behind the counter started demonstrating magic and doing things like that. So, of course, being magic... We actually sort of, were sort of watching it and all the rest of it. And the moment they discovered that we weren't buying anything, we were just in because we were there for a convention, they stopped demonstrating magic. They stopped doing it immediately. And so we said, are you not magicians? They went, no, we're shop assistants. We learn to do this to sell the tricks. Every demonstration results in a sale, so that's what we do. But we're not magicians. And I thought, how odd. I never thought about it like that. I just assumed that everybody absolutely loved it. Steve, I had a message from LA that I believe your book has arrived in the morning, and it is... I mean, I think this is the best time of the morning to do everything. Seriously, it's the best time to clean your windows. It's the best time to start doing a bit of the gardening. It's the best time to go and do some exercise. It's the best time to walk the dog. Then you can sit down and have some breakfast and just enjoy the rest of the day. I went into a complete panic yesterday, of course, because the car arrived early. And I didn't know whether we'd changed the time of it, but no, he did admit that he was early. I mean, he was like 20 minutes early. Normally, people get there. I mean, I don't mind the cars being early, you know, as long as they're not too early. But this one was quite a bit earlier, because I remember getting nearly to the end of the programme, about 20 minutes away, and I said to the producer, I call him the producer, it's very funny, it's sort of an affectation, and I said, I said, the car's going to be here in 2 minutes. I said, oh no, the car's here. And that was about 20 minutes away from the usual pickup time, so of course I went into a slight panic. Anyway, now, Bonnie Lithgow has been writing to us for some time. She's a very good friend of Cliff's and loads of show busy people. But anyway, somebody sent me a thing the other day, Bonnie, that you will love. And this is from a guy called... because you might know him by this name. But anyway, he's a long-time listener. He says, I love it when you message with Bonnie. My dad, this is Dave Green... he's Dave Green, his dad's not Dave Green, was a cameraman at the BBC for decades and worked on many Saturday night light-end programmes with the young generation, and they became good friends. Now, in fact, interestingly enough, Dave's mum has got a memento of Nigel and Bonnie's wedding back in 1974. It's a key ring. You must have these, I should imagine. And it says... We found the attached keyring in the loft recently, which my mum kept as a memento from Nigel and Bonnie's wedding. And it's got Nigel and Bonnie 12/10/74. And he said, the football photo looks like Dad's Army versus the SAS. Lovely, shameless nostalgia. So there you go. So Bonnie, and he sent me the at the back of it as well. So I've got the front of the key. Was it the London Room? That's all I can tell you. And there's a footballing picture as well. What a nice bit of nostalgia to have. And doesn't it all tie it all together? I'm constantly watching television programmes about people in showbiz. I was watching one of these live from the Palladium, and who actually came on? Julie Rogers. The lovely Julie Rogers. She's a staunch member of the Lady Rattlings. The Lady Rattlings, one of my favourite organisations. And there she was. What a gorgeous person. What a gorgeous person. And in fact, still now she sings. Mainly for the Lady Rattlings, but Julie Rogers, she was on so many things. She was like mega. So I was delighted. That always gives me a little twinge. I like things like that. Somebody here called Simon. He says, what other presenter could talk for 20 minutes on coin exchange machines and make it interesting? I don't know. It's a gift. He says, keep up the good work of entertaining us. Well, I do my best. I get paid for it. I'm not here as a sort of a social service. Although sometimes I think I might be, actually. Dennis in Grantham, loving the show, he said, do you remember Stingray? Hello. Of course I do. Stingray, Stingray. Maria, Aquamarina. Yes, which was lovely. Type of fish girl, wasn't she? He says, I've got an original battery-operated Stingray in its box. Might be worth a bob or two. Might be. It applies on a lot of things. Firstly... the batteries situation. You don't want anything that's all sort of all manky, and also the box has got to be in good condition. But I would think that'd be worth something. I would think that so all those toys are worth a lot of money. But what happened was people played with them, and so it's very rare to find things which are absolutely perfect. When you do find them, but mind you, there's such clever people out there, they can always take these and turn them into something fantastic. Steve, on an old episode of Supermarket Sweep yesterday, Dale looked so cool in his beige jacket. What a well-dressed man he always was. He wasn't towards the end. He used to wear a leather jacket and jeans for sort of presenting. I should say to him, listen, people pay to see a bit of glamour. That was it. But as I say, I've got all the... I don't think I've got that jacket, actually. I don't think I've got the beige jacket. I've got the suits. Got the shirts. Got the ties. Got more ties you can shake a stick at. And each one telling a story. Sometimes there used to be bits of paper in the suit saying in which show it was worn. And so you would know But it was. They used to do the same for Paul Daniels. He used to have a shirt and a jacket. It would say Monday on the shirt, Tuesday, and then they would get to the end. So it was always a new one every night, which was good. Thank you for that Penn and Teller info. Do you know they don't get on? Did you know that? They work together, like a lot of double acts or singing groups, but they don't socialise together. It's purely for work. So when they come off stage in Vegas, when they were in Vegas doing their show, they come off, and it's quite normal for all the artists to do this, and you can take pictures with them. They'll go and stand in the lobby of the theatre, and so they literally come off stage at the end, and they go and stand in the lobby. One's one side of the lobby, one's the other side, and you take your pictures with them. It's not, you don't have to pay for it. It's just free, and they do a really cracking good show. So I don't care if they don't talk to each other all the time. Peter's in Clapham Junction. He said, in the 70s, I got the David Nixon Magic Box for Christmas. There was one that came up for auction a short while ago. I nearly bought it. There's an awful lot of paper in there, black paper with glitter and stuff like that. And it came up at a Magic Circle auction. I remember thinking, I'd like to buy that. And then a friend of mine said, what are you going to be doing with it? I said, I don't know. It's just nostalgia. It ain't what it was. And I get a bit sort of strange about nostalgia, which I quite like, actually. Steve, my granddad was Sidani, taught magic on BBC Radio, says Julia. Well, that's lovely. Do you still have any stuff? Anything that you've kept? Because that's what it's all about, isn't it? Sometimes people think that a lot of magic is worth a lot of money, but of course it really isn't in a lot of cases. I mean, it's so sophisticated now. Some beautiful workmanship coming out of America and Argentina, loads of different places. Even in Japan, I go to a shop in Japan and order online, because nowadays with FedEx and all these other companies, DHL, which are brilliant, you can get the stuff over here in a few days, which I think is excellent. Stevie, for the record, I bought 2 giant tubs of Asda smooth peanut butter, and it's as good as Sunpat. I've tried it. I didn't think so. I don't remember. Trevor says, do you remember Fireball XL5? In other words, I wish I was a spaceman, fastest guy alive. I'd fly around the universe in Fireball XL5. Of course I remember it. One of my favourite. All in black and white. All in black and white. I interviewed Jerry Anderson on quite a few occasions. And Fireball XL5, the music was great. Music was great on all of those sort of things. They were just so cleverly done. Oh, Parker, Lady Penelope, she was so good. And of course that was Jerry Anderson's wife, as you now know. Rusty the Yorkie and the gang on the Isle of Wight, a bit late for the spy. What do you mean a bit late for the spy? It's 5:10. We start at 4. What have I told you before? We start at 4. If you're not careful, we'll take your transmitter down. Okay? You'll never be able to listen ever again. You're looking forward to Spielberg's version of West Side Story. Dun, 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 dun. Due to come out at the end of the year. Hope so. Not holding out my breath on that one. I mean, I know, when things are supposed to be happening. The best magician is the great James Randi. It was awesome, says Gary in Sunningdale, how he debunked Uri Geller. Yes, I mean, Randi he offered a lot of money for people to prove that they had this power. But of course, nobody would put themselves up for it. So his money was, I think he offered $1 million to basically debunk Uri Geller. And Uri would just sort of say, no, the vibes are wrong, I'm not getting the right vibes. We thought, no, because everybody's watching. Now we know what we're watching for. All I'll say is, belt. That's all I'll say. I'm not going to say anything else. That's all I need to do. But James Randi, see, I never thought James Randi was a great magician. I thought he was a great debunker of things. Because sometimes the greatest magicians are people you've never heard of. Really fantastic. My brother wanted 2 for his wedding, so I bought him 2 magicians for his wedding, and they were fantastic. Oh, how fabulous, says Bonnie. Here we go. She says, yes, it was the London Rooms where we were married, and I remember the lovely cameraman, Ron Green, who was #1 cameraman at the BBC, and so lovely to me when I was in the young generation. My love to the family brought a tear to my eye. Oh, lovely. That's fantastic. Oh, I'm very pleased about that, actually. So Dave Green's the son, and Ron Green was and Bonnie remembers. And he sent me in a photo of the key ring, the London Room, and then the other one, which just says Nigel and Bonnie, 12/10/74. Isn't that fab? I love stuff like that. I get confronted with things like that, Bonnie. Sometimes when I go out to do a show, somebody will produce a photo taken of me from years and years ago, and they go, oh, do you remember this? I'm like, oh, God. I always remember, though, because when we started doing the shows, we had a great deal of fun, but they were selling out a bit too quickly. Oh, I haven't done the poem, have I? They were selling out a bit too quickly. You remember we got a phone call from a taxi driver who was driving down the Euston Road. He said, it was like 4 a.m. He said, there's a queue of people outside the Shaw Theatre. I said, is there? He said there must be about 100 people queuing outside the Shaw Theatre. They were queuing to get tickets for the show because they sold out really quickly. And it's been like that for long time. So that's why I always say, when people say, you know, you're going to do another show either at the Leicester Square Theatre here or the Hippodrome, God, please, it opens up soon, then the answer is yes, we love to. We love to do those shows, but they sell out really good, really quick. I've got a poem. I forgot to do my poem. I'm going to wait to do my poem. I'm going to do my poem because otherwise I'm going to rush through it and then I shall never get there at all. How are you with Torchy the Battery Boy? Do you know, I remember Torchy, but I can't remember what he did. Did he light up or something? Torchy the Battery Boy? I've got an image in my mind, but I think it might have been just a little bit before my time. Torchy was never... I came in on some of the other ones. Steve, I heard a song recently I completely forgot about. Seasons in the Sun. We had joy, we had fun, we had seasons in the sun. And that was quite nice. And that was good. Do you remember Summer the First Time by Bobby Goldsboro? That was a romantic song. Ooh, that was very romantic. We like stuff like that. Steve, if you could make someone disappear, who would it be? Well, I wonder. I mean, who would I make disappear? Difficult one, that, isn't it? Difficult one. I mean, I've thought of a name. You know, the name is there in the forefront of my mind. And who would I make disappear? Wait a minute, I'll try it. No, they're still there. They're still there. It's not working. Not working at all. The Saints car was a Volvo. As part of the publicity, Roger Moore picked it up from Speed Showroom in Alfreton in Derbyshire. How do you people know this? My cousin Glenys fainted. The showroom is no longer there, but was 50 yards from where I am now sat listening to you, says Tony. You are absolutely unbelievable. I suddenly realised that when this programme went national, we all of a sudden trawled the country, and there's people with those fantastic stories, people that they know, people that they met. And I think it's great. I'm a big fan, as you know, of nostalgia. Big fan. So I was delighted to do the Bonnie Lithgow thing at the key. I wonder if Bonnie... Did she say if she's got any of these key rings left? Because that would be a thing to have, wouldn't it, really? She says... but she remembers Ron. There you go, Dave. She remembers your dad. So lovely when I was in the Young Generation. Brought a tear to my eye. I like it when people have a little tear in their eye. We are that link. Are we not? Let's get you to work quickly. Not Bonnie, obviously. I'm way the other side of everything. So we will have a check now on the Road and Rail, and that's with me saying I'm Steve Allen as well, just in case I forget. The poem. We have a poem for you. This one's by Anonymous, so it could be the producer, unlikely. And it's called A Rule for Happiness. Live right, be pure, with conscience clear. Have naught to fear from year to year. Be quick to lend a helping hand to suffering ones throughout the land. Take this old world as it is. Make the best of it you can. Love not riches, honour, fame, but love the more your fellow man. Seek joy in every path you tread. Be sure of love before you wed. Trust everything to love divine. True happiness will then be thine. That's nice, isn't it? Producer going through one of his strange phases again. It's all a little bit, sort of, let's sit down and inhale, sort of some of my air freshener. There we go. Do you know, it seems to go forever, this air freshener. I mean, a little bit still left in it. I bought, it's Airwick, and it's pure. Well, of course it's pure. It says it's pure on it. It's pure Airwick. Bonnie says, yes, Steve, I still have a keyring and wonderful memories of that day. Wow. That is good. So many guests, from Lionel Blair to Vera Lynn, Amy MacDonald, and of course, Ron Green. There you go, Dave. Your dad gets lovely mentions this morning. David is in Nottinghamshire, and he says, I loved Stingray, but even earlier there was Supercar. In fact, I had from TV Comic a licence to fly Supercar, came with a gold lapel badge and was signed by Supercar's pilot, Mike Mercury. Don't know about Fly Supercar. I barely learnt to ride the bike without stabilisers. I was about 8. Well, I couldn't remember what I remember, Stingray, but I couldn't remember what Supercars theme tune was. So I'm going to give you a quick burst just to jog your memory even further. Now you know. I remember in all those kids' comics at the time, you used to get free gifts. It's like the cereal. Depending on what the free gift was, my parents used to hate it. My father had nothing to do with the shopping at all. My mother did all the shopping. And we go round and you go, oh, look, if we get Frosties as a free sort of submarine man or a parachutist or something like that, my mother said no, because you're paying for it. Do you remember Four Feather Falls with Tex Tucker the cowboy? Yes, absolutely. The Supercar theme tune was sung by Barry Gray. Do you know what the year was? 1959. Then the Mike Sam Singers did it, season 1, and again in season 2. But Barry Gray was the one. So I don't know who wrote it. I don't know. I know it was courtesy of ATV Music. Barry Gray did quite a few. Put in Barry Gray, and then we shall know. Put in guessing whether he wrote it or not. He might even still be alive. I've done that before. I've said, oh, I wish someone so-and-so was still here. He wrote it. Oh, clever clog. Nobody likes a smart ass. Torchy, the battery boy. I'm a walking, talking toy. Press my switch to see my bulb start to gleam. Oh, right. It's the most magic light you have ever seen. Tra-la-la, says Angela. I've gone off Torchy, the battery boy. I've decided he's obviously a bit of a weirdo. But, Steve, back in the 60s, whilst going down the steps into Battersea Funfair, still there, you know, Trevor? Those steps are still there. No funfair, of course. We met Bert Lynch from Z-Cars with his family. Pfft, blimey. Z-Cars. God, that was good, wasn't it? But the steps to Battersea Funfair are still there. That's what I miss. But I've discovered, actually, the older I get, and, you know, to be honest with you, I'm ageing every day, just about a couple of seconds more. You start thriving on nostalgia. And somebody will say, I'll be speaking to a friend of mine, and he'll say, I thought about you the other day. You know, it was sort of a case of, do you remember that? And I go, I do remember that. Why do I remember that? And they said, because you were the... seriously, I can't, you know... Somebody said, do you remember we met in a hospital, Steve, back in Bromley, March the 17th, 1954? We did meet, as usual, you won't remember. I know. Do you know, I'm envious of people who claim that they can remember being in the pram. Can you say, seriously, I don't think anybody can ever remember being in the pram, but I bet you now I'll be inundated with people saying, oh, I remember things like that. My dad was a contestant in Michael Miles's Take Your Pick. He won a barrel of beer with 6 tankards. My mum had wanted a 3-piece suite, so I wasn't very happy. They delivered it in bottles. Flowers, bitter, says Linda. Do you know, in those, when you look at some of these old shows on the television, you look at the naff prizes that they're offering. You know, people go, oh, you won a house. Oh, I wanted the spade. You know, never get all these things, do you? Vanda says... watched a clip with Obama 5 years ago saying there'd be a pandemic disease, then another clip of Trump saying no one would ever know it would happen. Oh, that's interesting. Steve, you were supposed to sing it, and you misread some of the words. I can't sing. I'm not going to be pushed into singing at this time of the morning. I only sing on Christmas Eve. I'm a night worker at Woolwich Tesco. I'm listening to you via my earpods. I must get some earpods. I keep meaning to buy it. But actually, I spoke to my friend Rich the other day, and I said, good that we got paid. And he said, yes. He said, do you know, he said, I'm in the black. Because most people get to the end of the month, you know, in keeping with everybody else, and go, oh, I need the money coming in now to pay off, you know, the amount of money I've gone overdrawn because the bank have been a bit generous, or not, as the case may be. And he said, I'm actually in the black. I said, you know why? You're not going down the pub every blooming day. Because that, all of a sudden, you suddenly realise that you're not spending as much money as you would do normally. Which I think is quite good, isn't it? Mind you, I love Thursday. Why do I like Thursday? You should know why I like Thursday. Most regular listeners will know that I love Country Life. I buy Country Life every Thursday. And I look through at some of these gorgeous houses throughout the countryside, and I think, if it's so nice, why are you selling it? And there's some beautiful, beautiful places, and you look at them and they go down at the end of a secluded lane. I always think, I don't think so. I don't fancy the idea. Do you remember Twizzle, says Bill? Of course. I've got the box sets of most of the Jerry Anderson programmes. I haven't got Four Feather Falls. I have. I've got it on video. And I think I've also got Torchy on video. I've got the complete set of ITC. So I've got supercar, Stingray, everything. Very lucky boy. And the nice thing is that they're promotional VHSs, which is good. Wendy says, I had a Tiger in Your Tank t-shirt my dad got me. That was, you remember those? That was it Esso? Put a tiger in your tank? We were all encouraged. I remember years ago, if you bought oil or something like that, there was a free gift at garages. Sometimes it'd be plastic flowers. God knows why they thought anybody who pulled into a garage to get some oil would want a set of plastic flowers or a waste paper basket. Seriously, I always found it odd that people pull into a garage and buy wood. It's got to be the oddest thing. Why did Spangles disappear? God knows. I used to like the old-fashioned ones, the old-fashioned mixture, which was good. Another one says, I once got John Lennon's roll started for him at his first wife's mother's house in Esher. Yes, he had a house down there. His mother might have done as well, I don't know. Steve, I can remember from the early 70s, Ali Bongo, who was a big fan, reminded me when he passed away. Did you attend and the Broken Wand? No, but I've got, they sold a lot of his stuff. And everybody at the Magic Circle got a special goodie bag, which contained a pack of cards, some silk handkerchiefs, and some of Ali's tricks. So that was quite nice. Jerry Anderson used to live in a converted pub called the Green Man in Henley-on-Thames. Wasn't every pub called the Green Man? Who was the Green Man? Why was he named? You know, it was like all sorts of other, you know, the Red Lion was another popular pub name. Now it's the Moon Underwater. And places that have got the most ridiculous names. Seriously, the most ridiculous names for all these sort of different pubs. I just call it, we just sort of go into the pub. And, of course, lots of them, well, nothing now. Steve, I've now got Country Life on subscription. Your fault. I know. We should have, but actually the funny thing is, if you bought Country Life on subscription, it's half the price of buying it in the shops. It's much, much cheaper. And they sort of offer you, and that's delivered to your door. I love buying it, though. I love the Christmas editions. Stop it. And I love it. Have you ever seen Country Life? Oh, God, you're not educated enough. You need to get... Seriously, it's got lovely... I'll bring you in a copy tomorrow of Country Life, and you look through it, and it's full... What? No, it's posh countryside. It's very... I mean, you know, houses are not all that expensive. Maybe $1 million, going up to a little... You know... But you just want to see them, don't you? You see, you've closed your eyes off. Oh, vote Labour, here we go again. Let's support Harold Wilson. All these rich people out in the countryside. I can't believe it. Honestly, here's me struggling on strawberries with double cream. Oh, yes, how the other half live. God, blimey, spare me the bleeding arts. But it's lovely houses, beautiful houses, mansions. I mean, to be honest with you, you could probably get a job there as a servant. Or something like that. Oh, Steve, I've had this job, and you know, and I'm servant in-house. They wouldn't, your hair would all be shaved off. You'd have to wear a little twee uniform. Like something. So when you open the front door, you bow and go, can I take your name, please? I go, it's me, it's Steve. And you go, would you like to wait here? And I'll just go and see if the master's in. Trot away, go, he's here, he's found us. Love it. Do you remember Captain Scarlet? Yes. Do you remember the Banana Splits? Was that the song that went na 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 na? 1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4. Da, 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 yeah. I remember Torchy. Says Mick in Hemel. Popeye. I like William Tell. Come away with William Tell. Come away to the land he loves so well. Come away. That was, I can't remember who played it, but I used to like the Robin Hood series. John in Lichfield, you see, we've delved into BBC local radio here, says, I always like the Wooden Tops with Mrs. Scrubbit and Spotty Dog. It wasn't just the Spotty Dog, it was the biggest Spotty Dog you ever did see. That's why. And did you see the live episode of The Good Life? I have it on DVD. It's on one of the sets. And the Queen turns up to it was her favourite programme, and they all had to come on and bow. I love The Good Life, I think it was great. I want to know, what did I want to ask you? I was going to ask you something, and why was I going to ask you something? I was thinking about a programme, and I was thinking about... Oh, that's right. Keeping Up Appearances with Hyacinth Bouquet. I want to know where that was filmed, because they were real houses. Anybody know the answer? Imran had to drive from Nottingham to Leicester the other day, so he and the family drove for 40 minutes. When we got there, we were told, sorry, we can't do the tests as we've reached the capacity. They even had me a time slot, which they failed on doing to fulfil it. Comes as shocking as I'd made a booking. So there you go. I mean, that's not very good, is it? 40 minutes, Imran. He says, enjoy the show in the mornings. My father got me listening to you. It's always the way, isn't it? I get fathers and a lot of mums. A lot of mums. Jackie in Teignmouth says, I'm also a big Country Life fan. It's like getting a wrapped Christmas gift every week. I can't believe that the producer never even seen it. So I'm going to have to bring... Lucky I keep all of the copies. I leave them for other people. It's about £4 an edition. It's very expensive for you. But I can bring in some old ones. You look through and you can see... You know, people are sort of already getting their stuffing ready for Christmas. And there's a lot of adverts for sort of people wearing Berber jackets or Barber jackets and things like that. And it's not for you. I mean, you get private... I get private eye as well. Yeah. Who doesn't? And, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. No, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. Yes, I can. Yeah, private eye's good. Totally unrepeatable on this programme, but I mean, it's always good fun, because you all think, I'd love to do that story. I would love to do that. Hyacinth's Bungalow was filmed in Binley Woods, Warwickshire, says John. All right. And filmed around Coventry. Also Coventry and Leamington Spa. How lovely. I wonder why up there. It always... The actual house, the bungalow... She was such a snob. She was such a snob. Would you mind taking your shoes off? You know, the bouquet residence, lady of the house speaking, and all this kind of stuff. She was vile to her husband. Vile. But she's still going. I interviewed her once down at the Richmond Theatre. And she was explaining to me that they'd just been all decorated down there. Lovely theatre. Used as the exterior shot for the Craze film. It was playing one of their clubs. And she said the only thing they don't have, she said, is the no door on the toilet. So you have to sit there with your foot on the door into the dressing room to try and stop people walking in. And then there was another one. Do you remember Green Shield stamps? Yeah, we did Green Shield stamps a short while ago. And S&H pink stamps, which were very good. Steve, was it William Franklin who played William Tell? I don't think so. I don't think so. Do you know where the UK TV series Pie in the Sky restaurant is, says Shane? Yes, it's in the studios at Bray. It was made up. The actual exterior shots were a flower shop, which I think is closed now. And so you'd see them going in, but all the interior shops of the kitchen and the actual restaurant were done in the Bray Studios down the road. I know. I told a friend of mine and she went, no, you're fibbing. I went, no, seriously, I'm telling you the truth, because I loved Pie in the Sky. I thought it was I loved him. I loved him to pieces. And it was a thrill to actually get to meet him. Lovely. Steve, Leamington Spa, Binley, outside Coventry, says Mickey, love the show, thank you. Somebody says, do you remember Topo Gigio? Was it a bird? No, it was a little mouse. He was a black art puppet. Topo Gigio. In fact, he appeared on the Sunday night at the London Palladium thing. Jimmy Tarbuck had to interview him. He was operated by a man and a woman who were dressed all in black velvet, because you couldn't see them. And Topo Gigio was a little mouse. I'm Topo Gigio. You can go onto YouTube and put in his name, Topo. It's just T-O-P-O. Topo Gigio. Anyway, you'll find it. It'll be there. Steve, what about Felicity Kendall? Does she look as pretty now as when she was making The Good Life, says Trevor? Well, obviously not. Obviously, people age. Must be terrible for actresses. But no, I loved her. I think she was great. Mind you want to see somebody who's aged badly. Sarah Ferguson. I mean, seriously, she's let herself go completely. I'm absolutely unrecognisable. Unrecognisable. Amazing how many of you remember. Somebody says, I seem to remember a Saturday morning programme in the early 70s with either Kenny Lynch or Harry Fowler, or both, hosting. You see, now, I'm trying to think, if you say the 60s, how old was Harry Fowler? Because Harry Fowler was a friend of mine, a friend of Graham's, and he was a child star. He appeared in a lot of the Children's Film Foundation films, which is very good. Steve, remember Watch Out, there's a Humphrey about? Yeah, that was Milk. And Ringo's. My boys had Ringo hats. You had to save so many empty packets and send them off. Yeah. Here we go. Keeping Up Appearances, Steve, was filmed in Heather Road, Binley Wood, Coventry. Onslow in the girls' exterior was 3 Mitchell Close in Coventry. That's unbelievable that you know these things. Vanda says the Country Life photo competition winner was a fake. The mouse in the apple was staged, set up in a cage. I love that. Well, there's a picture in one of the papers today of a kingfisher diving into a river to pick up a fish from the bottom. And it's faked. What it is, they trained the kingfisher to dive into an aquarium. The camera was set at the bottom of the aquarium with the fish, and they trained the thing to dive in and pick it up. It looks fun. You'd never know. Never know. But then, of course, that's the joy, isn't it? Conrad Phillips played William Tell. Thank you. And also, Steve, I've got the Lone Ranger Annual. Used to love watching it every day with his friend Tonto. Yes, with a hi-ho silver. And then it was him and Kimosabi. And, it's fantastic. The Lone Ranger, all in black and white. And I think Tonto was played by Jay Silverheels. He really was a proper Native American. And I think it was Jay Can you check that? Tonto, played by, I'm sure it was Jay Silverheels. You remember these stupid, I told you I've got the most stupid memory. I remember the daftest things that other people go, how do you know that? And I go, I've got Jay Silverheels. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Here all week. Is he still alive? Is he still alive? Let's have a little look. Died in 1980. But generations of kids grew up and loved stuff like that, and I was one of those generations of kids. Television seemed to be much better, didn't it, in those early days? Every front page of the papers this morning has got Boris with his fiancée. I mean, she's had the baby. You think it normally works the other way round, doesn't it? You get married and then you have a baby. Not in this particular case. Plus, Steph McGovern's new show, Off the Air. Best news we've heard all year. Because, to be honest, it's really weak. It's very, very... Perhaps it'll be different when it's in a studio. I don't know. But it's basically the neighbours who live in this cul-de-sac are sick to death of having all these trucks up there. You know, because it seems to take an army of people to actually put this thing together. I suppose technical people. Steve, Conrad Phillips was William Tell. Thank you, Mick. We've done that. Topo Gigio was a restaurant in Brewer Street. Do you remember? Jonathan said, I had a studio in Brewer Street. Yeah, no, Topo Gigio was this little mouse. Space Patrol, which had the Gabber bird in it. The Gabbler bird. I don't remember. Space Patrol. I might remember it if I saw something to sort of jog my memory. I get a lot of those things. A lot of those things which jog memories. It was Sue in Warwickshire who wanted to know if I could make somebody disappear, who would it be? Space Patrol, 1962, this one. Written and produced by Roberta Lee, in association with ABC, Associated British Corporation. It was a science fiction television series. How many series there were? I don't know. Captain Larry Dart and his crew patrol the solar system. First one was, it didn't last too long. First episode, 7th of April, 63. Final episode, 11th of June, 64. And the voices of Dick Vosborough. His daughter used to work for us, Dick Vosborough. Dick Vosborough's daughter used to work here. Libby Morris, Ronnie Stevens and Murray Cash. So it was a puppet animation series. Wow. I think it was sort of a mixture, wasn't it? Where what was the other one that they did, which was a mixture of puppet and real people? Space 1999. Was Hyacinth Bucket the show with the mini-skirted Christian sister, says Nicola? Yes. She did wear very short skirts. And Hyacinth Bucket. It's Bouquet. The Good Life exterior filmed at Kew Ferry Road in Northwood, says Richard. Thank you. Topo Gigio, restaurant in Wimborne. Yes, there's loads of them, but he was a puppet. I have to tell you, he was definitely a puppet. It's a boy for Boris and Carrie. Tom's 100 and made an honorary colonel, which is good, ahead of today's milestone. He's raised 30 million. He's 100. You're going to be getting... Well, you've seen how many cards you've got, Tom. You see, because I think he's listening. He'll be up at this time of the morning. So, it's interesting. I think Boris, this is now the 6th child, isn't it? He had 6 children, which is quite... The papers are saying there's 6 children. This is the 6th. Don't we? Why don't we? The papers say he's got 6. Well, of course he hasn't said. Why would you want to? But they have pictures of them in the papers. Could be 7. Well, how's it going to be 7? He's only just had this. This little one is 6, isn't it? I love the way it's got a full head of hair. It's so cutie. In fact, it's almost got identical hair to Boris. Talking of hair, Guy Ritchie apparently has had work done on his thatch. His wife Jackie revealed a big difference in his hairline on a soppy social media post. They're all doing it, aren't they? Didn't we have Beckham doing it? And then, of course, he had to take it off because people were laughing at it. And poor old Joe Swash, I mean, he just wears a baseball cap the whole time because people are pointing at his hair because it's the wrong colour. It's the wrong... He's such a lined person. He's so, so ageing so badly. Top films facing a ban at the Odeon. Wow. They're to boycott new releases by Universal Pictures and a row over streaming. Oh, guess whose birthday is today? Lee Francis, apparently a comedian. Unfortunately, never made me laugh. And what do we have here? Rod Liddell talking about why do men get COVID. And also he says, spare a thought for Britain's vibrant community of pagans and witches. I don't know how many there are listening to this programme this morning. But apparently tonight is the eve of, is it Beltane? An important festival for many assorted oddballs. Normally they'd be stripping off and hanging around goats around a blazing fire. What? No, we're doing Beltane at the moment. I want to know more about it. Dancing naked round fires. He said because even witches get the flu. So it's pagans and witches. And so an important festival. But it's going to be difficult because of the social distancing on this thing here. But that's why people go up to Stonehenge, don't they? People do all these kind of things. And also, still to come, can anybody understand how come B&Q is allowed to open, but not garden centres? It's taken us ages to get all the people in the newspapers to follow my line, which is, I thought B&Q was a garden centre. So they sell all these things, and yet proper garden centres, they're literally squeezing them dry. 12 minutes to 6, nice to have your company. Last year, Steve, I was on a cruise, remember those? And we had a brilliant lecturer who talked about many of the shows and the products, and singing the jingle, you'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent. But the kids came up with a better one. You'll wonder where your teeth have gone when you brush your teeth with an atom bomb. That was the other popular one. Steve, I'm a witch and a pagan from Dover, combined with being a police officer and a member of the Pagan Police Association. Good Lord. Dave says I'm not taking part in any group ceremonies at the moment due to the social distancing, because there's a lot of holding hands. And that's the point that Rod Liddell was making, that you can't dance round a fire without holding hands, and because of the social distancing, you can't do it. I didn't know that. Find me the Pagan Police Association. Good Lord above. I didn't even know there was such a thing. There'd be sort of pagan producers next. The Pagan Police Association. How many members have they got? Come along. I'm not bothered about whether it's a recognised religion. I just want you to find me the Pagan Police Association. It's not complicated, is it? There you go. Find me where they are. There you go. And they've got, it's new. Fairly new. They've got Graham Little of British Transport Police. And, so here we are. He's wearing his PPA lanyard with Rachel, and I'm invited to talk on a multi-faith panel at the upcoming thing. So you can contact Graham and everything. So there is actually a police pagan association. There you go. There you go. You live and learn. You live and learn. But there's no dancing round fires, I'm afraid. That would just be too dangerous. So, what a male witch. You can be a male witch, but it's a warlock, isn't it? A male witch? I seem to think so. Steve, I remember yesterday about delivering papers to Ronnie Barker in Pinner. Quite a few TV series that use Pinner for filming locations. The Professionals, May to December, Birds of a Feather, and more recently, says Jeremy, Silent Witness. Oh, wow, I love it. Love it. Do you remember Circus Boy? Very old. Made in Canada, I believe. Made in Canada. Lee Francis is Keith Lemon, the comedian. Is it really? Good Lord. Will you live and learn? You live and learn. I didn't know that at all, actually. Somebody's saying recently... Oh, sorry, that's not for me, actually. A very young Clint Eastwood in Rawhide was one of my favourites. You can spot all sorts of people in the early cowboy movies. Steve, my grandfather, who was director of photography, let the studio on the side of his house to Thunderbirds, and my mum's hands were used for Lady Penelope. They were there for many years until Grandma came home, and once again the kitchen has been raided. As they filmed a snow scene. She says, either they go or I do. They left soon for the Slough Trading Estate, says Louise. Yes, they did. That's where they did. The Slough Trading Estate. Mick, again, loves whirlybirds. Helicopters. That's what we're looking forward to today. We're going to find out a little bit later on about the fly past for the Colonel, the Honorary Colonel. And I think they've got helicopters, and I think there are 2 planes. That's what I seem to remember. Helicopters and 2 planes. But it takes place this evening at 8 p.m. So after the clapping, then you'll be having that. So that sounds fantastic. Sounds fantastic, because it was only a short while ago they weren't going to run with it. Now they are running it. So that's the best. Listen, the Queen has written a personal message. The Queen has written a personal message to him, and are they going to knight him? Do you think, or do you think that might be enough? I don't know. Steve, I think Boris will name his son either Lewis or Louis, after the nurse, Lewis Pitama, who you nursed him to recovery. Well, that would be quite nice. Do you think they actually have had that there, you know, in the past? You know, very interesting. And yes, I mean, this thing, Jack, is in the paper today. This is Rod Liddell's column. Wait a minute, just find the blooming thing. I keep losing this column. It's sort of 1 minute it's there, then it vanishes. And he was talking about the fact it is this feast, the eve of, is it Beltane? We didn't know if it was Beltane. And he says, spare a thought for Britain's vibrant community of pagans and witches. He says, an important festival for many assorted oddballs. These are his words, not our words. He says, normally they'd be stripped off, but social distancing means it's going to be a very hands-off affair, because even witches get the flu. I thought it was cold weather that seems to hold it back a little bit. So that's why, actually. That's why, because it's from Rod Liddell's column, which is what we told you in the first place it was. Not our thoughts, it's what he was saying about it. But now we've discovered that there is a police association as well for pagans. I mean, I knew that there was a gay police association. There must be so many different police things there, which is very interesting, isn't it? Very, very interesting. Right, more of your texts and Ela. Apparently, Mickey Dolenz from the Monkees was in Circus Boy, says Vin. He absolutely was very young. And there are apparently DVD copies which are taken from the original films, I think. Now, I don't know what the quality's like because I never bought them. I was going to buy them, and then somebody said they come from Canada, and then I thought maybe not, because it's so difficult if you don't know where something comes from. You don't really want to buy it just in case you get it. It looks like it's been, you know, somebody's held a camera up to the television screen. So, Steve, I used to pronounce slough as slough. Is that so wrong? Well, it was the poet laureate years ago wrote a poem which he read on Parky's show, Come Bombs, Rain on Slough, because people used to say it was such an awful place. It was famous for the Mars factory. So all you could smell was chocolate, which I thought seems like the ultimate thing, doesn't it? Waking up, you know, to the smell of chocolate. Steve, it's Baltina. That correct pronunciation. Oh, right, Baltina. And it's also Irish for the month of May, which is nice as we go into yet more dreadful weather. Steve, love the show. Always a cheery start to my day. It was my husband Steve's 60th birthday 2 weeks ago. It's our 30th wedding anniversary on the 5th of May, and it's my birthday, so we feel very lucky to have each other to celebrate with when so many people have lost loved ones during this awful pandemic. So I'm very proud, says Eleanor in Carlisle, to share my birthday with Colonel Tom Moore. What a great man. 30 million nearly for the NHS. I wonder how they're going to distribute it. That's what I'd like to see. Wouldn't you like to find out exactly where it goes to? That's an awful lot of money. That is a serious amount of money. So, you know, that would be nice. But I'm agreeing with the person who thinks Boris will name his son Lewis or Louis. That would be, and unless they've got some family name that they want to go for, we'll have to wait and find out. A disqualified driver. There's so many of them. Not as many as there are in Australia, where they seem to have an epidemic. The amount of cars that get stopped. And they're so mouthy to the police over there. It's a bit like here, but they're doing it without drink. And they were sort of saying, oh, you know, do you have a licence? Yeah. Do you have it with you? No. And, of course, it's illegal in Australia not to take your licence with you. But this is a disqualified guy called Jordan McGrath Coulstock. He hit 60 miles an hour in a 20-mile-an-hour zone. And he spent 54 weeks in prison. You know, endangering lives. Obviously a complete idiot. So he was dangerous driving whilst disqualified, and without a licence. I mean, give up, don't you, really? You give up. Another one here, which is, wait a minute. Oh, somebody says, I remember one time I got hypnotised on stage. And Dion says, it's a very strange experience. My family thought I was in on it, but I tried to explain to them. I couldn't remember any of it. Can you explain? What, hypnotism? Well, I'm probably as sceptical as your family. Thinking, you know, people... I mean, some people play along with it, but I think the hypnotist, of which there have been many over the years, it was done as a great entertainment. And in fact, there's even somebody who is known to us here at LBC who used to put on the Paul McKenna hypnotic shows. And he would do them. He ended up playing huge theatres, like, you know, a few thousand people. and they would select people beforehand, people who looked as though they were going to be receptive. So in other words, if you're going to put somebody under, they have to be receptive to it. If they resist it, it doesn't work. So you can spot the ones on stage who look as though they're playing along with it, or those who have genuinely gone under. And they do a lot of things the same. They seem to follow a formula of you're eating this apple, but in fact it's an onion, but you think it's an apple. Also, then you imagine the entire audience stark naked. That was a very popular one. Or then, you're going to stand up and run around the stage doing chicken noises, and they would do all sorts of things. So they would never show you the process. They're not allowed to show you the process of putting somebody under. So you could put somebody under, then you could bring them back, and then you could go and asleep again, and they would go under fairly quickly. And I was as big a skeptic as the next person, but I do know people who use hypnotism for all sorts of things, for stopping people smoking and stuff like that. And you can do all sorts of things with it. It's used medically for certain things to get sort of people off, but it was done as an entertainment years and years ago. And as I say, Paul McKenna was like sort of top of the class for doing his hypnotism, and people would sort of they all wanted to do it, but they didn't want to do it actually on the stage. So he ran them for years. He ran them for years. I never saw one. But, I've known Paul for ages and ages now. And I was often wanted to sit down and talk to him about them because I'd completely forgotten until somebody reminded me. Dear. Steve, I used to love Bootsy and Snudge. Good God, yes. I did. Anne from Hawkhurst says, Steve, my brother thought Hertfordshire was called Hertfordshire. Oh. Mind you, hearing different pronunciation from things. What did Gemma Collins call Prince Charles the other day? Charles. Which I couldn't quite work out, actually. Don't forget Twizzle, the boy whose hands and legs extended so he could reach things like cats stuck up trees. That sounds a bit duller, doesn't it? Sounds a bit dull at the moment. Something like a cat stuck up a tree. Steve. Please say happy birthday to me, says Brian. But Dion, no, I mean, if you can't remember it, well, then you obviously are one of those people receptive to being able to go under. Not everybody can do it. Not everybody can do it. Steve, I've got the box sets, says tanker driver Phil, of most of the Jerry Anderson programmes. Fireball XL5 started in black and white. By the end of the third series, colour arrived. I was blown away by Steve Zodiac's uniform and got one for Christmas. By the end of the 60s, I had Thunderbird's costume. Happy, happy days. And since being furloughed until the end of June, I shall immerse what a lovely thing to have. It's keeping it, isn't it? It's keeping all this memorabilia, which is just amazing, just amazing. Ronnie Barker lived in Pinner, Steve, hence a lot of the filming there, says Richard. I also lived there as well. I know Pinner very well indeed. My Auntie Grace used to live there as well, just under the Iron Bridge. Do a left. Can't remember the name of the road, but we thought it was quite posh, actually. Thursday, 30th of April. Apparently, there's 2 fly-pasts for Colonel Tom. One this morning at 08:22 over his house, and then there's one this evening as well. So he gets I think Hurricane and Spitfire this morning, and then he gets the Army helicopters this evening. Wow, fantastic. And very quickly, actually, we have a member of the Police Pagan Association, Steve, in Steve's Ultimate Spikers group. So a big shout out to Eleanor. There you go. We learn something new every day. Eleanor, nice to have your company. Hope you're well this morning. And everybody else is as well. And then James in Fulham says Gemma Collins used hypnotism to lose weight in Towie. Made no difference at all. But she might not have been receptive to it. She started taking the injections, didn't she? That's what her weight loss is down to. Very dangerous. Very dangerous. LBC's correspondent Rachel Venables joins us at 6:30 this morning. So we'll find out because it's deadline day. As you know, the long-promised target, 100,000 tests, is due today. Is it likely to happen? We'll find out a little bit later on. And there is a man here called Alan Pine. I think that's how you pronounce his name. He's an engineer, and his house is in Dawlish in Devon, and it's quite steep, and they've got steps to go up to it, but and he's also got solar panels on his roof. And so what he's decided to do up the side of the house, and he didn't need to get planning permission, he decided to build a railway up to his home, 50 feet up, to take him and his wife. And it's got an electric motor. and he's called it his stairway to heaven. So when he gets a bit older, and he's not there yet, he's only 55, he finished this project during lockdown 18 years after he started. It's taken 18 years. And so it's a 109-foot track. It hauls a wagon carrying him and his wife, Rachel, from the road to their 3-bed bungalow in 7 minutes. He said what's satisfying is that he did 95% of this by himself. So he's just laid down railway tracks, and he's got like a little truck that they'll be sitting on, and there's a winch at the top. It's 109 feet, 150 tons of soil he had to dig and toss into a total of 30 skips. Cost him 15,000 quid. 15,000 pounds. And I have to be honest, it's a bit of a tacky looking place. Perhaps he could paint the outside wall, but it's if it gets them up, you can see local kids playing on this, can't you? This is going to be the thing to play on. It's very interesting. But well done to him, because as they get a bit older, they might not be... It's so high up, this house. So high up. What do we have here? What do we have here? Captain Tom Moore, who's got to... he's also got to number 1 with his charity single with Michael Ball. And this week, the race is on for another well-intentioned record to try and claim the honours. There's another one going on with Dua Lipa, Chris Martin, Foo Fighters, Dave Grohl and The Weeknd. And so they're all doing... It's amazing how people are getting very, very sort of right involved with it. But he was the one who pushed it the most. He was the one who pushed it. 27, 28 million pounds? Blimey. Wow. Very good indeed. So here we go. A lot of people telling you about food at the moment, because for some reason they seem to think that because you're all socially isolating, you're going to be out there and you're going to be making food. And they've got all sorts of lovely snacks here in the paper. The French version of the cheese toasty. They've got the Spanish version, which has got... is it Manchego cheese, jalapeno slices, the full English, bacon lardons, 2 slices of white bloomer loaf, 2 eggs fried. There's the healthy option, which looks about the nicest, but to be honest with you, I'm liking the Italian or the French, because they look like really fantastic. Also, chicken. I'm always worried about chicken. It's got to be cooked properly. It's always got to be cooked properly. And now they say it can still cause food poisoning despite common checks to judge that it is cooked properly. Most home cooks use a food thermometer, because what you do... My mother used to put a knife in, and if the juices ran clear, that was it. So you have to see if they run clear. So what they say is you've got to check the temperature of all of the chicken's surface and recommend inspecting its centre, saying it has reached a safe level when core meat is fibre-like and not glossy. Oh, blimey, it's the last time. I've never even think about things like that. Is it going to be glossy or not? Oh dear. The TV restoration gurus, and here they are. Jay Blades, who appears on the repair shop. You just knew that he was going to be the one that the press latched on to, because he's obviously bald, and he wears big glasses, and he's got a flat cap on. So, and because people love the show, it's fantastic. And if you watch what they're doing, and they've got little things here, carpet dents. Big problem for a lot of people. You put furniture on there without the little cups underneath. Also watermarks, wood scratches, and how to polish silver. Just amazing. But leave ceramics to the experts, because some people can do these things, and you would never know that they've been broken into a million pieces. So it's very good. Steve, GBRF, the rail freight company, have named one of their locomotives after Captain, now Honorary Colonel, Tom Moore Loco. So it's Captain Tom Moore, a true British inspiration. He absolutely is, isn't he? He absolutely is. For 100. Steve, morning. Says Rob the postie. Looks like ever he's back on the road. Traffic looks normal on the A40 at Greenford. Well, I was here the other day, and the road coming down here, the Charing Cross Road, at the back of our building, there were quite a number of cars. There was quite a number of cars on it. So, do you think people are just forgetting, or they've decided that they're not going to worry about it? So, I mean, it looks, says Rob, like, people are not listening. Well, they will. They will, when all of a sudden... It's like when we mentioned yesterday, we saw that picture, didn't we, of the people on the train, all sitting next to each other. Some of them, most of them, didn't even appear to have face masks on, depending on whether you believe the face mask is going to make any difference to you. And so they were all sitting, and I'm thinking, I was waiting. I was crossing the road, actually, hoping to get to Marks and Spencer's, and there's a woman outside, and she's got one of those fold-down masks, which seem to be very popular at the moment, which must cost an arm and a leg, but they can always be used, I suppose, provided you disinfectant every time, or you've got your own one that you take home. And a policewoman came outside, a policewoman who's got a bicycle. You get the little hat with police on there and all the rest of it. We have quite a few police on bikes around our way, because they've reduced the speed limit on the roads to 20 miles an hour all over the borough. So bicycles can catch you up, sort of. Anyway, she comes out, and I thought she'd be socially distancing from the woman standing outside debating who goes into Marks and Spencer's next. She stood right next to her. Right, and I was going to take a photograph going, this isn't social distancing. You know, even if you've got a mask on or you've got one of those visors, the policewoman didn't have anything. Nothing at all. And I remember thinking, I mean, I was going to say to the woman when I went in, should you not have been socially distancing from her? She was standing right next to you because her bicycle was there. Very odd, very odd. Steve, Alan Pine's name sounds appropriate. Al Pine. Soon be Christmas, have his own Polar Express, says Simon. Clayton Moore played the Lone Ranger and earned a living as Lone Ranger in person appearances and Kellogg's adverts. And I only found out recently, there's a place in North Ants called, well, it's people who just call it Towcester, but it's pronounced Toaster, says Angie. Yeah, we did it on the programme. In fact, we did it on the programme this morning, or yesterday. We've certainly done it over the last couple of days. Glad to have you back on parade for the full 3 hours. Hope you didn't suffer any financial hardship. No. Why would people worry about it? It doesn't work like that, actually. I remember somebody saying to me some years ago, I feel very sorry for you if you're working overnights. And I say, well, I don't work overnights. I start, in the early hours of the morning, but here I am with breakfast at 12 minutes past 6 in the morning, and it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work on the time that you're on, which determines the money. It's like, I suppose, Philip Schofield. Now him and Holly are getting exactly the same money. He said the other day, and I always remember it, because he said, coming into work has stopped me going round the bend. Because you need that contact with other people. Not contact, holding hands and all the rest of it. But you need to see other people. If he was just stuck in his flat, it would drive him mad. I know people who are going up the walls at the moment. Steve, I just dreamt I phoned into Clive Bull's show to speak about the effects of coronavirus on my university experiences. Now, a call never made it on air. Very peculiar. So you've dreamt that you phoned in. That's a little bit weird, isn't it? So you didn't, and even in your dream, you didn't even get it. Mostly dreams, or you wake up before it actually happens. The item happens. So you dreamt about going on air, but you didn't make it. What does that tell you? Don't dream. Don't dream. You'll only provoke unconfounded misery for yourself. I mean, imagine dreaming, I've got it on the phone, I didn't make it on air. So then you little tear and all the rest of it. I mean, I think it's quite bizarre that you're dreaming about Clive Bull's phone in show on LBC. Mind you, I've had people dream about me. Lucky devils. And also, Steve, somebody else says, what was the other one I got, actually? Oh, Bootsy and Snudge. Bootsy and Snudge. You might not remember it. You've got to be a certain age. Mine, probably. And I've just lost it, actually. Oh, blimey, honestly. Why do these things disappear? 1 minute you've got them there, and then the next minute they disappear. Bootsy and Snudge was a very famous television programme, and which I loved, actually. But I can't find the blooming thing. I can't find it. There was, lots of people coming up with their own... the poem this morning I thought was very good, actually. Very, very good. Everybody else complaining about the amount of traffic on the roads. Yeah, I mean, there are. Bootsy and Snudge was a spin-off from the Army game. I can picture the people in it, but I can't tell you their names. I remember going to a school friend's house just to watch Popeye, because we only had the radiogram. When Dad turned up with our first television, the first programme we saw was Rin Tin Tin. Yes, we had a television delivered, and the man turned it on in the corner. It was a Finlandia My mother got so excited. She went, we have a Finlandia television. I went, oh, right. No difference to me. I couldn't care less. In those days, people went and played outside. Television was just a bit of a distraction. We sat there, and it was black and white, and then the man fiddled with this knob, and all of a sudden it was in colour. And we went, whoa! It's like the cinema. My mother went click, turn it off. Well, have a look in the paper, see if there's anything worth watching later on. And that was our sort of, whereas me now, because I watch tons and tons of television, and I don't think it's just during lockdown. I think I'm just a television addict anyway. I absolutely love television. But in those days, you had to check the paper and my mother would read it. She'd go, right, at 6:30, and you go, well, let's eat quicker then, shall we? And then we can go into the city. No, wait. Oh, come on, how much longer? Well, let's just wait till everybody else has finished. What for? Missing the television programmes. And we did get quite sort of nervous about the whole thing. Morning, nice to be company, 6:20. Somebody said, what a nice start to the day. It is, but it's miserable weather down there. Miserable. Although I can't complain. I'm generally the first one that goes, oh, you know, bad weather. And then I go, in fact, we had so much bad weather. Do you remember I then actually started praying for decent weather? And the decent weather never occurred either. And then all of a sudden, it started raining. And now they're saying in the papers, oh, we could be going for another drought. Oh, for goodness sake. Please don't say that. Bootsy and Snudge. Bill Fraser and Alfie Bass. Somebody said Bernard Bresslaw. No, I don't think Bernard Bresslaw. I think it was Bill Fraser. In fact, I'm pretty certain it was Bill Fraser and Alfie Bass. And the person who said, thank goodness for your show, said, I saw this picture of Barbara Windsor, Jess Conrad and the late lovely Jill Gascoigne. Thank you for that very much indeed. We send lots of love to Barbara and to Scott this morning. I hope they're both staying well. And somebody says, I dream about Nick Ferrari all the time. Lord above, honestly. He says, he is so attractive, full of charisma, he has it all. Good blimey, that sounds like stalking. Heavens above, they never write things like that to me. Happy birthday to my husband, David. It'll be a funny old birthday, says Carolyn, because this year, unable to see our son and daughter and grandchildren, at least we have each other, and it will be 55 years of marriage at the end of July. He'll be listening. He has been since Gough Square days. Oh, since the Gough Square days. We were talking about that the other day. It's funny, with the first place that you work, you can see the building in your mind. I can take you into that building now. I could draw it. If I could do photographic images, I would do photographic images. Because I can see going in, you went down to the stairs on the right-hand side. There was a little box by the front door where our security man sat. And you had to pass him up the steps to the lift. I think we only had the one lift, and it was next to the toilets. And then to the right was the room where all the presenters were and the different programmes, and news information with Vivian Fowle and everybody else. It was I can remember everything. To the left was the reception, and if you turned right through the reception, it was engineering, and then Paul Easton's studios at the bottom. Remember it all. It's funny, isn't it? Up to the management, because that's where we used to go for Christmas dinner. We used to get Christmas dinner, which was laid on for us. And it would be salad stuff in the evening and pork pies and things like that. But it would be a cooked Christmas lunch if you were working on the Christmas day. Long time ago. Long time ago. Also, I went to a recording, says Ron, of Bootsy and Snudge in the studios on the King's Road in Chelsea. I don't remember the show. I remember the Paris studios, which stopped working. We went there a few times to watch a few programmes. Which was good. Steve, what memories you've just brought back? The Finlandia. It was never called the television. Oh, no, it was never called it. Oh, no. But my parents had a radiogram. Did you have a radiogram, ladies and gentlemen, at home? It was almost like a piece of furniture in itself. And you lifted up the lid, and there was a record player. And then on the right-hand side, you could store your albums, your LPs, in there. And then the front was the radio, and you turned it on, and it warmed up because it was valve. And a radiogram, very posh. Very posh. When I look back at sort of... And we had an inglenook. An inglenook! That was where you had a fireplace, and then there was sort of... Because it was... Ours was mock Tudor. Somebody asked me the other day, they said, what the dickens, Steve, is mock Tudor? And I said, well, it's something that... It was Tudor beams. They weren't, really. They were just sort of beams put on the house, and there was about 2 or 3 on our road. We were considered quite well-to-do, actually. Well, we didn't think so, but we had a garage with a sliding door. Almost unheard of, really. Bernard Bresslaw, Steve, was in the Army game, says Jenna. I know, I couldn't remember the name of the things. Matthew says, bright and early start this morning, but worth it to bring you a rare bit of good news from Bedford. So, happy birthday, Captain Tom, from all at LBC and Global. Nice, look at that picture of him. That's airbrushed. And he'll be... Are we going to be talking to him a little bit later on? 6:45. Definitely airbrush picture, honestly. I've never seen anything like it. Nobody deserves to look like that. How can you look like that at this time of the morning? It's just ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So, happy birthday, Captain Tom. Are we not calling him... I want to call him Major Tom so that I could go into the song. Ground control to Major Tom. Fabulous, isn't it, really? But don't look at that picture of Mouthy. Look at that. Look how many followers he's got. Not surprised, actually. Probably based on looks. That's why I don't get many. Front page of the Mirror at 6:25. I only mention, in case you're heading somewhere today and you've forgotten how to tell the time. It's very easy to do. Noel Gallagher. I don't get the Gallagher brothers at all. They don't like each other. They don't talk to each other. It's horrible, really. He's releasing a Lost Oasis track after finding it in a stash of old recordings whilst bored during lockdown. You imagine, he's bad enough when he's not bored. When he is bored, he must be absolutely a nightmare to live with. Must be terrible, terrible, terrible. Tough losing residents, says Kaylee Jupp, who's a carer. This is on the emotional toll of virus. And these people do such a fantastic job together with them. They're up there with the nurses and the doctors and everybody else, and they've got loads of pictures in all the papers of the people who are going over and above. And then the lowdown on the world's lockdowns everywhere from China. They've said the country where the outbreak began reported just 3 new cases on Tuesday without reporting a COVID-19 death. I mean, is that possible? A total of 723 people remain in hospital suffering from the virus, while a further 1,000 are being kept in isolation. So China's overall death toll was reported as 4,633 from 82,000 cases of infection. And what have we had? 26,000 deaths? Not so good, is it? The British Red Cross have stepped in as well to help people who need a wheelchair to keep mobile and independent. And they're scaling up and offering wheelchairs to people at the Nightingale Hospital in Birmingham and 5 COVID-19 rehabilitation centres. Now it's teamed up with the Big Yellow Self-Storage. They provided 27 sites free of charge to distribute aids. But they go through the whole country in the Mirror, the countries throughout the world: America, Canada, Portugal, Spain, Switzerland, Australia, New Zealand. I mean, some businesses, including construction, allowed to reopen yesterday. We still have, as far as I remember, construction going on, but you're supposed to be 6 feet away from somebody. I watched a bloke on the television trying to explain, that it was very difficult on a building site to stay 6 foot away from somebody that you're working with. But they seem to be managing it. Steve, any news from Eamon and Ruth? No, apart from that thing the other day where apparently there are still some people in the country who have no idea that they're a married couple. I mean, seriously. The terminally stupid we can't help. They've been married for years. They have an 18-year-old son. And people are still writing into them. I think they're just doing it because they're a bit thick. Going, oh, why are you sitting so close together? Because they're an item. I mean, even they must be quite surprised at it. But they have to explain. When Ruth had to explain, you could see Eamon sit there. You could see the cogs whirring, going, do you think there really are people that thick? Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Jan says, I think you're gorgeous. Thank you. Makes me feel a whole lot better about life. And check out the Max Boyce poem. You're obviously not a regular listener at all to this programme. We did it the other day. And so you need to keep up. It's no good just popping in occasionally to this programme. You're either a regular listener and you're part of the team, or you're not. And quite clearly, if you don't know that we did the Max Boyce poem the other day, we even had Max Boyce reading it. Mainly because I tried to do my Welsh accent, and I can only do a little bit, see? I can't do all of it, because it just doesn't, it doesn't sound... I keep getting help in pronunciation from my neighbour Lynn, who is a Welsh girl. You know she's Welsh because she's got gold sandals. She never goes out unless she looks $1 million. Simple as that. Really is quite amazing. But, we did it. So, if you write in again, you've missed something on the programme, we're going to come round and slap the back of your legs. I'm sorry. Because this isn't we don't just pop in when we feel like it, we're every day. Steve, you're also handsome. Yeah, well, there you go. Some crosses I have to bear. And, Steve, he's now Colonel Tom. No, he's honorary Colonel. Okay? We're hoping for the knighthood. That would be a nice thing. I mean, there is only so much one man can take. At the moment he must know, they must be saving all those clippings from the newspapers and the cuttings and the TV programmes. Ex-Sender John Partridge is in the papers today because he's got a book out, I think, called There's No Taste Like Home. And he talks here about his drinking problems. And also, because he won MasterChef in 2018. He's been on the programme, he's been on In Conversation quite a number of times. But he used to do cocaine. He said he was a big snorter. Do you know, I'm so grateful I never got into drugs. I'd have been the most miserable person under the sun. Because I've seen people, I've had friends whose minds have been turned by not just alcohol, which of course is a drug, but by people sort of taking drugs, going, oh, it's fantastic. And I've often thought, I don't think so. You see so many disasters, so many people who end up losing their lives because of their addiction, and also end up losing all your money. which is not so great. I said I would mention the Flimsy Masks rip-off, and there's a picture here of a face mask as advertised on a website. And Sally Fox wanted face masks for her family and came across deals.coupon65.com selling something called the Safe Mask. They say, in the blurb, Safe Mask's design is considerably more advanced than that of a regular surgical mask, made specifically for protection against airborne particles. So she paid 65 quid for 3 of them, being invoiced by a second website called maxdeals.limited. What arrived was a cheap, flimsy product, nothing like the one illustrated at all. It was a rip-off, says Sally. I thought it'd be a good idea in case we all have to wear one if leaving the house. I've complained, but nothing yet. Deals.coupon65 gives no contact details. Max Deal Limited do, but haven't replied. According to their website, it's owned by, this is where it gets complicated, a Maltese company, MDE Commerce Limited. Clicking on the affiliate program tab leads to h8m8.com, which tempts anyone wanting to join their online sales network. Let's make some money together. According to the news site BuzzFeed, which investigated rip-off masks being sold in the States, this one is run by a Portuguese tycoon, Ricardo Jorge Pereira de Sousa Coelho. He has homes in Malta, the Seychelles, Hong Kong, United Arab Emirates and Estonia. He's not got back either. So just be warned, if you remember any of those names, you can probably pick it all up again when you listen back to the podcast later on. Dreadful, isn't it? People, even in this day and age, that people will cheat people. But of course, when you're ordering something from abroad, you know, it's a bit difficult. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, I recently helped my parents clear out their loft and found a Panini sticker album that I completely filmed from 1985. Great memories, says Dan from Grays, for doing swaps in the playground. So I'd never even heard of it. But there again, we didn't do football. We did rugby and hockey. I don't know why we didn't do football. Or athletics as well. Steve, they should make him Major Tom, because what he's managed is definitely out of this world. James says it's called RAF Scampton in Lincolnshire. I live there. Good Lord, we've got all sorts of people who are listening to this programme, which we're quite grateful for. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, the UK now has the highest death toll in the world. I thought we were second, actually. I'm not totally believing the China figures. I'm really not. When they've actually said that they haven't got anybody in the hospitals the other day. They recorded no deaths at all. I wasn't sure how they could actually get round to that. Most people are sending out catalogues in the paper so you can order from home, because you've got 2 bank holidays coming up. I think one's the 8th, I think one's the 25th. I'm pretty certain. And so all the different, every time I open up the papers, there's half a ton of paper that falls out of the middle of it. Nation was celebrating, this is front page of the Daily Star, after JD Wetherspoons announced it will open its doors to drinking again in a matter of weeks. Well, I don't think they're allowed to, actually. I think they'll be monitoring this one very carefully. The company have said that they want to sort of, because they've said there could be redundancies. Quite a lot of it. They have 45,000 staff. There you go. Battle of Britain Memorial Flight is based at Coningsby. That's where we went. That's where we lived. I lived at RAF Coningsby. And I know it was RAF Coningsby where the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight was based, because we checked it out a few years ago. And that's where I learnt to drive. Sitting on my dad's knees, driving up and down the airfield. My dad was quite important. There you go. Harry says Battle of Britain Memorial Flight from Coningsby, not Scampton. So there you go. I thought it was Coningsby. I keep forgetting the name. And we lived there. We were there for 2 years. I learnt to ride horses over the road from there, because my dad used to ride with the Lipizzaners in Austria, so we were allowed to go out without the rest of the school. So it's Coningsby. Happy memories. Happy memories. So now I wish I'd thought of that before, actually. I don't know why. I always worry about these kind of things. That's just about it for this morning. The Mail have got She's Safe thanks to Mail's £1 million airlift. This is a protected nurse called Vicky Burns. To all of them, we wish them safe days. And Captain Tom's rousing 100th birthday message. He's got a lovely cake. He's never going to eat it all. In fact, I doubt whether he's got the strength to blow out the candles. But the good news is he gets a personal message from Her Majesty the Queen. Also, new dad Boris bounces back to work. And there's just other things in there. A little boy. His name's Oscar Cool. He's 4 years old. What is he? He's a beekeeper. At 4 years old. There you go, your misspent youth, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your company today. I'm very grateful, and I hope you'll join me again tomorrow. I have a free little bit extra podcast. Meghan Markle wears a pendant to ward off negative vibes. Load of old codswallop in it, really. Britain's first intimacy coach has been teaching actors how to get physical. I have no comment on that at all. And the lovely Kate Garraway lights a candle for her husband every night. So we send our love to Kate and her husband, Derek. Jimmy White says he's going mad at home because he doesn't have a snooker table. I thought he'd have a snooker Would you not think so? I only thought about that one. And 200,000 of you have snitched on your neighbours who break the lockdown. Yes, it's really bad, isn't it? Plus the queues for Burger King that opened again. It was only takeaway, and they must have been... all these companies are laughing through their teeth because they're making a small fortune. And so the queue went round... I've never seen so many cars in a queue for a Burger King. Have people never heard of going to Iceland and buying some burgers and cooking them on the stove? Also, what is the point of queuing for a Burger King? The other day, Phil Vickery made his version of Kentucky Fried Chicken. Obviously, it's not the same because the Colonel's recipe of 11 herbs and spices or whatever it is secret. And it sort of comes in and you buy it and you dip the stuff in it and it's all very good. But he got into trouble only from a snowflake, so in other words, from a nobody, who was complaining, saying it was so disgusting that he'd made this and then sent it to the studio for Phil and Holly to enjoy by a bike, one of those courier bikes. Well... and then it had a picture of the snowflake. Best you can say about him is his tattoos look as though they were probably spelt correctly. Why would people complain about doing something? He's made a version of something that you can't get, and they send it by a bike, a bloke who's struggling to make a living, and this little so-and-so sitting in his back garden, I say sitting in his back garden, it had a lean-to, so you know what sort of person we're talking about, with a can in his hand. And these are the sort of snowflakes that write criticising Phil Vickery for... Well, it's no different from a food delivery at all. All Phil did was cook and then put it in a bucket thing and sent it to the studio and they were eating it. That's a food delivery. But this bloke is too stupid to realise. People like that really get on your nerves. You think, I'm glad your life's miserable. I'm glad you have to write in to people because we laugh at you. Talking of laughing at people, there's loads of stories to laugh about today, including a fantastic story. I don't know if you've ever seen The Phantom of the Opera. I was lucky enough to be working on LBC overnight many years ago when The Phantom of the Opera started, and you couldn't get tickets for love nor money. It was like impossible to actually get, a ticket for this show. And I remember going on air. I used to start at 1 a.m. and finish at 5, I think. And I remember complaining about how difficult it was to get tickets and all the rest of it. So we get a phone call from Michael Crawford. And Michael Crawford said, I listen to you all the time, because I'm thinking it's a wind-up. You don't believe that somebody like Michael Crawford is going to pick up the phone. But what he used to do, he used to get back from the theatre quite late, and my show kind of eased him off to sleep. I wasn't sure whether that was good news or bad news, but anyway. And he said, do you want to come and see it? He said, well, listen, he said, come round next week. He said, I'll save you some tickets. Because Michael got tickets given to him. He had a row. And he could do with those seats what he wanted to. And so I went round to the theatre, Julie, and there was Michael Crawford being made up, because it used to take about 2 hours to put his makeup on. And he said, I listen to you all the time. And so I said, thank you very much. And he said, if ever you want tickets, he said, just phone. He said, and I'll sort tickets out for you. So, of course, I took my mum, I took loads of people to go and see the show. But in the early days of Phantom of the Opera, because the Her Majesty's Theatre... kind of not to make say anyway. The stage machinery is all Victorian. So, in other words, down the side of the theatre, at the back of the stage at the side, there was a thunder machine, and the thunder machine was like a long tube, zigzagging, and you put a cannonball in the top, and as it ran round the little thing, it made the sound like thunder. And in the stage, they had traps for bringing various things up and down, and what they brought up in the Her Majesty's Theatre, not in the Her Majesty's Theatre, was the candelabra. So when they were underneath the Paris Opera House, the lights would come up through the stage trap as the boat came from offset. It was a remote-controlled boat, which was radio-controlled, and she'd be sitting in the front of the boat, and he'd be poling along at the back like a gondolier. And unfortunately, the frequency of the boat's remote control was exactly the same as on the fire brigade. So every time a fire engine went past the front of Her Majesty's Theatre, the boat had a mind of its own and would wander off. And so sometimes Michael said he'd be sort of standing there polling, and all of a sudden the boat would just go straight across the stage into the wings, he said, and then they'd have to reverse it to bring it back onto the stage. He said, or failing that, he said, it would head out into the orchestra. He said, and we'd have to go to the back of the boat to try and balance it up again. He said it was very... On the other hand, sometimes it just stopped completely. He said, so you'd be in the middle, he said, and there'd be all this dry ice. Now, on some days, the dry ice was working brilliantly, and it would roll over the front of the stage, so it looked as though they were paddling through a lake. You know, the boat was on wheels, obviously. He said, but on some occasions, he said, there was no dry ice at all. He said, you'd have a little trickle coming over the front, which looked ridiculous. He said, on the next day, he said there'd be so much of it, the orchestra vanished. They couldn't see their instruments, they couldn't read the music, they couldn't see anything at all, because it was all this bloody dry ice. And he said it was very funny. But then sometimes, he said, the boat would stop. And Sarah Brightman, so it stopped. Or it was Claire Moore, I think, at the time. It stopped. And he'd say, stay there, stay there, stay there. And so they would then decide whether to get out of the boat and pretend that they were walking on water. Great show, but it's all that machinery under the stage that brings all the lights up. The audiences at the time were absolutely blown away. The first piece of the show is pre-recorded, and it goes dun 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 dun, and all the curtains go up. If you've never seen the show, you have to go, because it's fantastic. And all the curtains go up at the time, and then the chandelier starts moving a little bit and things like that, and then the orchestra come in on the beat of it goes dun 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 dun, and then it goes dun 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 dun, and that's the orchestra coming in. You can watch them. You can watch where they come in, and of course you know what they do in a lot of West End theatres. The people who are in the orchestra, sometimes they get a bit bored playing like 8 versions a week of Phantom of the Opera. So if they've got a friend in another show, they swap. And so somebody will come in and play in Phantom of the Opera, and somebody will go and play in 42nd Street, or whatever it happens to be. It sort of keeps it fresh for them. And I saw it so many times. There are bits, you know, which are just, it's so clever. But Michael used to sit there. If they had a matinee, he'd have to keep his makeup on, but down the side of his neck was a little straw, which would take the sweat off his head into a bottle. And he could sweat a litre during it, because it was prosthetics glued on. So he's then got the prosthetics glued on, and then the half a face mask, which is where she rips it off, and then go dun 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 dun, and he goes, yeah, and he sort of chides her. And he used to have this straw down the side which took all the sweat away. Well, it is. I mean, he suffered for his art, but the one thing you could always say with Michael Crawford is that he didn't like taking time off at all. If you were his understudy, you could sit there. You could have probably developed a cigarette habit, I should imagine. But it was lovely. It was a super show. And then they took it to America, and they went crackers for it as well. Absolutely crackers, because to see the dry ice and him doing, and the light, it was just perfect. One of the best shows. And they would queue all the people around the block to see if they could get tickets for the following day. I only mention that because I was watching this documentary the other day on the television on Michael Crawford, who was so thrilled. He said it was the best moment of his life to get those fantastic reviews for Phantom. He'd been very good on the television as Frank Spencer, where he did all his own stunts. All his stunts were done. And of course, when he was first picked, they would go, the Phantom of the Opera is here. And it wasn't like that, because he turned out to have a fantastic voice. So much so that he then did huge concerts around the world. I've got a lovely one of him in Canada, where he tells the stories of how he got the shows. We first saw him in Barnum years ago. And on one occasion, he was supposed to be coming on the programme, but he couldn't make it. He had to fly off to America, but he phoned me from the airport, and he said, I'm really sorry. He said, I'll do you when I come back. He said, but I've got to do this thing. And I said, that's fine. And then he appeared, he did something on television. He sang live on television, and he phoned me, and he said, what did you think? I said, I thought it was sensational. He was so, I know it sounds awful to say, but somebody that big in the theatre was still worried about his talent, which, you know, is immense, absolutely immense. And he developed a barrel chest. When he sang Gethsemane, You'll hear the live version of it if you go onto YouTube. He holds this note for almost like an eternity. He's such a talented man. But he would always check with people. Was that all right? Was I okay with that? And I said, it was brilliant, Michael. Absolutely brilliant. So we sort of forged a little relationship. Bad news for one. He says, I regret to inform you, I've left Buck Scout Radio. Oh, Lord above, Jack, I can't believe it. Well, that's it. Why have you left Buck Scout Radio? He says, but I've pursued other ventures, including a new breakfast show on Wave Community Radio in Weston-super-Mare. Nice. That's good, isn't it? No, I mean, Weston-super-Mare is lovely. It's a bit like God's waiting room, but, you know, it's still... No, it is, please, come on, grow up. Of course it is. What do you think those people sitting in bus shelters are doing? They're waiting to pass on. That's why they're there. Weston-super-Mare. That's what it's known as, isn't it? You like it? Oh, everybody talk like that, you're all right. They don't talk like that at all. That is absolute racism, out-and-out racism, and everything like it. Fancy doing impressions of people from Weston-super-Mare. Nobody talks like that. It's like saying, you know, all the Geordies go, why, eh? You know, they don't do that, do they? Or the Scottish people go, can you lend us a quid? You know, you don't hear that from people. You don't hear that anymore. I don't care. I don't care today. I'm in one of those moods. I was in such a good mood yesterday. I had a long chat to a friend of mine because she cooks. She keeps herself busy. Well, I can't cook. I make no pretense. If I could cook, Marks and Spencer's would close down. So I don't cook or do anything like that. And we had a really long chat, and I'd sent her something in the post. I have to send her all my receipts. And I only posted them the day before, and blow me down, they arrived. My brother, it's over a week for Southampton. I could have walked it and put it through the letterbox. Would have been a lot easier. Another one here. Poor soul. I'm sorry, Jack, about that. That sounds terrible, doesn't it? Michael Crawford, lovely man, Steve. Overworked at theatre and got EBV virus. Was convalescing for 5 years. I got EBV 5 years ago for working 19 hours a day for 2 years. 19 hours a day. Good Lord. And somebody says, this is Flyer, who says, I picked Michael Crawford up many times from the theatre, and the crowds that used to wait by the stage door to get his autograph, and he signed so many before he got into the cab. A lovely bloke. Absolutely delightful. Seriously delightful. Really, really delightful. I can't. And I only mention that, just to sort of remind you that I do watch the television on odd occasions. I do get there. Actually, I've got a really nice, oh, I've lost the blooming thing, actually. That's right. I'll tell you in a minute, actually. It's from Neil in Stafford. And it kind of sums up a lot of people who listen to LBC, because I'm hearing this, almost on a minute-by-minute basis. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. We like to inject a little bit of humour, because it's 20 past 4 in the morning, and for God's sake, who's cheerful at 20 past 4 in the morning? We are. We're that sort of programme. Other programmes listen in with envy, because they're all limited, you see, on how long all their links can be, except for a couple of friends of mine whose links go on longer than my career. This one that says, from Neil in Stafford, laughed at Steve. Thank you a million times. 3 years ago, says Neil, I was diagnosed with Parkinson's, but I vowed from that moment to fight the disease with a combination of medication, exercise and humour. And that's where you come in. You provided the laughter every day those 3 years. You do a marvellous job in highlighting the absurdities of life and the importance of humour. So thank you for allowing me to begin every day with a smile on my face, says Neil. Well, that's good, and that's how it should be. I hope you are coping well with your disease. I'm sure you will be. Listen, if we're helping in any little teeny tiny way, well, then that's fantastic. Jeremy says theatre is something that's never interested me. Well, that's all right. That doesn't. I'm not expecting everybody to like theatre or like the sort of theatre that I like, but every single person is sort of got something different. Some people like television, some people like football, some people like rugby, some people like synchronised nude swimming, some people like nude leapfrog. Hello, team captain. Everybody likes something different. Wouldn't it be dreary if we were all exactly the same? Everybody liked exactly the same thing. The same little snowflake who writes it. They always make me laugh. I'm never listening to you ever again. Click, they always go. And then the next day, I heard you today, and you think, you're such a liar, honestly. That's why you're a failure. Steve, thank you for another week of great entertainment, says Simon in Coventry. We can't talk to you, can we? I don't think we're allowed to. Because he's been sent to Coventry, so we don't talk to somebody from Coventry. Not allowed to. I wonder why it was always Coventry. For sort of, we're going to send you to Coventry. I don't know. I don't think there is a prison in Coventry. Is there? Of course, you probably know more about that than I would, me being a law-abiding citizen. Oscar Wilde was sent to prison in Coventry. Don't you make stuff up, honestly? You show me what the name of the prison was. I didn't think he went to prison in Coventry. Wasn't Coventry where Lady Godiva was? Where she rode naked through the streets? Mind you, it's the kind of place you could probably go naked through the streets. Anyway, I didn't know there was a prison in Coventry, and I'm not even sure. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, here we go. You're going to be nice about it, okay? I want to rub your face in it. Here we go. Prisons near Coventry. There we are. 19th century prison history, Coventry Jail. It was a house of correction. Rye Hill, Category B, men's prison. The prisoner had been at University Hospital, Coventry. They're not in Coventry. Ridiculous boy, honestly. Yeah. Alternative names, Coventry Centre, local prison type, common. There you go. Kind of sums it up, doesn't it, really? Jail and house. Didn't Lady Godiva get her kit off in Coventry and ride through the streets naked? Luckily, she had very long hair. That's how I'm feeling at this precise moment in time. I seem to have fairly long hair. Producer's got his little bit of Velcro stuck on his head again. Lady Godiva, there you go. You're passing through Coventry Market. I mean, to be honest with you, what a coward. I could have cut her hair off as she went past. Go on, show us your boobies. Woo, woo. Why not? Goodness sake, that's how it works, isn't it? Steve, part of your vacation is to watch television because you base part of your show on what's going on the television, says Ron. Well, it's not in the contract. It just says in the contract, can you try and be entertaining for 3 hours? You know, so we have to abide by that one. But no, there was nothing in the programme sort of evolved. I mean, it has evolved over the years. I mean, other people have different sorts of programme. I can't do anything, you know, like that. I mean, I could probably do a music programme. Well, in fact, I've done music programmes. The only problem being, because I speak for a living, because I do lots of chat, the music, I think I tend to sort of cut it short after about 10 seconds. I go, that's enough of that. Anyway, more of me. Because that's how it works. Steve, I'm only 18, says Cal in Sierra Leone, but I love Michael Crawford. My dad took me to watch Condor Man when I was 8 and I fell in love. There you go. That's good. I remember Condor Man, actually. Dan in Chester says, I've only been listening to you for the past week or so, ever since Mr. Moyles mentioned you on his show. I know. We are sort of related. I think it's in between me and our techie bloke as well, who is on the programme almost on it, and introduces me. I mean, seriously, every time he comes on, Will Guy will come on. Now, we are related. People don't know that we're related. To be honest with you, I'm still pushing for the DNA test. But I mean, you know, at least we're sort of heading there. Because most people would go, oh, yeah, I know Steve Allen. And a friend of mine will say to me, they say, oh, I bumped into somebody the other day who knows you. And they'll say, and I go, I've got no idea who you're talking about. Not a clue. And they go, oh, they say they know you really well. I thought, really? Not really me. Not really me. Steve, quick shout out. I've been working 24/7, unfortunately. I'm waiting for a second set of results, past the first round testing. I don't have to get tested. I don't have to get tested because I'm showing no symptoms, nothing at all. Oh, I did sneeze in the office, but then the producer sneezes on a daily basis. He's sort of, you know what he's got this morning? Flat tyre on his car. Flat tyre. I mean, it is that, and I said to him, listen, do you want to borrow my RAC cards? Because it's not for a particular car, it's for a person. And if I'm a passenger in his car, which I was, then he can use it. But he thinks he's got run flat tyres. To be honest with you, when you talk to somebody and they think they've got run flat tyres, they probably haven't. He's not even sure if there's a spare tyre in the boot of the car. It's only a little car. Little toy car, and pedal, and go down, beep, 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 beep. Is it little squeaky thing? Yeah, a bit like the Flintstones, only it's got pedals in it, so it was the upmarket version. And so now he's sort of going a bit panicky about it. And I said, well, listen, borrow the cards, call the RAC out. That's what they're there for. There won't be people at 7 o'clock in the morning wanting the RAC. And he said, no, it's all right. I think they're run flat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give him the cards, so that if he gets back and they haven't run flat, they've just gone flat, then he can call the RAC out. But the trouble is I've got 2 cards with 2 different numbers on. But I always keep it topped up, because if ever I get a flat tyre, you can imagine, on a car that weighs 2 ton like mine, there's no chance of lifting it up on a small little jack. So I don't want him to be standing by the side of the road, you know, as the sun beats down on him or something like that. Keith, he says, I love listening from Missouri. I've seen Phantom twice in Vegas. Fabulous. Isn't it fantastic? I should imagine in Vegas. It must be brilliant. Colin saw Annie at the Shaftesbury, I think in the early 80s. Did you see it? I've got more versions of Annie than you can shake a stick at. The sun will come up tomorrow. When it first hit the West End, I didn't know about it because I'd forgotten it was really a girls' kind of musical. It's a hard knock life for us. And so many people I knew, in fact, loads of different people did it, including Paul, forgot his name at the lovely one of my moments again. Paul O'Grady. He actually played Miss Hannigan. Get out. He was very good at playing things like that. Leslie Joseph played Miss Hannigan, and very good indeed. So I did go and see it, but all the girls in the audience were it's like go and see Wicked. Well, you can't at the moment, obviously, but I mean, all the girls in the audience, they knew all the words to it. They were well ahead of it. Well ahead of it. And Steve, you described Weston-super-Mare as God's waiting room. Well, there's so many, aren't there? Hastings was fairly popular too. Have you been 20 minutes down the road to Burnham-on-Sea? Or as I prefer to call it, Burnham-on-Mud, says Archie. I just think Weston-super-Mare sounds quite funny, doesn't it? It sounds like an old-fashioned seaside resort. If I lived in a seaside resort, I would own the fish and chip shop. I would have a fish and chip shop, and next door a little cafe that does cups of teas, and it would be specifically for elderly people. You know, we would be doing, so would you like the afternoon tea? We do some sandwiches, some little cakes, and a nice pot of tea. That'd be nice, Steve. That would be my sort of thing. I would be one of those people running a Lion's Corner house. And next door, the fish and chip shop, with sort of special offers for pensioners, because I think they get a bum deal. I think they get a real bum deal. We're just terrible. We're just terrible at looking after the elderly. And that's why when we get somebody like Captain Tom at 100 years old doing that, that's why the country love him. I just wish we loved every single pensioner. I mean, not all of them are nice. There's some right grouchy little so-and-sos. But, never mind. Steve, I just thank goodness you and your team are alive. Well, I wouldn't guarantee that. I've looked at them. I tell you, I mean, they're looking a bit pale this morning. and somebody says here, Steve Allen shows like Donald Trump. A little bit disturbing in one respect. You never quite know what's going to come out of your mouth, but thank God you're 20,000 times more intelligent. Well, I can't believe... I mean, to be honest with you, I could probably stand a chance of getting a job as President of the United States. Oh, we had strawberries again this morning, with cream. Bit of a treat for them. I know I'm spoiling them, but, what can you do about it? It's a case of, a little treat, because if he's going to be standing there for about 5 hours waiting, to get his tyre changed, you might as well, have a little bit of nourishment. Might let him have some chocolate bars or something. As I go past in my car, I always wave. I'm never too sure if he can see me. Can you see me in the car? Oh, right, okay. I thought we had tinted window. The other day I nearly fell into the car because the driver, who is a listener, I have to tell you as well, I think his name was Kojo. I think so. But anyway, he moved the seats flat so there was even further distance between him and me. And when I got out, I thought I had to climb over it again. It was a little bit like the Krypton factor, trying to get in and out of a car. Not easy at my age. I have to tell you, I'm rubbish at things like that. Anyway, it is nice to have your company. It is nice that we've made it to Friday. It is nice that we seem to be past the peak of the virus, and next week he's going to be telling us what he's going to be doing. I still think that we're going to have social distancing. I still think, even though one lady wrote to me and said in her local supermarket, people are being told, follow the arrows, go one way round the store. She said, but other people were coming towards her, and she shouted at them. And then she got a mouthful of abuse from people, peasants who can't read English. Really stupid people. Really stupid people. Steve, there was a fish and chip shop and a fresh donut shop in Pontins. Not donuts, no. I'd be doing tea and little sandwiches and things like that. And I'd have nice people. I'd have elderly people serving as well. Much better value. Much better value. Only 7 minutes to 5. Morning, welcome to Friday, 1st of May. Oh, I forgot what we do. Pinch and a punch for the first day of the month, no returns. White rabbits. White rabbits? I think you used to have to say white rabbits, and you don't walk under a ladder, do you? If you see a black cat walking across the road in London, it's bloody lucky to be alive. Because now that the traffic has started increasing, I don't know, yeah, we definitely say something as you walk under a ladder. Like, dear Lord, protect me from walking under a ladder. Because we always do it the first of every month. Pinch and a punch for the first day of every month. In your case, pinch and a kick. All very popular. Yeah, you might want to do salt over your shoulder or sausage and batter or, I don't know, different things like that. So you put your thumb between your index and middle fingers as you walk under a ladder. Put your... Well, that's just ridiculous. What's the point of that? Don't like that at all. But a better warning, it's called the fig sign, and depending where you are in the world, can be seen as a mildly obscene gesture. Also, as you walk under a ladder, say bread and butter. Bread and butter? No, you don't. What a ridiculous... People write the biggest pile of doggy whatsits, don't they? Oh, we got a poem this morning. I didn't pick it. Just telling you that now. It's another one, the producer having a bit of a breakdown and sort of going, let's pick this poem. You know, people would be really depressed at the end of it. I think he deliberately finds sort of poems which are a bit... You know, kind of, you've got to the end of the day, you can't be bothered to lift another bottle of Prosecco out of the fridge, and so let's read a happy poem. The cat was up the tree, it didn't make it. You know, that's it. I've always said, where would we be without a laugh? Right here, every morning, 4 o'clock. Anne in Blackburn, little Annie, says, we need a laugh. I'm fed up with people that moan. I've been listening to you for many years, and seriously, people like me that live with illness need you to give us a laugh. Do you know, I agree with you 100%. I absolutely agree with you. I mean, I've had illness. I've had sort of days where, you know, I'm not feeling 100%. You know, when I say not feeling 100%, I'm sort of, I'm like yesterday, I didn't go to bed till late, 5:30. I know, pushing the boat out a little bit. And I'm running out of ideas of what to eat. Because at least when everything was open beforehand, at least I have a choice. I could go out, if I wanted a pizza, not that I ever did, or fish and chips, occasionally, and very, very occasionally KFC. It was a bit of variation. And also, I'm always looking as to, I don't want to make too much mess in the frying pans or the saucepans, because I'm going to wash them up. And as you know, I look for sort of ease at the end of the day. If I could throw away a saucepan, I'd be throwing away saucepans, because I can't be bothered. You know, it's called laziness. But talking to my friend Rich, who's a very happy bunny at the moment, because he's just got a new contract, and it's longer, so he's luckily not up against me. I mean, before he used to be up against me, but there's no competition at all. But the wife's very grateful, and she'll now be seeing him every weekend. How long do we give that marriage? No, seriously, no. But because they've not been at the weekend for ages and ages. But he knew about this in February. He knew about the fact that he was going to be moving to a sort of a different time slot, because he's on the radio, obviously. And I said, well, I'm never going to trust you ever again. I said, because you never told me. He said, I didn't tell anybody. He said, it's been really difficult not to tell people. I know. It's point. I get people saying, I'm going to tell you something, but you mustn't tell anybody. So listen, please don't tell me. If it's supposed to be a secret, I can't help it. I mean, it's like, you know, verbal what's-it. You automatically have to tell, you know, somebody says, I know this great bit of gossip. I said, don't tell me, Henry. I said, you know, I really don't want to know. And he'll sort of go, oh, no, Steve, no, I didn't really mean that. Anyway, so we're going to dedicate the poem this morning to Henry, which is quite nice. This is one whose mother gets in contact with us, mainly to find out whether his tag is still on his leg. And so far, yes. Yes, it really is as well. Do you have the patience to join the long queues to get into places like Costco, says Ron? Yeah. You know why? I get there early. I've been in a queue. No, if the queue is more than 10 people, I don't bother joining it. I joined one at Costco a couple of weeks ago, and there was probably about 10, 11 people in it. And once it started moving, we moved fairly quickly, because Costco is so big, so you don't need to bump into people. So I do have the patience. I went and queued outside M&S the other day, and I had my phone with me, so I was able to check on all my emails and stuff like that. So, oh yes, I have the patience. But it's this 2 meters apart. Look at these people here. Are these all thick people queuing outside a supermarket? They're like a foot apart. Ridiculous. Actually, I'd be very grateful if they open John Lewis. I'm running out of aftershave. Just want to mention it now. Don't want to make a big deal about it, because it's obviously not vital. But it certainly is as far as I'm concerned. Fish and chips are 10 a dozen in Weston. Well, that's a bit of an idea, isn't it? 10 a dozen. As opposed to 12 a dozen, I suppose. I could recommend a few if you're ever down this way. Don't worry, I won't be. Oh, seriously, no. I don't think the car would make it down there. Shane says, I'm getting a new phone. It has facial recognition. You said your phone has the same. Do I take my glasses off or leave them on to open the phone? It depends how you set it up with facial recognition. Mine is set up with my glasses on, but if I've got my mask on, it doesn't recognise me. So you then have to key in your password. You know, in my case, it's 2373. Oh, what have I done? Honestly, I've told you my password. No, I didn't. Da, 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 da. The phrase sent to Coventry, says Billy, is thought to come from the English Civil War when prisoners were sent from Birmingham to Coventry. So I'd rather stay. I've never been to Birmingham either. Never been to Birmingham. Do you think it's nice? Would I enjoy? The only thing I've heard about Birmingham is it's got Spaghetti Junction. That's the only thing I've heard of, which is apparently the road system. But that's okay, isn't it? The paper's today full of hope. I hope it's hope. You'll have to wait till next week to find out what Boris is going to be doing. And I hope it's going to be positive for a lot of people. They think we might have dress shops opened up again, which will please the producer. And, of course, doesn't really affect me in the slightest because I don't wear dresses. Well, not Monday to Friday anyway. And call me Susan on a Saturday. And so I thought, well, that'll be quite nice. And they said you might have to make an appointment if you're actually going to be going in trying on, because I don't want people trying on clothes, thank you very much indeed. Steve, my dad, who will be 93, says June, was a prop man for the BBC. So as a child, he'd sometimes take me to work, and I was able to either sit in the live audience or be sneaked into the studio to watch from the side. I saw wonderful shows like the Cilla Black Show, Generation Game, Top of the Pops, and I remember watching Some Mothers Do Have 'Em with the fantastic Frank Spencer doing all his own stunts. What lovely memories. What lovely memories. Jane, that's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Because I'd forgotten, actually, the bloke who wrote Only Fools and Horses, John, he used to work for the BBC, but he was writing scripts in the meantime. Clever man, very clever man. Steve, I cannot get my head around what the Sussex couple want, says Rob. One day they hate the media and the newspapers and the UK, and on the next day they're selling stories to the same newspapers they claim to hate. Harry's lost the plot. Well, the trouble is, and here is the problem. Herein lies the problem. Harry, I think, was doing fine, trailing about behind his older brother, who's going to be king. Harry's never going to be king, because every time he starts making noises in that direction. But now he's not in the royal family, he's not in the lineup at all, which is bad news for us, because you might get one of Prince Andrew's. So he then decides that, because she's been in show business, albeit briefly, and she obviously enjoys the adoration, but she doesn't enjoy the pomp and circumstance of the royal family and the sense of history and the sense of the occasion and the way that you have to do things. You just can't pick up the phone to the Queen and go, hello, Elizabeth, it's Meghan. You can't do that. You're not allowed to. You have to make appointments and all the rest of it. So they decide, very unwisely, because Harry likes the celebrity side of it. We know that. He's been drunk more times than I've had hot dinners. And he then lashes out. He's obviously a very bad person. He's had a few girlfriends, then he meets Meghan, and everything, all wonderful. And then they decide, they must have been talking about it for ages, that if they leave the royal family, she can go back to America because she likes America more than she likes this country, let me tell you. And so they then decide that they're going to hand in their little cards as being active members of the royal family and tiddle off abroad. So off they go. They tiddle off to Canada, having made a big brouhaha about the whole thing. And I think the idea was, he then thought, because he's incredibly naive. Incredibly naive. He knows nothing about the way of the world. He's been a member of the royal family. They are cosseted from start to finish. He doesn't have to even iron his own shirts. He doesn't have to cook. He doesn't have to do anything. It's all done for you. I mean, it's great, but you've got to adapt. You've got to adapt to things like that. So they then go to Canada. So they're living in a house which somebody's let them have, a £14 million house. The fact that they squeak when they open their wallets, of course, is neither here nor there. We're still waiting for the money back from Frogmore Cottage. Thank you very much indeed. So far, that hasn't materialised. How long it takes to transfer money, I've got no idea. And so he's over there, and I think he suddenly realised that he doesn't fit in with anybody. He's a member of the royal family. He's used to standing there with his hands behind his back, nodding sagely as his grandmother puts on another fantastic banquet. He doesn't know how to talk to ordinary people. He's got no idea. So he's out, whereas she's mixed with ordinary people, he hasn't. He's only ever mixed with his father, and they've done things the royal way, which is not the way that everybody else does things. It's completely different. And so then they decide, they're having a bit of a mare of a thing about letters and stuff like that from Meghan, and they then decide they're going to take the British press to court, so they start going through that procedure, which is a private matter between them and the court system and the newspapers who are trying to defend themselves. And then they actually decide that they don't want 4 newspapers, the Mail, the Express, the Sun and the Mirror. They don't want them to cover anything of theirs at all. Which, of course, is ridiculous because they don't have the power to stop anybody doing that. They're over in America now, so all the American paparazzi will start taking pictures of them. But to be honest with you, they don't ever do anything. He must sit there going, I want to do another jigsaw. He's got nothing to do. Who does he talk to? Who are his friends? You know, he can hardly say, would you like to pop round and we go out to sort of a nightclub or something like that. Because that doesn't happen. So he's sitting there. She, of course, has got a few friends. Not a huge amount of friends, but they're now sort of pretending that Oprah Winfrey's their friend. Listen, Oprah Winfrey will hang around with anybody if it's got the word royal written over it. And so that's the problem. That is the problem. Bad decisions, because he thinks he knows. Because people, they go, oh, yes, oh, Harry, he's really good. He's a member of the royal family. Well, he's not a member of the royal family. And he doesn't know a lot of things. He's very naive. At school, he was really not very good at all. Not very good at all. And so who sort of picked up the little flaming sword? His brother, William, and Kate, and doing it properly. You know, they know, and she knows exactly how to behave. Meghan was constantly clinging on to Harry as if he was some child. Very embarrassing, but big, bad decisions. I think one day he will be coming back. I think he'll be coming back to the royal family, but he won't ever admit, because they don't admit that they make mistakes. Steve, here you are. Oh, no, sorry, it's not from me, actually. It's from LBC. Thinking the most important conversation you can have today in the United Kingdom heads for the highest death toll potentially on the planet is about me. It's James O'Brien. Somebody says, I hope Corey enjoyed the strawberries. He's the best producer at LBC. Oh, he's so not. Oh, he's so not. I mean, who's writing this one in? Who's sent this one? It's not you again, is it? Is it him, off his phone? Yeah. He's the best producer, and us old girls love him nearly as much as we love you. They're all quite mad. I'm working with psychopaths. I mean, seriously. They like Henry too, of course. Yes, everybody likes Henry. Company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. They call it Early Breakfast because this is sort of the moment in between, am I going for the full English or just going to have a bacon sandwich? Apologies to vegetarians, but you can get your own bacon. I'm not proposing to plug your bacon as well as everybody else's. So many different sorts, aren't there? Plus, Harry mixed with the army for 2 tours in Afghanistan, and he was in the theatre for both tours. They're as normal as people get. Yeah, right. Yeah, you phone him up. You see how he behaves. No, they're not normal, unfortunately. No member of the royal family is normal. They just do it a different way. They like to pretend that they're normal, but they're really not. They're really not. It's that they are completely different to you, no matter how much you might think, oh, they're exactly the same. I'm having a brain fade. Who was the actor who played Wolfie on TV years ago? Robert Lindsay, wasn't it, I think it was Robert Lindsay. Wasn't that he did Me and My Girl? Yeah, Robert Lindsay. He's been in to do us in conversation. I'm never wrong. I love the way you look at something on the internet and you sort of shake your head sagely at me like, you know, good heavens above, Steve, you're right. You know, he also did Me and My Girl, you know. What did I see the other day? I was watching a programme, and I'm a big fan of Peter Noon and Herman's Hermits, and he was on there doing all their hits, but the only song he didn't do out of all their hits was No Milk Today, which was my favourite. No milk today, my lover's gone away, the company was gay, we turn night into day. But that didn't happen. Steve, follow this man from IG, Instagram, from Will and Grace fame. He's hilarious. Is that Sean? Is that Sean who was in? Because I saw him on the Oprah Winfrey show, and you know, he wasn't actually funny. As a character, it was great, but he can't do that. Steve, how much do the Z-listers get paid for their trashy stories in the gossip magazines? Well, they don't. If you get a front page on OK Magazine, that means you take a lesser figure, because they put you on the front page. I mean, it's no good being inside OK Magazine, because most people see the outside. And, honestly, what is that? And they sort of do it. But I was also watching this Sunday night from the London Palladium, and from my friend Ray, and it had Sandy Powell on there. Now, you won't know who Sandy Powell is, but it was a vent, and he was a very funny vent. He used to play like a Chelsea pensioner, and his wife used to be in on it as well, but of course you could see his lips move, but that was the whole joke. That was the whole joke about it. But it was so lovely to see him on there. So lovely. Jonathan, he says, surely Harry's father can teach him how best to deal with the press. If not, perhaps Prince Charles could then. Oh, the old gags are the best. You know, that has been doing the rounds for such a long time, that Charles is not Harry's father. And I thought they'd been down that route and gone, listen, I don't know when that ever started. I don't know when it ever started. Because of the colour of his hair or something? I don't know why. But the only problem you've got there is that Charles has never been able to discipline the boys. You know why? He wasn't there when they were growing up. They just carry on doing their own things. Charles was never really with his mother most of the time. He was looked after by nannies. Nannies looked after the children. They dressed them. And if you see the Prince Charles, very young Prince Charles, meeting his mother off a train at one of the big London railway stations, he goes up and shakes his mother's hand. And he's like a little boy. He looked about 10 or 11 at the time. So you don't necessarily get paid for stories, but there are some people who will do it all. And then, of course, a lot of people lie. Yes, I'm on Love Island, and I'm going to be... Well, they don't know what they're going to be. Because... Luckily, at the moment, everything's closed. There's no nightclubs open. There's no, come and open a fish and chip shop or a kebab shop or something like that. They don't have any of those sort of things. So at the moment, they're all sitting at home and their money is running out. Because if you didn't win Love Island, what are you going to do? You don't have any money. You don't have that little pot to what's it in. So what are you supposed to do? They sort of put them in a flat, but they never own it. It's always rented. Because they haven't earned any money. You need to earn money to get a lifestyle. And so they go, I'd like to be... Remember that Amy Hart? And they put her on Loose Women. Useless. It's like Gemma Collins has been on a couple of shows. Contributes zero. Absolutely nothing at all. It's almost embarrassing to watch him. It's like putting David Beckham on a quiz show and then waiting for him to say something completely ridiculous, which is most times he opens his mouth. I'm not giving any more money to prop up your shop. I'm not. It's my money. But anyway, she is, and she's on the front pages of quite a number of papers this morning, that she's going to be coughing up. Penny pinch posh backs down, no government bailout for 25 workers. You know why? They suddenly realise, as I said to them, the moment it was announced, they've really made the biggest mistake of their life. She thinks, the public love us, we've got millions of people who follow us. Yeah, they don't like you, they just follow, which is not so good. The NHS have now come out and said it's amazing and touching that so many of you want to help them, which is very good. Steve, I'm a key worker, presently working god-awful hours a week, struggling with sleep as I'm on night shift, and my wife is a key worker. Kids are at home and can't be expected to be quiet for the 6 hours I need to sleep, so I wear an eye mask and earplugs. Still a struggle. I'm struggling to keep upbeat. I was wondering if you could make any suggestions to help me get to sleep quickly. Move. Move. You just have to... You've got to make sure, if you want to go to sleep, you've got to be tired. You've got to be tired. If you're a smoker, if you drink... put it this way. Before you go to bed, you're not going to be drinking a cup of coffee, are you? You really are not. Mark Insurance says, me and my girl was Richard O'Sullivan. Don't be so stupid, honestly. Why do you get thick people? It was never Richard O'Sullivan. It was Robert Lindsay. Honestly, Shoreham. And what is that where they get to Brighton? You move a little bit further out to Shoreham and you go, he's not going to know anything, is he? Or perhaps you just write stupid things anyway. Shane in Sydney says, I've just had lunch. I was going to have fish fingers. I went through a whole pack. Oh, that's easy. Easy to go through a whole pack of fish fingers. Easy. God blimey, I'd have no trouble with that one at all. I love it. Also, Creed have their own website. Still delivering. We'll even engrave the bottle. God, I don't want an engraved bottle. Definitely not. And one here, Selena says, I went to Birmingham as I was a Miss Bollywood semi-finalist. Good Lord. But I do have my diabetes checkup in 5 hours. Feet and calves are so swollen, resting them in oatmeal and water, because it's apparently a natural cure. A bottle of Carver helps. Really, if you're a diabetic? That doesn't sound very good, does it? You have to be very careful there. But if your feet are swollen... that's a little bit of a worry, actually. Steve, I'll always believe Meghan had an agenda. She wanted the fame and the title, but never planned to live under the umbrella. I think she constantly hounded Harry to move. Well, I don't know why they didn't go straight away to America. Instead, they go to Canada, and then the Canadians went, we're not paying for your security. Because that's what they expect. Why should we have to pay for it? They're not in the royal family. Who cares? So they moved to America. Another house rented. Whether they're paying, I've got no idea. Whether the Queen has coughed up for it or Charles has, I don't know. But, you're dealing with a very petulant child. And so the worst thing is when they sort of go to America. Now they've moved to another place, but it's an estate that is gated, but it's full of celebrities. In fact, it's known as Paparazzi Hangout. So all this baloney that they've given you about, we don't have anything to do with the press, that's exactly what they want. They want the press to hound them. They want the press to take their pictures because it gives them some sort of infamy. All this rubbish about they're going to make 500 million quid is just a load of old cobblers. They're never going to make anything like that. They can't. As what? What are they going to do? Cheapen the brand and start advertising yoghurt like Nicole Scherzinger? No. Meghan thinks that she's going to become some super actress. What, on the strength of Suits? I don't think so. And Harry, what can he do? An after-dinner speech on what? Amazing that one of the people who is writing the book about them is somebody who used to sell stories to the newspapers. You know, literally do the sort of the paparazzi, and they picked this person to write their sanitised version of why they left. Who cares? Dear me, we don't want things like that. Definitely not. Another one says, somebody says, I also am a key worker, and I'm finding it very difficult to sleep. Another one here from Andrew, who says, I recently caught your show again after a long while. I was an avid LBC listener in the 80s with Dan Damon. And your show, nice to hear. I always remember sending Dan an autograph book for his autograph, and he kindly passed it around all the presenters and returned it. I was chuffed. There you go. Chuffed. I like the word chuffed. It's such a great thing. And from somebody who bought Prosecco from Sainsbury's and says, lockdown is driving me batty. So I bought Prosecco. I mean, to be honest, £11 for a big bottle, smooth. Well, they're doing, at the moment, the Prosecco is cheaper in Marks & Spencer's for the big litre bottle than it is in Waitrose. Waitrose have bunged their price up again to £21 something. It's £18 in Marks & Spencer's. So I've stopped buying it in the other place. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And says, I too was so fortunate to see The Phantom of the Opera in the late 80s. However, it was based on a true story, apparently, which is rather sad, but the show was glorious. Yes, there were two versions of Phantom of the Opera. There was one out at Theatre Royal Stratford East, which was very similar to the one that Andrew Lloyd Webber then put on. Had lots of similarities. And it's good. Vancouver, Canada, working on our hobbies. Go Nigel and Patrick. In the basement, you keep us smiling. I'd love to. Vancouver's very, very nice, isn't it? They were doing a cruise the other day, and I think it started in... I'm sure you picked up the ship in Vancouver, which is good. And my friend Michael, he says, another week closer to hopefully lockdown easing, but I just wanted to drop a line to say thank you, which is sweet. Thank you, Michael. He says, I get up and go to work in these strange times. You've been my steadfast smile every morning, and this is one of the only hours in my day that still feels normal. You won't know how much that means in these weird times. Keep safe, he says, and we will hopefully do Joe Allen soon. Oh, Michael, you have no idea how much I pray for that. You've no idea how much I pray for that. Oh, Joe Allen's Little Italy. I'm not bothered. I'm not so much, strange enough, I'm not so much bothered about the bars. You know, I can live necessarily without bars. You know, I can go to them. But no, it's the restaurants. You know, when you get to a certain age, I quite like the idea of sitting down and having a little drop of Prosecco and a little starter. You know, just having anything. Liver and bacon and onions and mashed potato would be quite nice. And what? Lager and nuts? I've never drunk lager in my life. Never. And I wouldn't do nuts anyway. Why would you think I'd do nuts? Absolutely not. I thought about that the other day, actually. If you go into a pub and there's a bowl of nuts on the counter, you're not going to be eating them, are you? Absolutely not. So somebody's going to put their hand in there, then put it in their mouth, and then put it back in the bowl again. Oh, definitely not. Definitely not, really. And Henry wants to know, what's the first thing you'll order at Joe Allen's? Food, not alcohol. Well, they always ask me very nicely at Joe Allen's, would you like some Prosecco? And I always go, yeah, we'll have Prosecco. Yeah, the usual, which is bad, isn't it? You know, you go into a place and they go, usual, Steve, and you go, oh, no, I'm so embarrassed. But yeah, I know, it's either that or we get a glass of champagne each. But Prosecco is my favoured drink. I don't like mixing. But then I would be going back for the liver and bacon, mashed potato and onion gravy. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's nearly 4 minutes past 5 on a Friday morning, which is fantastic. Connie in Minnesota says, I've heard them referred to as the Duke and Duchess of Sussex here in America. I mean, the trouble is, I think what they're doing is they're getting distracted, a little bit distracted. Bubble and Squeak. Oh, I love Bubble and Squeak. Can you actually get that? Dean in Lewisham. Me and my girl starred Richard O'Sullivan. You're either deaf or you're not listening properly. We told Mark in Shoreham. They were asking earlier on, try and refresh your memory, it might help you. It was Robert Lindsay who was Wolfie Smith, and he went on to Me and My Girl on stage. It was a musical. You know, unfortunately the one on the television was nothing to do with Me and My Girl, the musical, which Robert Lindsay starred in. So maybe you need to get your facts right. Nothing worse than people who can't hear properly. Steve is an NHS ambulance worker. Oh, I've lost it. I do enjoy the Thursday evening. Applause. Last night, it was probably I was on the only road in London with no houses on it. Oh, Have people started not doing the clapping? Did you get the fly past? Did you get the helicopters? That was supposed to be last night, wasn't it? There was the one in the morning, and then there was the one a little bit later on, which is good. Steve, I went to see Tommy Steele in Singing in the Rain at the Palladium. He was sensational. Oh, I've got so many stories about Singing in the Rain, which are unrepeatable. I can't tell you about it. But yes, I loved Singing in the Rain. I thought it was a great show. Great show. Also, Steve, do you remember ever having breakfast bacon? Breakfast? I thought, well, bacon was for breakfast, isn't it? Breakfast bacon. Oh, there's so many different types now. I don't know whether to get free range, free stuff. I don't know which bacon I'm going for. 2 packets for $5. They were only telling us a short while ago, weren't they? They were sort of saying, you know, there's going to be a shortage of bacon. So I thought, better start stockpiling bacon. But I didn't, because I thought, no, every time I've been out, there's loads of bacon. A lot of pigs wandering around going, I'm next. And so I do have bacon every so often. Not very often, but I like to buy free range. All poem. I completely forgot about the poem briefly. Oh, and a candle, the NHS, which I'll tell you about as well. So here is the poem selected by the producer. As I say, I think this was just after he told me that he had a flat tyre on the car. So you can imagine he wasn't in the best frame of mind. I think you'll have to work this one out for yourself. It's by Robert Frost, and it's called Gathering Leaves. Spades take up leaves no better than spoons, and bags full of leaves are light as balloons. I make a great noise of rustling all day, like rabbit and deer running away. But the mountains I raise elude my embrace, flowing over my arms and into my face. I may load and unload again and again, till I fill the whole shed, and what have I then? Next to nothing for weight, and since they grew duller, from contact with earth, next to nothing for colour. Next to nothing for use, but a crop is a crop, and who's to say where the harvest shall stop? I think I need to start drinking. I don't know where he picks these things. Seriously, I've got no idea. I'm as bewildered as everybody else. He goes, oh, this is an interesting one for you this morning. So, and I read through it, and I think, what does go through his mind when he wakes up in the morning? Let's find a poem that Steve will really love, you know, and this morning's great. Henry says it's not blooming Richard O'Sullivan. No, Richard O'Sullivan lives up the road from me. He's up the road from me. I see him on a regular basis. But no, he didn't do the musical of Me and My Girl, okay? There might have been a similar television show with the same name, but that was it. But we weren't asking that question, but then you get people who are slightly selective hearing. Noah says, where do you get the stamina to work 6 days a week with no holiday? Every day's a holiday. Every day's a holiday. I know that seems ludicrous, but you ask anybody in radio, if ever you get somebody in radio that goes, oh, I like my holidays... It's like all the kids at the moment are on permanent holiday, it seems, until we get to next week. Then we'll hopefully know when we can get rid of them again. And parents can breathe a sigh of relief. Because they must be running out of things to do. They're still going out on their bikes. They're not socially distancing. No, that's the big problem, isn't it? One of our neighbours has got a daughter. She's been entertaining her friends, sitting next to them. Either she's completely stupid. You know, we've all noticed it because we've been checking the CCTV. Ridiculous. Never seen anything like it. Have you noticed, Steve, how the papers validate nonsense stories by using the word could in the headlines? Well, I know, you do read something in the newspapers and it'll be like, you know, pubs won't open till Christmas. And you go, oh, my goodness, that's terrible. Then you read the story and it goes, the government are thinking about it could be brought... You know, so in other words, there's no basis to it at all. No basis. Dean says, my apologies, I just moved in. You must listen properly. I hate it when people sort of write things and then sort of, they haven't heard the programme. We weren't remotely interested in Richard O'Sullivan doing a completely separate show. The musical with Robert Lindsay was down at the Adelphi Theatre, which also housed quite a number of other shows. And that was Me and My Girl. It was then abridged by Steve. You can't tell me anything about this show. I went there when they brought it back again. It was originally with Lupino Lane. And it was about a good old Cockney boy who discovers he's related to somebody titled. It was all terrible, and then they all get to play the spoons and all the rest of it. But in fact, Stephen Fry came on stage at the end of the first night, and being brilliant as usual, he said, you know, I'm sort of old enough and of that generation to remember when a Game Boy was somebody you met in Hyde Park after midnight, and the whole audience just collapsed. Oh, so funny. But it was a great show, very, very happy show, very happy show. That was called, I think, the happiest show in town. I don't know why people quit questioning. Yes, exactly. Have you heard what James O'Brien said?
Never question Steve Allen, he's always right.
See, told you. And that's come from the top. or the bottom, depending on which way you think he was up at the time. But no, I mean, it's never, people say, oh no, I think you're wrong on that one. You watch, the next person will write in and go, I think you find Richard O'Sullivan doesn't live in Twickenham at all. I love it. Steve, I can't sleep well since lockdown. What is it with people not sleeping well? What are we not doing? How can I help you with your sleep pattern? Don't drink hot drinks before you go to bed. Make sure that there is blackout in your room, because when the sun starts coming up, you don't want to see that light, do you? And make sure that when you go to bed, you are tired. There's no point climbing to bed if you're not tired, thinking, I need to go to bed, it's 10 o'clock. You need to go to bed when your body says you need to go to bed, because when I climb into bed, I'm out for the count. Don't eat too late. I tend to eat by about 2-3 o'clock. It's the best advice I ever gave the producer. I said, don't eat. I just left it like that, actually, let him do his own interpretation. Because, if somebody's a little rotund, I don't want to sort of put too fine a point on it. You don't, and he's only young. We don't want him to mirror image of the AP. And, because the idea is we have to sort of protect him as he's younger. And I said, I was the same as you. Up till the age of 25, I could get my hands around my waist. Nobody else wanted to. And I could get my hands around and touch them. And then all of a sudden, at 25, I ballooned. Everything I'd eaten, all of a sudden, and I'd stand in the shower going, my feet have gone. And I couldn't see them. I had anything else in between. It's always a bit of a mystery. And so I like to be helpful to the producer. I like to be sort of that elderly, kind old uncle who's looking after them. Until Tuesday. But anyway, that's another story which I'll bring you in on a little bit later on. Steve, I totally agree. I'm a younger guy. My friends are still going out. Utter idiots. No sense. Even though at the start of the lockdown, they're the ones telling people to stay in because you can get it. You could get it. You don't know, do you? You really don't know. People they say, oh dear. Have you ever met Alan Davis? Of course, no. Cool. I mean, I've met loads of people over the. I would do, actually, if I was only sort of 15 years old. Probably not. Steve. What I couldn't understand was during the panic buying, says Reggie, my local Asda shelves were loaded with bacon. I love bacon. Susie says, stop it now, talking about food. I could kill for a portion of chips. Oh, me too. A portion of chips. Should we get, actually, if the canteen opened at this time in the morning upstairs, perhaps I could get a portion of chips and bring them down. That'd be quite nice. They don't have to be with mayo, but I like double cooked chips. So in other words, you cook them, and then when they look nice, you take them out, leave them, and then you put them back in again, and then they're quite nice. Because some restaurants, I think in Joe Allen's, they do triple cooked chips. Then the big chunky chips, because there's less fat on things like that. And one that says, sorry, you describe. So people talking about Weston-super-Mare. I'm still liking, actually, Vancouver. I think people should send in photographs, I think, just so we can see where everybody... I mean, I don't have access... I don't know why I'm saying that, actually, because I don't have access to everybody's photographs that they send in. Somebody's saying, nice to know that you and your team are good. We are good, actually. We are. Mike says, I was once almost on a railway platform at the same time as someone who almost got a part on Love Island. Would you like to have me for in conversation? Yes, I met somebody once who was on a train platform, and he'd go, and what do you do, darling? I'm going on Love Island. Because they've all got really interesting voices, and the blokes are going, you've got the word easy stamped all over you. Mind you, the blokes have got easy stamped all over. I can't understand it. Not one of them has got an ounce of talent. Not one of them has gone, I think I want to be an interior designer. No, I want to just get my boobs out and go to nightclubs, don't I? See how many people you can bed in the first week of coming off Love Island. But luckily, at the moment, there's no work for them, which actually is not great news for agents everywhere, for which I have a lot of sympathy. But to be honest with you, we've really plumbed the depths, haven't we? Actually, probably a good move for some of them, because they don't seem to have anything else going on in their lives. A lot of people tell me, don't talk about fish and chips. I could eat fish and chips now, actually. Also, somebody else saying I can't sleep. What do you recommend? Well, to be honest with you, the podcast will help. I cannot sleep in a quiet room. So if ever I go somewhere, I've got to take my little DVD player with me. So I tend not to go away very often, as you can well imagine. You say, excuse me, and the plug point is where under the bed? So I never do things like that. But it's a case of you can't have a really quiet bedroom. So because otherwise you're listening to the person next to you snoring, or if you live by yourself and sleep by yourself, then there's nothing at all, and you hear every little crack, squeak, noise, thud, reverberation, all sorts of different traffic, police, fire engines, all sorts of things. So the idea is to actually have a DVD player or an old cassette player. You can probably find an old cassette player. Go to car boots and you can pick up loads of cassettes. Just plug it in. And they're just battery. You just, I've got one, but it's electric on the bed. It's a DVD player. And I fall asleep listening. I'm not watching them. I'm just hearing them. So it's like they're coming out of the radio. It's a brilliant idea. Talking of brilliant ideas, how do we get you to work quickly? I'll tell you. I still think we can get excited about Friday. I know that, but I bounced out of bed this morning. I have to. I'm like that. I'm attached to elastic. And I sort of bounced out. And I thought, hey, it's Friday. And I was really feeling very good about it. And I thought, wow, Friday, what am I going to do? What am I going to do today? And then I thought, you'll always find something, Steve. You'll always find something. And so hopefully, because it's the weekend, it's good. I'm getting my washing and ironing done, so that's quite nice. The cast of EastEnders are going to return to work next month, mainly because they're running out of their... Oh, look, Dave Green has sent in... He said, I thought I'd like to see a few varied pictures of Dad at work. He was an avid listener and always amazed at your TV and entertainment knowledge. He says, you must have some mutual friends. Quite possibly. How lovely. Yeah, well, Bonnie, as you know, remembers your dad amazingly well. I mean, seriously. Oh, look at that. Oh, lovely pictures you've got. What great memories. Dusty Springfield, the only one who could ever leave me. And is that Gene Pitney? Might be Gene Pitney. That could be top of the pot. It is Gene Pitney. Look at this. Honestly, there's no end to people I'm recognising. That's another group. Oh, I know that's the Trems. In fact, one of the Trems, his son is the one who did I Am the One and Only. Nobody could... Yeah, that's lovely. Nice picture. Go through it. Is that it? Oh. The cameras, these old BBC cameras, and the funny thing is the person sitting down operating the camera. Oh, Kiss Me Kate with Howard Keel. There's a bright golden haze on the meadow. There's a bright golden... And King Lear with Jonathan Miller. Fantastic. How lovely. No, Bonnie brought her to tears. But she has one of the key rings as well. We've all got stuff, haven't we? If I actually started going through my place, I used to keep a scrapbook years and years ago of different things that I did, and then I sort of stopped it after a while, mainly because I was accumulating too much stuff. Because you get given things, you get, pictures and photographs and stuff like that, and quite nice. Another one here, and what was the other one here? Steve, did you ever go and see Time with Cliff Richard? No, I didn't, Ian. But I went to see Stephanie Lawrence. She was starring in Time. Stephanie Lawrence then went on. She was lovely. She'd starred as Marilyn Monroe, and she was in Time with Cliff Richard, and she was very glamorous, and I took her to Joe Allen's for dinner, and the maitre d' said, Steve, who's that? And I said, that's Stephanie Lawrence. He said, oh, lovely. And then she appeared in Blood Brothers over in America. She was flown out to America. I was flown out to America by lovely Bill Kenwright. We went out there and had a really, really nice time. Really, really nice time for the opening night of Blood Brothers. And that's where she was. And then she died. She was a lovely person. Absolutely lovely person. Steve. I swapped a full set of Mars Attacks bubblegum cards for a brass compass. He said the brass compass is probably worth a couple of quid. The last time I checked, the cards are worth hundreds of pounds. Isn't it funny? If you'd saved, Ray, every single thing that was given away years ago, like cigarette cards and collectibles, things which, probably would have... I mean, I save things. I've got stuff that I've ordered, like Stife. I've got Stife things, and I've got stupid things. I've got stupid things, like one of Houdini's keys. I've got a key that Houdini used, but I've got a lot of Stife, but it's still in the box. I haven't even opened the boxes. And there was a lovely couple, still is, and they were working the market in Covent Garden, and they did figures of old people sitting on benches, or a dowager with a cigarette in a thing, and I bought one of those. They were quite expensive, but I bought it as an investment, and I've left it in the box. And yet that's why toys are difficult to get hold of, because most people actually bought the toys and played with them. So, of course, it was the people who hung on to things that were near perfect who are sort of now capitalising on it. But the trouble is, Marilyn says, I know it'll wind you up, but I never thought Cilla Black could sing. Step inside, love. Not everybody thought she could sing. I thought she was great. Bearing in mind, she was only the hat check girl at the Cavern. But I thought if you heard her, I mean, I've got greatest hits albums of Cilla's, and there are some songs which are absolutely knockout. Absolutely. But she was better probably at the slow stuff. Oh, you are a mucky kid, dirty as a dustbin lid. She was very good. She was very good. Listen, she was old school. Old school. There's a lot of old school people listening to this programme. People, very glam. Never saw. I mean, she did wear a pair of jeans, but they were immaculate. Immaculate, like Angela Rippon. You never see Angela Rippon looking anything less than immaculate. There are loads. If only the producer could take a leaf out of their books. You know, if only. It's a case of everybody else dresses up for the programme. The producer is the only one on this programme who dresses down for the programme. He doesn't make any effort at all. It's like he obviously gets out of bed in the morning, throws on the jumper, sticks the Velcro on his head, you know, lets the car tyre down, and then heads for work. It's awful. So I then try and cheer him up, you know, as you do if somebody's, you know, a bit down on their luck after Tuesday. And I gave him some strawberries with double cream. I mean, I'm not even pinching on single cream. I'm doing double cream for him because I'm thinking that'll cheer him up. That'll make him, you know, feel a bit better about life. And, you know, as he goes into the weekend and another 8 to 10 hours of misery, he's, you know, he won't be. I thought yesterday, perhaps I'll buy them some mushrooms. And I thought, you know, sod it. So I decided not to. So he had the strawberries, he had the double cream. I gave some to Zora Suleiman. She's always so much more grateful than he is. You know, at least Zora sort of said, oh, Steve, that's fantastic. Yesterday she was tweeting pictures. Not a word from him. Nothing. I don't make a big deal about it. It's nothing to do with me, goodness sake. You know, once somebody's miserable in life, they're going to be like that all the way through. Is Howard Keel in the studio with you, says Stuart? There's a bright gold. It could be. Could be. I never did things. I never sang those sort of light operettas. But I did like all the Roger and Hammerstein stuff. You know, I like that. You have to explain it to some of them. They don't know. Steve says, somebody here, taking a break from studying for my final exams and listening to you in America, the US of A, which is good, isn't it? Also, I've been in a few Bill Kenwright productions in my time, from the choir in Joseph. Oh, how lovely. At the Bristol Hippodrome and Theatre Royal Bath and Evita, and even Whistle Down the Wind on its limited tour in the late noughties. Lots of fun, says Jack, in Weston-super-Mare. See? I knew we'd find somebody eventually there. He says, have you watched also The Story of Musicals on YouTube? Oh, listen, I'm a musical person. All my theatre productions, all my posters at home are all musical theatre. All musical theatre. I could be classed as a bit of a lovey. But as you can well imagine, Jack, I'm a bit too butch for that. You know, lovies have to be slightly fey and know all the words to sort of, you know, Marilyn, I want to be loved by you, just love. You know, people who know all those words. People who sing the Carpenter's Songbook. Calling occupants of interplanetary. You know, all that kind of stuff. You wouldn't find me singing that. Definitely not. You know, there's a kind of hush all over the world. Are all my posters in mint condition? Of course they are. Of course they are. I've got some very old posters. I mean, the ones from the No, I don't know. Theatre posters. I mean, I've got a huge Liberace poster from the Chiswick Empire when he came over here, and I've had it framed, and it's under glass and covered in plastic, so it's not even up on the wall. I've got no room for it. It's quite big, and I paid 10 quid for it. To be honest with you, I think it's probably worth a lot more money because it's perfect. There's no creases, no nothing in it. And all of my posters that I bought from the London Palladium are all original 1940s, 45, 46. And love it. I just like the look of theatre posters. I bet there's loads of people listening who collect things like that. Loads of people like collecting. Steve, you talk about collecting things. I'm one of those jingle collectors. Oh, interesting. I love LBC's jingles and the nuances of how Nick Ferrari uses part of it in the imaging, says Jack. You may think it's weird, but it's fun to collect funky jingles. Yes, I've heard of people collecting jingles. I've actually got when we were at one in our life, it was London Talkback Radio, and I had all the jingles were given to all the presenters, so I've got a cassette with all the jingles on it. Actually, sort of thing that Chris Lowry would know about. And we're going to be talking to Chris Lowry at about 6:45. The view from Spain, where the lockdown may begin to soften. He's retired out to Spain, and he does broadcasting, and he's also a fitness instructor. And if you've been to any of my shows, Chris and Steve were there, and fit he really was. Danny collects jingles, says Jordan. So isn't that funny? You get some. It's so funny because somebody said to me the other day, I think it was one of my drivers, which radio do you listen to? I said, well, only LBC, but I'm not an anorak when it comes to radio. I think an anorak is sort of somebody who knows all about the radio station. They can tell you the history of the radio station. They can tell you, who all the different presenters are and things. I don't know things like that. I couldn't even give you the rundown on the other radio stations in this building. I mean, I know certain key people. I know the important ones to know, but I don't know all the other ones. So people who actually collect, what do? Do you think they actually go home and play them to themselves? Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo, Danny Milo. I mean, they probably do, actually. I don't know. Jordan would love to have a jingle about himself. He would absolutely love a jingle about himself. Whereas I was sort of never bothered. I was just quite amazed that, you could actually get Steve Allen into a jingle. Well, not necessarily into a jingle. Steve, anyone who had a heart, anyone who ever loved, would look at me and know that I love you. Steve, says Marilyn, I realised now I had the virus in January, and what helped was the highest strength Manuka honey. Well, I've still got the Manuka honey at home, which I haven't actually, who does these things in your home then, says Jane. You mind your own business, you nosy old baggage. What are you on about? Honestly, it's outrageous. Who does your dusting? Pfft. Who does my cleaning? Who irons my clothes? Lord above. Well, obviously, if you ask the producer that, who irons his clothes, the answer is nobody. Definitely not. I'd love to. Do you think he goes to the wardrobe in the morning and he opens the doors and goes, and then has a little divining stick which sort of picks out the outfit to wear for that day? Do you think that? I mean, I don't know. I'm just guessing, of course. I mean, that's me being a little bit sarcastic because, he's lovely. He just didn't know what to do with his hair at the moment. This ridiculous piece of Velcro stuck on the top. I've never seen anything like it, honestly. This programme is mad. You're all... Oh, don't tuck it behind your ears either. Somebody said to me yesterday, when I went to give a friend of mine some, he said, your hair needs a cut. I said, don't tell me about that. He said, you can't do the back of it. I said, well, of course I can't do the back of it. I can't see the back of it. I got very upset about the whole thing. Very upset. Anyway, EastEnders going back to work next month. But they're not going to mention coronavirus. Because they can't. It would just be absolutely ridiculous. They're never going to sort of pick up on it. Anyway, later in the show, 6:30, the coronavirus roundup with LBC's correspondent Rachel Venables. And then, as I say, we'll talk to broadcaster Chris Lowry over there in Spain, where they've been on lockdown for quite a number of weeks, but it may begin to soften. Could be the route that we're going. And over in South Korea, they've had no cases. And they've not had lockdown. Not had lockdown, but they've had no cases of coronavirus. I'm so happy this morning. There's no logical reason behind this at all. There really isn't. There is no logical reason, but my friend Danny says Jordan has just blown my cover. Got no secrets with Jordan around. My friend Jordan and Danny are both in the radio business, but there's no people have got. I told you before, people have got no secrets at all. My worst nightmare is somebody saying, "Steve, I can tell you a secret. Please don't tell anybody." I said, "Please don't tell me," and then the curiosity gets the better of me. Have you ever seen Bunny Girls? Says Martin. Well, not round this building, no, but I'm sure that they do exist. Actually, we had showgirls in one morning for one of our sister stations, and they got changed over here, and they had big plumes. Remember all the plumes on their heads and everything else, and their sparkly bikinis and everything else? That was a bit fab. I have seen Bunny Girls. I'm old enough to remember, but I never went to the Bunny Club. Which is probably just as well, actually. Have you ever, says Ryan, in Tooting, tried pie and mash? No, I haven't. He said, if not, try Harrington's in Tooting once this is all over. It's been there for ages and ages. So, since 1908. Fantastic food. I do like a pie, and I do like mash, so I probably like it. Is that the one that they put the liquor on, which is like parsley sauce? Because that sounds quite nice, but I don't like eels. I couldn't do eel and mash or something. Oh, no. Even the very thought of it makes me feel quite bilious, I'm afraid. Steve, do my hair grade 1. I never look to do it by feel, then check it's okay. Listen, I just can't manage it. I seriously can't manage it. At the moment, I'm having a mare of a day. Although my friend Rich, he had his done, and Danny's is fairly short at the moment, and Jordan's. Everybody's having these haircuts because you can't get out, so they've got their flatmates to do things. So I nearly made a joke about flatmates, but I can't, actually. Martin in Carlisle, again, says, I played Bill Sykes in a school production of Oliver when I was about 15. I'm now 44. You must have been a very young Bill Sykes. He says, still one of my favourite, most vivid memories of school. Can you remember Bill Sykes' song? I remember him going, come here, Bullseye. But Bill Sykes, what did he sing? What did Bill Sykes... My name? No, find out. Find out what he's saying. I don't know what he sang. I didn't think he sang, did he? I suppose he must have done. I thought Nancy sang. Nancy sang, I'd do anything for you. Oh, no, perhaps it was one of the boys who sang it. What did he sing? Oh, here we go. Come on. Don't sit there with a big smug grin on your face. Oliver, my name lyrics. Was this sung by Bill? I don't remember. Strong men tremble when they hear it. Gauze enough to fear it. It's much blacker than they smear it. Body mentions... Do you know, I really would not have known that. If you played that to me and said, I wouldn't have... I could have lost £1 million on that. Was that you singing? I'm so sorry. I thought there was a cat in there being strangled. I had no idea. Good Lord, well, I wouldn't have known that. And that was in the film, was it? My name, Bill Sykes. Well, I never would have... Seriously, you could have said to me, I'll give you £1,000 if you can tell me which song he sang, because I wouldn't have even known it. I don't remember the... Come here, Bullseye. And Fagin. Remember Fagin, don't we? Ron Moody. Lovely. Another one says, what was the poster shop called that sells film and music posters? So, well, it's gone. I think it's gone. It was on the corner. It was just up from the Windmill Theatre, because I went in there loads of times. But I think you'll find it's gone. I'm pretty certain. And somebody says, I've had a few jingles made. Quite interesting to have a name check on air, says Jack from the mighty Western... Listen, stop trying to elevate Western Supermare. For goodness sake, we've done our best. We've done our best for you. But, it's funny, because people always say, don't you think it's funny when you hear, your name on a jingle? Well, not after this amount of time. No, not really. Other people do. But not for me. As I say, I'm not really a radio... I'm not like, Danny, who collects jingles. I mean, I used to have, years and years ago, I sent off from Record Mirror for a set of jingles to play in the discotheque. It was on a cassette, and it was impossible to queue up. And they had the singers going, more music. And actually, my boss Ashley would know all about that, because I bet he's got loads of those sort of things. But it never worked for me. Never worked for me. And then when I finally come on to, proper radio, and you get people singing, or the voiceover man actually doing, coming up next, Steve Allen, and you think, oh, that's me. But you tend not to think like that. I don't know why, actually. Steve. Morning, Steve. From Mallorca. Which says, how lucky am I? My hairdresser's opening appointments only. Got the first booking after 2 months. I'm beginning to look like shag pile carpet. Oh, wow. Helen, that sounds fantastic. See, for you ladies, that's a nightmare, isn't it? I know a lot of people are just not going out. I mean, I can stick a baseball cap on and you'd never know how awful my hair is looking. And then somebody said to me the other day, my friend Jordan, we were FaceTiming, and he said, your hair looks great. Which, of course, I thought he was taking the mickey. So I said, it doesn't look... His looked good. He'd had it all cut short. The first time I've ever seen it short. He's normally very funny. A little bit like the producer. A little bit funny about his hair. Constantly playing with it, rearranging it, taking it off, putting it on a stand, spraying it, putting it back on his head again. That's how it goes. Mark says, have I woken up to Steve Allen's musical hour? David in Brentwood. There you go. I knew I was right. They played the Bill Sykes music in the background, but cut the song from the movie. I thought I didn't recognise it in the movie. I thought so. Yeah, of course he thought he was right. You weren't right, it was never in... Listen, nobody would know it unless you'd seen the stage show. We're talking about the film. Oh, God, hopeless. Do you know, honestly, I don't know why I bother. I'm either facing the wrong way or everybody's against me today. I'm feeling very insecure. Somebody else talking about Steve Allen's musical hour. I don't see anything the matter with that, actually. So it's not in the film. Nancy sang, papa, that's how it goes. Papa, everyone knows. And, of course, all the boys loved it because she had a heaving bosom. And when they reunited all the boys... Later, I've got the Oliver documentary of all the boys back there when Jack Wilde was still alive, Mark Lester, and all the boys used to say, we were to love the woman who played Nancy. Who was the woman who played Nancy? It was... Oh, I should know this. It should come to me immediately. Nancy, I can see her, and she definitely had a heaving bosom. Definitely, there was no two ways about it. And that's what the boys liked. It was... Shaney Wallace. Oompa. I'd love to. Can you imagine if you were there at the filming of it? I mean, there's quite a few. I know that we've had a few boys over the years who are now grown up, obviously, and they were in the film. And their sort of memories are fantastic. And I thought that was amazing. Of course, the only thing that I ever knew about was the fact that poor Mark Lester couldn't sing for Toffee. So his voice was dubbed by a girl. She was the daughter of the musical director, and she sang all of his songs because he couldn't sing. But he looked right. A bit like this programme, isn't it? I look right, but I can't speak, which is lovely. Steve, what happens with lockdown? I can't imagine, says Richard, many people wanting to travel on the underground, packed like sardines. You're kidding, Richard. They're starting to do it now. I've seen a few pictures of people on the London Underground, all sitting next to each other. Nobody's self-distancing at all. Half of them without any masks on. I mean, I should imagine if you're going to find disease anyway, it's going to be underground, isn't it? So, not for me, even though I can actually get on an underground train, but I've decided not to, thank you very much indeed. And Steve, it was Vintage Magazine Company, Fab Shop, and I worked there in the basement, says Marie. Honestly, do you know, we get the best people who listen to this programme. You mention something which will be completely off kilter, and it will be nothing to do with anything at all, and somebody around you go, I was there, I did this, and you think, this is amazing. I remember talking about the Windmill Theatre some years ago, which is still there, but it's obviously closed at the moment, and it offered Revue de Ville, because it was nude. And the girls who appeared nude were not allowed to move. So they would close the curtain. Harry Seacombe used to do a shaving act there. All that kind of stuff. And they were the interlude. But of course, all the people sitting in the audience, and it's a lovely little thing. I mean, it's like it's a piece of London history. The Windmill Theatre in Soho. And then they would go a Greek tableau. And the curtains would open and there would be the girls posing, topless, holding jugs. And things like that, and then it would be all different things, then the curtains would close. But of course, you could sit there all day, it was continuous performances. And so, if somebody left their seat, there would be a scramble over all the other seats to get to that seat. And then people would write in and go, I'm wearing magnifying glasses. And people would they go, oh no, which one is it? They'd be looking through the audience to see if they could find somebody. But it's got great history, great history. And Larry Parker, a magician, works there much later on. I can't remember why I started that story actually now, but anyway, it was a very good story. And favourite theatre, as little theatres go, it's a really cracking little theatre. But then after the review of it, the answer was we never closed, because during all the bombing, they stayed open. People queued to go in and see ladies, and that's right, yes, because I got ladies writing to me who were part of the dancers and the featured people in the show, and I thought that was amazing. And they brought out a book of the Windmill Girls, and it was a place run by a guy called Vivian Van Dam and his daughter Sheila Van Dam. Sheila turned out to be an aviator, and they ran it with the help of an elderly lady who put money into it. But was it the Chancellor used to go and say one of the girls was she blinked. You weren't allowed to move at all. That was the stipulation of allowing them to take their clothes off. But of course, it was then affectionately known as We Never Clothed, which was marginally more entertaining. There you go. And trust you to find all the pictures. Of course, in these particular posed photographs, they've all got clothes on, but there were lots of them without clothes on. Okay? Don't look at them again. Do not look at them again. Okay? Not any of that kind of stuff going on the programme. Honestly, it's ridiculous. Steve says, Trevor, don't you think David Essex's Brave New World sums up the current scenario with COVID? I don't know the song Brave New World. I don't think so. I don't know it. I do not know. Steve, they cut the song Mr. and Mrs. Bumble sang from the movie. They must have cut all sorts of things. Loads and loads of things. Do you remember Brian Connolly and Me and My Girl at the Adelphi, says Craig in Sandbanks? Yes, I do. Yes, absolutely. Oliver, never before has a boy asked for more. They named him Oliver. Please, sir, I want some more. More? I nearly choked myself then. I was never in things like that. We just did The Merry Widow. Wasn't quite as exciting. And My Fair Lady. I'd love to have done Oliver, but unfortunately in our town we didn't have any more than 3 boys who could sing half a note together. The government has admitted For the first time, it's likely to miss its target of carrying out 100,000 COVID-19 tests a day, which is what we were all predicting. We said that before, didn't we? But here is the queue for a Whopper. And there must be about 30 or 40 cars in this queue, and they're queuing to get a Burger King. As I said before, if you go to Iceland or any of the supermarkets, you can buy a packet of burgers, stick them on the stove, and then get some buns and just put some onions in there. Perhaps it's obviously not the same. This was one, the first to reopen in Havant, in Hants. They started serving at noon. Wow. Deliveries can also be ordered through Just Eat or Deliveroo. One local said there was a steady stream all day with more at dinner time. I can't believe so many people rushed out. Some were leaving litter behind. Peasants. To be company, I'm Steve Allen. This is my early breakfast show. And I got a note from Jenny, who's from Jenny Allen Interior Design. And she's created a candle called Share the Light. And it's for the NHS charities. 100% of the profits go to the two charities. She said, my dad Colin's, big fan of your show. And they have a website, which is called www.sharethelightcandle.co.uk. And so 100% of the profits to the two charities. Every candle, they say, makes a difference. You can go and check them out on www.sharethelightcandle.co.uk. Comes with a nice little silver lid as well. Will? So thank you very much indeed, Jenny. I wish you well with that one. Listen, if you manage to top 30 million, do let me know. I think that's an achievement in itself. Davey says, I swear the Steve Allen Show is a godsend. Totally on form this morning. You know, I think on form most mornings, actually. Well, I hope so. Steve, he's talking about Essex's song from War of the Worlds. He was a soldier who wanted to restart the civilization underground. Really? Well, there you go. Somebody else has told me. David in Brentwood, of course, he'd know. Brave New World is from The War of the Worlds by Jeff Wayne. Aha. The movie Mrs. Henderson Presents is the good film about the Windmill Theatre. And that was, it was Lillian Henderson, who was a lady who sort of... My stomach's playing hell this morning. She was there. But you should have a look at it. You should really watch it. It's lovely. Absolutely lovely. Steve. Somebody else saying about the things here, which is good. Steve, do you think, hopefully... when we all come out of this and people start flying again, will there be medical checks? Yeah, I'll put it this way, I don't think we're going to be flying anytime soon. I really don't. I mean, I'm pretty certain that we're not going to be flying soon. I think it's one of those things. I think it could be another year. When I spoke to a friend of mine yesterday, she's got 2 holidays, two booked. The first one has already been cancelled, which was via British Airways, and the second one is in September. She said, but I'm not holding my breath waiting for it, because the person she's going with is top of the list. She would be high risk because of underlying health problems. And that's the main problem. I think people are going to be very loath to actually getting on a plane and actually going, I think I'll go on holiday. To be honest with you, where would you go on holiday? Can you go on holiday and lie on a beach or something like that? I'm not sure I want to go onto a beach, put my little Speedos on and lie there, sort of slowly roasting in the sunshine, because I don't think you can do that. I don't think you're allowed to, really. And I'm not sure I'd want to get on a plane. I'm still slightly wary of things. I'm not wild about getting on a tube. Not wild. Buses I feel better on, because when I get on the bus, and I only do it about once every week or twice a week, I'm distancing from other people. And you can't get anywhere near the driver. They've got ticker tape up all over the place to say, please don't talk to the driver. Well, I've never wanted to talk to the driver in my life. What would I say to him? Hello, I'm Steve Allen, do you listen to my programme? And of course, I can't hear you, mate. My name's Steve Allen, do you listen to the... I don't want to do that. It's unnecessary, isn't it? It's not the sort of person I am. I'm like sort of happy-go-lucky Steve Allen, friend to the stars. Showbiz legend and fitness guru. Not necessarily in that particular order. I think I need to move to Hastings, actually. I'd be very happy down in Hastings. I could go and sit in a bus shelter and talk to other people of a similar age. And we can discuss, So what do you want to happen at the end? I want to go out screaming, I've decided. I'm definitely going out screaming. I'm going to make as much noise as there is possible to make. I'm going! I love it, actually. Steve, can you help? Because our catering business has gone west in the current climate. Oh, my Lord above. This is what worries me nowadays. We're going to be inundated with a lot of people whose businesses, and it's really difficult. Why don't you write Fiona, Paul, Oliver and Finn to somebody like Jamie Oliver? Because in this in this day and age, you know, people, my friend yesterday, she said to me, she does shopping differently now. She won't go around a supermarket, but she's using a farm shop. The butcher delivers, but he's always delivered. And the wine shop delivers as well. So that seems like your life is absolutely complete. Absolutely complete. Whereas I haven't quite got into that. I'm still, because somebody asked me earlier on the programme, you know, do you mind queuing for things? And I said, not really. I don't mind, you know, if I want something, if I sometimes cross over the road by Waitrose and I look at the queue and there's more than 10 people, I go home. Great to see you, Connor. Looking well this morning. Obviously, we've got all the winter clothing out. See you. Right, fun. Who was that masked man? So, we're trying to do our best. This is Fiona's Pantry and Concert Catering. Listen, I know exactly how you all feel. It's dreadful. Richard says, Steve, my friend in Illinois has had their lockdown extended until the 1st of June. Well, we don't know what's going to come on here. Steve, wasn't that a line from a Carry On film? Didn't Kenneth Williams shout flying tonight? I think, Trevor, it was frying tonight. And that was the, which Carry On film was that? Frying tonight. He had Odd Job, didn't he? I seem to remember. The Windmill in the mid-1990s was a naked man bar. Good Lord. He said they'd give you a pen and a pencil if the police came and you had to pretend it was a life drawing class. Are you sure it was the Windmill? How bizarre. But no, the Windmill's very famous, but it was so small. The little theatre was really, really tiny. My friend Larry Parker was a magician. Very good magician. Very, very good magician. And we went there and we had a really, really nice time. It was lovely. Very nice time. But now I think it offers lap dancing. What's tasty and nutritious apart from this programme? Well, loads of things. Fruit jelly. Apparently, it's not just for kids. Make it with orange juice, and a serving of fruit jelly sees you tick off 75% of your recommended daily intake of vitamin C. It's also a rich source of folate, which you need for healthy nerves. I must get some for the producer. And get your nerves sorted out with jelly. Okay. Potato wedges. Do you like potato wedges? There you go. These provide 1/6 of your daily recommended fibre and more than 1/4. But apparently 150 gram serving has 283 calories, less than a portion of fries. So that's very good. We'll have to get him to rice pudding. You like rice pudding? Gosh, you're eating all the right stuff. Doesn't really explain his shape, but there you go. It's a staple rice pudding. It's a rich source of copper and iodine for healthy skin and metabolism. Well, 1 out of 2 isn't bad. Sorry? No, because it's never seen the light of day, that's why. That's why you've got good skin. It's always covered by hair. Seriously, you look like one of the early Beatles pictures where they went, twist and shout, woo, like that. Stilton. Gee, I don't like Stilton cheese. Do you like Stilton cheese? God, you're eating everything. All the right stuff here. How about baked beans? Oh, we know you like baked beans. They say here, high in protein, a 200 gram serving, half a shop-bought can is around 12 grams, about the same as you'd find in an egg. Leave your hair alone. Honestly, if you concentrated on as much of sort of doing this programme properly, as opposed to playing with your hair all the time, we might have a bigger audience. Goodness, as opposed to the huge one we have at the moment. Coleslaw is very good. Chop up a bunch of cabbage, onion, carrot and combine it with low-fat mayonnaise for a coleslaw full of antioxidant, carotene and sulphur-based super nutrients. So, do you like coleslaw? Oh, God, here we go. Not too bothered. He'll eat coleslaw, yeah. Eat 80 grams, and that'll be one of your 5 a day. Okay? One of your... Vegan mayo? Well, I don't know. They just said low-fat mayo, and I'm not sort of bothered about it. Yeah, vegan men. How much do you pay for that through the nose? How much would that be? £4. Honestly, what a joke. You could buy a huge thing for £2 in Iceland. I always buy the super-duper deluxe versions. £4 just because you're vegan. Is that big? That is outrageous, honestly. That's the trouble. If you're vegan, you're penalised. It's your own fault. You can have it cleared up with tablets and something else. Ravioli. Do we do ravioli? I don't know what I'm doing with this programme this morning. Seriously, I think I'll go home and listen to it myself. I wonder if it'll sound as good if I'm not here. Probably not. So ravioli, that's ravioli and tomato sauce, rich in antioxidants. It boasts iron and has 160 calories in a 200 gram serving. So do we do ravioli? Oh, right, okay. And finally, pickled eggs. I know. You sometimes see them, in fact, you mainly see them in fish and chip shops. They're simply hard-boiled eggs that have been preserved in distilled vinegar once cooled. The vinegar they're pickled in helps to slow down the digestion of the meal. So I quite like a hard-boiled egg, but I'm not bothered about a pickled egg. I'm not sort of, no, definitely not. And also, Marmite. Marmite. Now, we know that the producer likes Marmite, especially the Marmite with peanut butter, especially when you open the lid and put your finger in it. Loves that. But anyway, love it or hate it, if you're following a vegan diet, Marmite is a must in your shopping trolley as it's fortified with vitamin B12. You like Marmite, do you? Oh, right. Did I bring you in Your mum collects Marmite. Peculiar woman. She collects Marmite. Does she? You have to show me. Well, she's not got a photograph of the collection, has she? Really? Well, she just collects jars of Marmite. She hasn't got a Steve Allen jar of Marmite, though, has she? You can't get them anywhere. I'm the only one who's actually got them. I bought them. No, absolutely not. £6. So, I can't remember what I paid for that. I bought about 8 jars. I gave you a jar of Marmite, didn't I? Yeah, probably wedging a door open in the bedroom or something like that at the moment. We're using it to sort of keep the window frames in. That's right, yes, you can fill the tyre. Steve says, Jorg, you can say hello to the bus driver. I'm one of the bus drivers who listens to your show every morning. Can I add you onto my bus one time? Route 281. Oh, I've done the 281 loads of times. I mean, sometimes I have been to Kingston on the 281. I'll be the one getting on with the dark glasses. And you've got a picture of your mother's collection of Marmite. Is she in a home or something? I mean, what? She collects Marmite. She's not normal, is she? How long has she been married to your father for? Long time? Sorry? Too long, I can imagine. She started collecting Marmite. Now you know why all these failed children, they end up here, don't they? We have to rescue them from their families. Talk about collecting strange things, says Dave in Stoke. He says, I've got a piece of coal from the Titanic. It was recovered from a boiler room in 2004 and it's sealed in a box with a certificate from the Canadian government. Really? It's a very odd thing, isn't it? What a very strange... I don't know what you do with something like that. I really don't. Do you think it's genuine? Or do you think it might not be? And somebody says, Steve, I'm a Marmite lover, so every so often they bring out a special jar. That's what his mum has. Oh, right, special things. Limited edition jars. Is there like a Marmite collecting club or something? On Facebook, another group of mad people, I'm afraid, and they collect Marmite jars. Oh, right. So every time they bring out Marmite, like Marmite with champagne, or Marmite with Guinness. So does she open the jars or just keep them? Can't do what? Right, so how do you know what's in there? Well, you might buy it from the shops, but they might have just put normal Marmite in. And they've just said, this one's got champagne encrusted with jewellery. They might as well say, this is made out of 18-karat gold, leaf. And, of course, because she can't open the jar, she doesn't know. So she's obviously bought a pig in a poke. That's what she's done here. She's bought a pig in a poke. It might not be actually sort of limited edition Marmite at all. They might just be having a laugh in the Marmite factory. She spent £200 on a jar. And what was special about the jar on this one? Here we go. Sort of as eaten by the Tsar of Russia or something, We found this in Marie Antoinette's boudoir after we'd executed her. So, sorry, what? Only 5 in the world. Good Lord, it's so exciting, isn't it? I just collect £50 notes, but unfortunately I'm not doing very well with my collection. He said the collection's worth about £400. He stupidly thinks that's his inheritance, whereas I've already privately written to his mother going, listen, give it to me. Might as well give it to somebody deserving. As opposed to somebody who's not going to appreciate it at all. Somebody says, I wish you were on 24 hours a day. Well, you can go and bury your head in the sand, can't you? I mean, 24 hours a day. Do you still have the jar in the cupboard? You can't get the lid off. No, I can get the lid off. I can't get the jar out the cupboard. That's the trouble, because once Marmite sets, it's like concrete. God knows what it looks like in your stomach. Jez says, carry on screaming with Harry H. Corbett. That was the Frying Tonight, which was very good, wasn't it? Also, does your vegan producer... He's not the producer, okay. Does he look ill and pasty, like my vegan friends do? No, he actually looks, I think it's makeup. He's sort of a little bit of rouge. Oh, sorry, you're not good looking. I don't know, how can you ever say you're good looking on a programme where the only person good looking is the presenter? That's the way it works. So, do we all believe that we're past the peak? Would we like to think that? I mean, if we are, that's about the best news I'm going to give you going into any weekend. The virus has peaked and we can see the sunlight, says Boris, as he pledged a lockdown exit plan next week, because it's just going badly wrong. 12,000 people could be losing their jobs at British Airways. Is the sort of the easing of things, is that going to make things better for people like that? Wasn't there another company that went under the other day? Was it Warehouse and Oasis have gone under? And that's with the loss of goodness knows how many thousands of jobs. So what Boris has got to do, he's got to keep the country going. We've got to keep the country going. We've got to be here to, the moment we hear anything, we have to tell you exactly what it is, so that people can go, well, I can go another couple of weeks, Steve. And that's what it's sort of, that's what it's coming down to, isn't it? Where people are teetering on the edge, as we heard earlier on from that company. They need to keep going. It's not easy. Not easy. Steve is a jingle nut. I play US radio IDs daily. That's IDs, you know, your identification. There is at least one station that plays nothing but jingles. Jingle radio. You don't think it's Jingle Bell radio, do you, by any chance? I'm just doing that. And 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. A friend brought us a pickled egg from a chippy in Whitby. The rest of us jumped out the car. I don't know why they ever do that. Why do they sell pickled eggs in fish and chip shops? I mean, I'm really, I don't see the connection at all. What was that? What? Sausage and batter. Wurst? The orange, Saveloy. Oh, right. I've never had one. I've never liked the look of it. To be honest with you, anything that's above 7 inches, I think, definitely not in my fish and chip shop, I'm telling you. But yeah, it's that orange thing that looks like it's come from Chernobyl, doesn't it? And it sort of sits in the corner. I've never seen anybody buy one. But put it this way, the man who cooks the fish and chips goes home with almost a phosphorescent glow around his entire body, which is quite nice. No, I like a sausage in batter. I really do. I'm more than happy to sit here and tell you that at 6:09, because I think it's important. My friend Graham is listening every day in lockdown. He's in southern Thailand, where the show starts at 10 a.m. Heard you mention Harry Fowler yesterday. He used to give me his stage clothes, as Dale used to do with you. His wife, Kay, was the singer at Friends Restaurant in Covent Garden, which was owned by Elton John. Yes, I can't remember. I did mention you, because Harry Fowler, we were talking about, he did a lot of those Children's Film Foundation films, which are good. I've bought a few of them. Nice to know you well, Graham. Hope you're enjoying life and being safe. You know, which is, we used to do our walks to Richmond every day. But then I said, I was getting different times finishing and things like that. Steve, it's called Jingle Mad Radio. It's getting worse, actually. Steve, I got a Marmite jar with Granny on it. Can't throw it away. Have a wonderful listen to. Hear James saying that you're always right. He does say that, Anne. He does say that. I can't remember how it came up. It was something that we did some time ago. Oh, that's right. He sort of said something about me, and then it turned out that I was right, and so he then said, don't ever criticise Steve Allen. Apart from the fact he'll cry, he's always right. Most of the time I'm right, and even if I'm wrong, I'm never going to admit it. Why would you want to do something like that? So listen, I think that what the Prime Minister said is good. I think that, you know, we're on, I'm hoping that, you know, it's not a bit of bluff and smoke and mirrors. I'm hoping that we're on the up. And after 6:30, we'll talk to one of our correspondents at LBC. He'll be telling us more about the coronavirus. Also, Amanda Holden. How does she end up looking so attractive in the morning? I don't know. Just madness, isn't it, really? But she's got a charity single out. It's Over the Rainbow, so I'm assuming it's Somewhere Over the Rainbow, which is good. I like your impression of Scooby-Doo, Steve. It's not meant to be Scooby-Doo. It's meant to be anything but Scooby-Doo. Also, Keir Starmer declaring his patriotic pride the other day. He's saying all the right things, isn't he? All the right. That's what we want to hear him saying. We want to be proud of our country. We want to get through the other end. I've told you a million times before that all of my friends and all of my listeners and everybody else, I want to make sure that this time next year, it's only a year away, I want us to all to be healthy. I want us all to then look back and go, wow, we made it through. We made it through to the light at the end of the tunnel, but a lot of people didn't. And I think every year we'll always remember those people. That's how I think it'll be. Steve, I went on a school trip to London in the 60s to see the Lionel Bart production of Oliver the Musical. And remember, the stage set rotated for each scene change. It was at the Palladium. Yes. Do you know of any other theatres in London with a turntable stage? Yes. Cats used to have a turntable stage. The Palladium was famous because they used it for Sunday night at the London Palladium. They'd all stand on it and it would revolve around. The one at the New London Theatre is a revolve, and so people would come in and they'd be seeing the show from one thing, and then all of a sudden their seats would move to the other side. You'd be sitting there, and then the whole thing would rotate. People were very miffed. I quite fancied the idea. I thought that was a brilliant idea. Changing sort of seats or, anything good like that. EastEnders star Adam Woodyat has told how he always gives rude fans who comment on his weight a cutting comeback to chew over. He's 51 now. He's played Ian Beale since 1985, but says he's not one for the attention that comes with fame. He's not. He says, I'm not a show person. I try to avoid attention. I'm not your typical lovey, so I tend to get a quieter time. He said, people did think during the 80s that I was that character. And he says, if I'm having a meal, I'll ask someone to wait till I finished eating. At this point, it usually turns to, just like your character, you're rude. And he then says, actually, no, you're the one who's rude. You've come up to me and interrupted somebody whilst they're in the middle of doing something. Have some patience, have some manners. Oh, no. I have to tell people. He says, if anybody is being rude, you are. Good for him. They've been, Adam and his wife, Beverly, been married for ages and ages. Ages and ages. He told somebody, I'd love to open a gin bar. Can't bear gin. Cannot bear gin. I know people who swear by it. My friend John Warrington absolutely loves gin. He really loves it. Prince Harry, sorry to mention him again, nearing the end of the programme, has stepped down from one of his charity patronages, despite listing it on the Sussex Royal website. He had a 12-year relationship with an Oxfordshire-based MAP Action, which gives data to responders in international humanitarian crises. But the patronage ended last year, before he stepped back from royal life. I just don't see, how long does it take to do these? I think the Queen is patron of God knows how many charities. Hundreds. All he's got is a little handful of things, but obviously too much for him. Plus the Sex Pistols boss's note sells 2 scathing letters in which, this is for some music lovers somewhere. Malcolm McLaren, describing Richard Branson as insidious and idiotic, have sold at auction. He wrote them in 1977 when the band was signed to Virgin Records, accusing Branson's record label of pilfering and pirating their album Nevermind the Watsits. He claimed Branson had supplied it to unlicensed music shops in Europe before the UK release to make a quick profit. And they were bought with a price tag of £2,200. That's what they sold for. Amazing, isn't it? Love it. The letter written to Branson and another record label was sold by a former Virgin employee through Omega Auctions. The guide price was £300 to £500. 2,200. That's a good one, isn't it? It's like getting the lyrics for some of the Beatles songs. If they're handwritten, they're worth a small fortune in this day and age. So that's the only other theatre I know, John, that's got a revolve in it. The Palladium, because it was famous for the letters, London Palladium, and people clinging onto it for grim death, I think. Which is good. Apparently, Marmite jar, granny collectible item. No good. I've got no idea. No idea. Somebody says, I have an old jar of Marmite that I can't throw away due to the fact it cemented itself to the cupboard shelf. That's what I've got. That's what I've got. Exactly the same. Exactly the same. Apparently, there's a fish and chip shop in Birmingham where there's a big bowl of onions in vinegar you put with your fish and chips, says Ian. Why would you want to eat... But mind you, I've got a boot. Of course I've got a boot. And in my car boot, I've got a jar of pickled onions. Every time I go to my brother's, I always say, would you like the pickled onions? Because he always likes to raid the car boot. It's a bit exciting for him. And I always say, do you want the pickled onions? And he kind of looks at me in disgust. I don't think you'll have run flat tyres on a car from 2003. I don't think so. I don't... Oh, the tyres aren't that old. Oh, right. I've never had run flat tyres. I spent ages doing tyre pressure, but I've got a thing on my car which tells me when the tyre pressure drops below a certain level. It's called a passenger. And you sort of look at it. I remember getting in it one time. I had a tyre, and there's nothing the matter with it. It's just that the seal had gone a little bit. So they had to take it off. It lasted about 3-4 months, because I've got an automatic pump thing. And because the producer's got a flat tyre. Well, he thinks he's got a flat tyre. I mean, it might be that the suspension has dropped away. Could be anything, really. But he's going to go back, pull into a garage and put some air into it to sort of top it up again. Do you know you have to pay for air? I thought air was free. Not apparently. Dallas says mayonnaise is a classic French sauce made with egg yolk, oil and lemon juice or wine vinegar. No such thing as vegan mayonnaise. That would be a contradiction in terms. Well, he's buying it. He's buying vegan mayonnaise, aren't you? No, I don't want to give it a go. No, I just like Hellmann's. And I put it on everything. I put it the other day on some Jacob's crackers. And then I put a little bit of Bavarian cheese on the top of it, which was quite nice. No, not garlic mayonnaise, no. Oh, no, I don't like garlic. No, I don't do garlic. It's very antisocial, isn't it, really, garlic? Do you have garlic mayonnaise? Do you? Explains a lot about you, really, doesn't it, I suppose, you know. Miserable and now selfish. And so, yeah, that's why everybody's sitting so far away. Everybody else is going, no, please don't, please don't. Actually, talking of car things, there's a mechanic in the paper today. His name's Harry Purdy. Harry Purdy, I have to tell you, was found guilty. What does he do? He made about £10,000 by passing 66 cars' MOTs without inspections. Harry Purdy issued illegal certificates between February and April. I've got indigestion now, I'm even reading the blooming thing. February and April 2018. He used the name of the testing centre in Sittingbourne, Kent, where he'd worked for a month but was fired. They heard the scam was for personal gain, but also to cause the garage a loss. What a vile piece of work. Prosecutor Barney Nichols says if you're not inspecting the vehicles on the road that are dangerous. Previously, they heard that the scam meant a potential loss of 150 quid per MOT for the garage owner. They sent him to prison for 12 months. Remember the name? Harry Purdy. So he was there for personal gain, but also to cause the garage a loss. What a horrible piece of work. Should have been 10 years, shouldn't it, Mr. Purdy? Purdy by name, Purdy by nature. Sports stars are backing a drive to highlight the racial abuse suffered by NHS staff, so that's good news. They've got also Gary Lineker again. Good Lord above. Gary Lineker pops up with amazing regularity. Chris Kamara, Andy Robertson, Monty Panesar. They featured in a Show Racism the Red Card video. It's just always been there. It doesn't make it right, but it's always been there. I mean, you know, we come out in this particular year and we go, let's look at it again. I mean, how you eliminate it, I've got no idea. Also, motorists drive more carefully when their dog is in the vehicle. Did you know that? They drive much more carefully. So, some 54% say they take extra care when their pooch is on board, with the figure rising to 69% for the 18 to 24-year-olds. I've seen people driving. I know, I couldn't believe it either. Firstly, I saw somebody on their telephone the other day, actually, and I shouted, "Get off your phone!" What a buffoon. And I saw somebody driving with a dog on their lap, and they were driving. Another stupid person whose brain cell must be out, I think. And Andy says, I won a contest for a lifetime supply of Marmite. 1 jar. 1 jar. It lasts forever, doesn't it? It really does last forever. But it's very good for vegan people. Very good. So it's one of the only thing that's it's Marmite, isn't it? They say that about Marmite. You know, you either like it or you don't like it. Well, why couldn't you sort of just like it a little bit? You know, why do you sort of not have to like something? I quite like it, but I don't like it thick. We used to have it on toast. In fact, that's the only thing I've ever had it on. I'm sure you can sort of have it on bread and stuff. Good on crumpets. Yeah. Have you tried the Marmite and then putting a piece of cheese over the top? You like that, do you? Yeah. Vegan cheese. And vegan Marmite, vegan cheese. The whole thing is sort of vegan, isn't it, really? I mean, are you allowed to toast your crumpets, or does that make a difference? You're allowed to toast them, because I'm never too sure, actually, what you can do if you're vegan. I've often had this disastrous sort of scenario of thinking about doing something. So you go, you've not put it in the toaster. You know, other things went in the toaster. You're supposed to put it under the grill. But no, they do it, I think, in Starbucks. They do a Marmite panini with cheese, and they put it in one of their super duper, put it in there, half a second later out it comes burnt to a crisp. And I quite like those. I like panini. But in fact, what's your pardon? Do that in a frying pan. Can you? Why would you want to make toasties in a frying pan? Right. Do you not have a toaster? Sorry? Toasties. What toasties? What's he on about? Toasties. Melted cheese. Oh, right. And you do those in a frying pan? How does that work? Can't you do it in your toaster? Oh, for goodness sake. Have you never done it in toaster? Are you talking about toasted sandwiches? You have what? Of course you do. Have you not seen toasty bags? You make the toasted sandwich, you put it in the bag, you swiddle it round like that, you put it in there, and it's like a cellophane, and they do so work. That's why they sell them. What do you think? They're selling them just to sort of wind you up. They're selling them because they work. They're toasty bags. It saves you, putting it under the grill if you don't have a grill. And to be honest with you, I shouldn't imagine you've got a grill. But anyway, and then you put it in the toasty bag, and then you sort of put it in there, and then when it comes out, it's been toasted and it's melted. Why is that? Then you can buy them anywhere, can't you? Amazon, toasty bags. Hey, look, toasty bag. Reusable toasty bags. 2-pack. £3.49. Go on, push the boat out. Spend £2. Sorry? They do work. That's why they sell them. Honestly, nothing like worse than arguing with a child at this time of the morning. It really is quite... It's almost bullying, isn't it, of me? And I'll turn it round. I'm not stupid. What are we going to do with this direct hit rocket to save the Earth? Have you heard of it? Remember I told you the other day that there is an asteroid which is heading our way? Now, I have to tell you, it doesn't have a brake on it, and it's currently running at about 20,000 miles a second or something, or 14,700 miles an hour. It is going to crash into a spacecraft. NASA has created a spacecraft that will be fired directly at the asteroid to knock it off course, because it's actually quite big, this thing. It's 1.5 miles wide. It's not exactly a small little rock. This is blooming enormous. And they say it's feared that asteroids could wipe out entire cities if they struck our planet. But at least we can go there. We think, I'm not going to worry too much about it, because the closest it's come to this country is 3.9 million miles. So, but even so, it's still 1.5 miles. I mean, it could cause immense damage, couldn't it? He said that's why we pay attention to things. He said this week's asteroid wouldn't have hit Earth, but said that doesn't mean the next one won't. And of course, all right, if it's in the middle of a desert, where you see sometimes holes, you go, I wonder where that came from. They go, that was an asteroid. And you go, was it? Absolutely amazing. Police fear Britain will be hit by a violent summer crime wave. And you know where it'll hit? Pubs. The easing of lockdown restrictions could result in huge numbers of young, jobless men with nothing to do trawling reopened bars. And drug gangs will hit the streets keen to reclaim their turf. So we just have to watch out, because but the trouble is, the sort of people who go around robbing, they've never had a job in their life anyway. They are habitual criminals. They are people who go around thieving from people. You get people who genuinely go out there, and then you get people who are light-fingered. Oh, I'll have a bit of that, have a bit of this. And they just steal. I love the police programmes where they find these people who don't speak a word of English, but they manage to shoplift half of boots. They've got all sorts of things. And then other people who go out there, and they're stealing to order. There was a market trader some years ago, and she was nicking from M&S. And somebody would go up saying, I'm looking for a blouse, and I've got one coming in. And she would then go out, shoplift it, and bring it back and sell it. I mean, when I was speaking to some of the people in my M&S, because we've now gone self-service, they've admitted that it's very difficult to stop people shoplifting, because you've got to rely on somebody putting the item into the magic eye to then put in your bag. If you miss a couple of items, there's no security that's going to stop, so people pinch things. I don't know what, I could never do that. I really couldn't. I'd feel so bad about things, really. Also, Steve, I love Bovril, but I can't stand the smell of Marmite, even Marmite crisps. Marmite, I don't know if they did Marmite crisps. But Bovril's quite nice. When we didn't have any money years ago, we would put a spoonful of Bovril into a cup of hot water, and it was sort of kind of Bovril was sort of meaty and everything. We quite liked that, actually. Does your car have cruise control? I should imagine even the producer's car's got cruise control. They've all got cruise control, haven't they now? Have you got cruise We don't have cruise control. Oh, it's a clown car. Oh, right. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Come to the circus, the greatest show on earth. Come to the circus. Here is Corey. Corey with his funny hat and his little bulbous nose and all the rest of it. And he's got his little car here. Hello, kids. So there's no... I've got cruise control. I never use it. I've used it a couple of times, because you have to remember to sort of keep your foot near the brake in case the thing shoots off from under your feet. Steve, I buy toasty bags in the supermarket. They're cheap and it makes perfect toasted sandwiches. Best thing ever. So South Korea is clear. That's what they're saying. And yet they've not had any lockdowns at the moment. The Ford Fiesta's been overtaken by the most popular car. It's a toy. It's a toy car. Finally more popular. Fly tipping up 300%. After The Greatest Dancer was axed, it seems that there's a chance you might get Girls Aloud back. Although, to be honest with you, I thought that they weren't all talking to each other. Whether or not that works, I've got no idea. There was a cat stuck up a tree, and people, save the cat up the tree. And so they bring around the fire brigade. They didn't have any joy. It took 4 days, and the thing came down by itself. Cats do that. The lure of food is too attractive. Too attractive. Which is lovely. Happy Friday to Danny, my friend. Oh dear. May will get wetter. Well, big surprise there. And what was the other one, I think? Oh, the sales of eggs have jumped. We're going back into that situation again, which is interesting. The NHS, very happy with the way that you're helping us and the amount of people who volunteered to help, which is amazing. Captain Tom is still going, 32 million. 32 million. I mean, isn't that just a fantastic? But of course, the big turnaround is Victoria Beckham over the plea for help. You know, she was asking for 150,000 from the government when they've got more than 300 million pounds themselves. And the resultant bad publicity was proving too much for her. She was apparently quite shocked. She thought she was the victim in all of this. Whereas, in fact, as Piers Morgan points out, and he appears to have no love for her at all, you know, if you've got that much money and you're only asking for £150,000, stick your hand in your pocket, because you're not going to get any sympathy from the people of this country, many of whom are losing their jobs, their livelihoods, their businesses, their homes, and then they go, as I said yesterday, oh, we just bought a £19 million flat. Oh, well, whoopee-doo. And here's a £2,000 bottle of red wine that we're drinking. Very worrying, very worrying. The Met ordered to probe failure to investigate 2 more fantasists. Poor Harry's battle with himself, we're told. Jimmy White going mad at home because he doesn't have a snooker table. You thought he'd have had a snooker table. You would have thought so. And the troops are firing up the barbecue because they're hoping for some decent weather. I'm not totally convinced it's on the way. And the queues for the Burger King. Amazing, isn't it, that people would actually queue for a Burger King.